Mahabharata, Book 6, Bhishma Parva. Jamvukanda Nirmana Parva. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 1. Having bowed down to Narayana, and Nara, the most exalted of male beings, and also to the goddess Sarasvati, must the word Jaya be uttered. Janamejaya said, "How did those heroes, the Kurus, the Pandavas, and the Samakas, and the high-souled kings assembled together from various countries, fight?" Vaisampayana said, "Listen thou, O Lord of the earth, how those heroes, the Kurus, the Pandavas, and the Samakas fought on the sacred plain of the Kurukshetra. Entering Kurukshetra, the Pandavas, endued with great might, along with the Samakas, advanced, desirous of victory, against the Kauravas. Accomplished in the study of the Vedas, all of them took great delight in battle. Expectant of success in battle, with their troops, they faced the fight. Approaching the army of Dhritarashtra's son, those warriors, invincible in battle, stationed themselves with their troops on the western part of the plain, their faces turned towards the east. Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, caused tents by thousands to be set up according to rule, beyond the region called Samantapanchaka. The whole earth seemed then to be empty, divested of horses and men, destitute of cars and elephants, and with only the children and the old left at home. From the whole area of Jambudvipa, over which the sun sheds his rays, was collected that force, O best of kings. Men of all races, assembled together, occupied an area extending for many yojanas over districts, rivers, hills, and woods. That bull among men, King Yudhishthira, ordered excellent food and other articles of enjoyment for all of them along with their animals. And Yudhishthira fixed diverse watchwords for them, so that one saying this should be known as belonging to the Pandavas. And that descended of Kuru's race also settled names and badges for all of them for recognition during time of battle. Beholding the standard top of Pritha's son, the high-souled son of Dhritarashtra, with a white umbrella held over his head, in the midst of 1,000 elephants, and surrounded by his century of brothers, began with all the kings, on his side, to array his troops against the son of Pandu. Seeing Duryodhana, the Panchalas who took delight in battle, were filled with joy and blew their loud-sounding conches and cymbals of sweet sounds. Beholding those troops so delighted, Pandu's son and Vasudeva of great energy had their hearts filled with joy. And those tigers among men, Vasudeva and Dhananjaya, seated on one car, having felt great joy, both blew their celestial conches. And hearing the blare of Gigantea and the loud blast of Theodotes belonging unto the two, the combatants ejected urine and excreta. As other animals are filled with fear on hearing the voice of the roaring lion, even so became that force upon hearing those blasts. A frightful dust arose, and nothing could be seen, for the sun himself, suddenly enveloped by it, seemed to have set. A black cloud poured a shower of flesh and blood over the troops all around. All this seemed extraordinary. A wind rose there, bearing along the earth myriads of stony nodules, and afflicting therewith the combatants by hundreds and thousands. For all that, O monarch, both armies, filled with joy, stood at rest for battle, on Kurukshetra like two agitated oceans. Indeed, that encounter of the two armies was highly wonderful, like that of two oceans when the end of the Yuga is arrived. The whole earth was empty, having only the children and the old left at home, in consequence of that large army mustered by the Kauravas. Then the Kurus, the Pandavas, and the Samakas made certain covenants, and settled the rules, O bull of Bharata's race, regarding the different kinds of combat. Persons equally circumstanced must encounter each other, fighting fairly. And if having fought fairly the combatants withdraw, without fear of molestation, even that would be gratifying to us. Those who engaged in contests of words should be fought against with words. Those that left the ranks should never be slain. A car warrior should have a car warrior for his antagonist. He on the neck of an elephant should have a similar combatant for his foe. A horse should be met by a horse, and a foot soldier, O Bharata, should be met by a foot soldier. Guided by considerations of fitness, willingness, daring, and might, one should strike another, giving notice. No one should strike another that is unprepared or panic-struck. One engaged with another, one seeking quarter, one retreating, one whose weapon is rendered unfit, uncast and male, should never be struck. Car drivers, animals, yoked to cars or carrying weapons, men engaged in the transport of weapons, players on drums and blowers of conches should never be struck. Having made these covenants, the Kurus, and the Pandavas, and the Samakas wondered much, gazing at each other. And having stationed their forces thus, those bulls among men, those high-souled ones, with their troops, became glad at heart, their joy being reflected on their countenances. Footnotes 1:1 Kurukshetra because Kuru, the common ancestor of the rival houses, performed his ascetic austerities there. Since Kuru's time, many ascetics took up their abode there. 1:2 Some texts have dudharsham for dirtharshas. 1:3 literally, gives heat. 1:4 Varna is used here in the sense of races and not castes. 2:1 This sloka is variously read. For Bauman in the first line, some texts read Bimam, which I have adopted. For Sahasa in the second line, some texts have Rajasa, and then Aditi, locative, for Adityas. 2:2 The Bombay text is evidently faulty here. It repeats the second half of the 7th sloka, making the second half of the 25th the first half of the 24th. 2:3 i.e. stragglers should not be slain. 2:4 literally, confiding. 3:1 The Bombay text has Kastropaneshu, the Bengal texts have Kastropajibashu. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 2. Vyasa said, seeing then the two armies, standing, on the east and the west for the fierce battle that was impending, the holy Rishi Vyasa, the son of Satyavati, that foremost of all persons acquainted with the Vedas, that grandsire of the Bharatas, conversant with the past, the present, and the future, and beholding everything as if it were present before his eyes, said these words in private unto the royal son of Vichitravirya, who was then distressed and giving way to sorrow, reflecting on the evil policy of his sons. Vyasa said, O king, thy sons and the other monarchs have their hour arrived. Mustered in battle they will kill one another. O Bharata, their hour having come, they will all perish. Bearing in mind the changes brought on by time, do not yield thy heart to grief. O king, if thou wish to see them, fighting, in battle, I will, O son, grant thee vision. Behold the battle. Dhritarashtra said, O best of regenerated Rishi, I like not to behold the slaughter of kinsmen. I shall, however, through thy potency hear of this battle minutely. Vyasa continued, upon his not wishing to see the battle but wishing to hear of it, Vyasa, that lord of boons, gave a boon to Sanjaya. And addressing Dhritarashtra he said, this Sanjaya, O king, will describe the battle to thee. Nothing in the whole battle will be beyond this one's eyes. Endued, O king, with celestial vision, Sanjaya will narrate the battle to thee. He will have knowledge of everything, manifest or concealed, happening, by day or by night, even that which is thought of in the mind. Sanjaya shall know everything. Weapons will not cut him and exertion will not fatigue him. This son of Gavalgani will come out of the battle with life. As regards myself, O bull of Bharata's race, the fame of these Kurus, as also of all the Pandavas, I will spread. Do not grieve. This is destiny, O tiger among men. It behoveth thee not to give way to grief. It is not capable of being prevented. As regards victory, it is there where righteousness is. Vyasa continued, that highly blessed and holy grandsire of the Kurus, having said so, once more addressed Dhritarashtra and said, Great will the slaughter be, O monarch, in this battle. I see here also numerous omens indicative of terror. Hawks and vultures, and crows and herons, together with cranes, are alighting on the tops of trees and gathering in flocks. These birds, delighted at the prospect of battle, are looking down on the field before them. Carnivorous beasts will feed on the flesh of elephants and steeds. Fierce herons, foreboding terror and uttering merciless cries, are wheeling across the center towards the southern region. In both the twilights, prior and posterior, I daily behold, O Bharata, the sun during his rising and setting to be covered by headless trunks. Tricolored clouds with their extremities white and red and necks black, charged with lightning, and resembling maces, and figure, enveloped the sun in both twilights. I have seen the sun, the moon, and the stars to be all blazing. No difference in their aspect is to be noted in the evening. I have seen this all day and all night. All this forebodes fear. On even the 15th night of the lighted fortnight in the month of Kartika, the moon, divested of splendor, became invisible, or of the hue of fire, the firmament being of the hue of the lotus. Many heroic lords of earth, kings and princes, endued with great bravery and possessed of arms resembling maces, will be slain and sleep lying down on the earth. Daily I notice in the sky during night time the fierce cries of battling boars and cats. The images of gods and goddesses sometimes laugh, sometimes tremble, and sometimes again these vomit blood through their mouths, and sometimes they sweat and sometimes fall down. O monarch! Drums, without being beaten, give sounds, and the great cars of Kshatriyas move without, being drawn by animals yoked to them. Kokilas, woodpeckers, jaws, watercocks, parrots, crows, and peacocks utter terrible cries. Here and there, cavalry soldiers, cased in mail, armed with weapons, send forth fierce shouts. At sunrise flights of insects, by hundreds are seen. In both twilights, the cardinal quarters seem to be ablaze, and the clouds, O Bharata, shower dust and flesh. She, O king, who is celebrated over the three worlds and is applauded by the righteous, even that constellation Arundhati keepeth, her lord, Vasistha, on her back. The planet Sani also, O king, appeareth afflicting, the constellation Rohini. The sign of the deer and the moon hath deviated from its usual position. A great terror is indicated. Even though the sky is cloudless, a terrible roar is heard there. The animals are all weeping and their tears are falling fast. Footnotes 3:2 rather, have their periods run out. For :1 the Bombay text reads Pralashe for Prajashe. I have adopted the former. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 3. Vyasa said, asses are taking births in kine. Some are having sexual pleasure with mothers. The trees in the forests are exhibiting unseasonable flowers and fruits. Women quick with child, and even those that are not so, are giving birth to monsters. Carnivorous beasts, mingling with carnivorous birds, are feeding together. Ill-omened beasts, some having 3 horns, some with 4 eyes, some with 5 legs, some with 2 sexual organs, some with 2 heads, some with 2 tails, some having fierce teeth, are being born, and with mouths wide open are uttering unholy cries. Horses with 3 legs, furnished with crests, having 4 teeth, and endued with horns, are also being born. O king, in thy city is also seen that the wives of many utterers of Brahma are bringing forth Garudas and peacocks. The mare is bringing forth the cow-calf, and the bitch is bringing forth, O king, jackals and cocks, and antelopes and parrots are all uttering inauspicious cries. Certain women are bringing forth 4 or 5 daughters at a time, and these, as soon as they are born, dance and sing and laugh. The members of the lowest orders are laughing and dancing and singing, and thus indicating direful consequences. Infants, as if urged by death, are drawing armed images, and are running against one another, armed with clubs, and desirous of battle are also breaking down the towns they erect in sport. Lotuses of different kinds and lilies are growing on trees. Strong winds are blowing fiercely, and the dust saith not. The earth is frequently trembling, and Rahu approacheth towards the sun. The white planet, Ketu, stayeth, having passed beyond the constellation Chitra. All this particularly bodeth the destruction of the Kurus. A fierce comet riseth, afflicting the constellation Pusya. This great planet will cause frightful mischief to both the armies. Mars wheeleth towards Magha, and Vrihaspati, Jupiter, towards Sravna. The sun's offspring, Sani, approaching towards the constellation Bhaga, afflicteth it. The planet Sukra, ascending towards Purvabhadra, shineth brilliantly, and wheeling towards the Uttarabhadra, looketh towards it, having effected a junction with a smaller planet. The white planet, Ketu, blazing up like fire mixed with smoke, stayeth, having attacked the bright constellation Jeshta that is sacred to Indra. The constellation Dhruva, blazing fiercely, wheeleth towards the right. Both the moon and the sun are afflicting Rohini. The fierce planet, Rahu, hath taken up its position between the constellations Chitra and Swati. The red-bodied, Mars, possessed of the effulgence of fire, wheeling circuitously, stayeth in a line with the constellation Sravna overridden by Vrihaspati. The earth that produceth particular crops at particular seasons is now covered with the crops of every season. Every barley stalk is graced with 5 ears, and every paddy stalk with 100. They that are the best of creatures in the worlds, and upon whom depends the universe, viz., kine, when milked after the calves have their suck, yield only blood. Radiant rays of light emanate from bows, and swords blaze forth brilliantly. It is evident that the weapons behold, before them, the battle, as if it were already arrived. The hue of weapons and the water, as also of coats of mail and standards, is like that of fire. A great slaughter will take place. In this battle, O Bharata, of the Kurus with the Pandavas, the earth, O monarch, will be a river of blood with the standards of warriors as its rafts. Animals and birds on all sides, with mouths blazing like fire, uttering fierce cries, and displaying these evil omens, are foreboding terrible consequences. A fierce bird with but one wing, one eye, and one leg, hovering over the sky in the night, screameth frightfully in wrath, as if for making the hearers vomit blood. It seemeth, O great king, that all weapons are now blazing with radiance. The effulgence of the constellation known by the name of the 7 high-souled rishis hath been dimmed. Those 2 blazing planets, viz., Vrihaspati and Sani, having approached the constellation called Visakha, have become stationary there for a whole year. 3 lunations twice meeting together in course of the same lunar fortnight, the duration of the latter is shortened by 2 days. On the 13th day, therefore, from the first lunation, according as it is the day of the full moon or the new moon, the moon and the sun are afflicted by Rahu. Such strange eclipses, both lunar and solar, forebode a great slaughter. All the quarters of the earth, being overwhelmed by showers of dust, look inauspicious. Fierce clouds, portentous of danger, drop bloody showers during the night. Rahu of fierce deeds is also, O monarch, afflicting the constellation Kirtika. Rough winds, portending fierce danger, are constantly blowing. All these beget a war characterized by many sad incidents. The constellations are divided into 3 classes. Upon one or another of each class, a planet of evil omen has shed its influence, foreboding terrible dangers. A lunar fortnight had hitherto consisted of 14 days, or 15 days, as usual, or 16 days. This, however, I never knew that the day of new moon would be on the 13th day from the first lunation, or the day of full moon on the 13th day from the same. And yet in course of the same month both the moon and the sun have undergone eclipses on the 13th days from the day of the first lunation. The sun and the moon, therefore, by undergoing eclipses on unusual days, will cause a great slaughter of the creatures of the earth. Indeed, Rakshasas, though drinking blood by mouthful, will yet not be satiated. The great rivers are flowing in opposite directions. The waters of rivers have become bloody. The wells, foaming up, are bellowing like bulls. Meteors, effulgent like Indra's thunderbolt, fall with loud hisses. When this night passeth away, evil consequences will overtake you. People, for meeting together, coming out of their houses with lighted brands, have still to encounter a thick gloom all round. Great rishis have said that in view of such circumstances the earth drinks the blood of thousands of kings. From the mountains of Kailasa and Mandara and Himavat thousands of explosions are heard and thousands of summits are tumbling down. In consequence of the earth's trembling, each of the 4 oceans having swelled greatly, seems ready to transgress its continents for afflicting the earth. Fierce winds charged with pointed pebbles are blowing, crushing mighty trees. In villages and towns trees, ordinary and sacred, are falling down, crushed by mighty winds and struck by lightning. The sacrificial fire, when Brahmanas pour libations on it, becomes blue, or red, or yellow. Its flames bend towards the left, yielding a bad scent, accompanied by loud reports. Touch, smell, and taste have, O monarch, become what they were not. The standards of warriors, repeatedly trembling, are emitting smoke. Drums and cymbals are throwing off showers of coal dust. And from the tops of tall trees all around, crows, wheeling in circles from the left, are uttering fierce cries. All of them again are uttering frightful cries of Paka, Paka, and are perching upon the tops of standards for the destruction of the kings. Vicious elephants, trembling all over, are running hither and thither, urinating and ejecting excreta. The horses are all melancholy, while the elephants are resorting to the water. Hearing all this, let that be done which is suitable, so that, O Bharata, the world may not be depopulated. Vyasa continued, hearing these words of his father, Dhritarashtra said, I think all this hath been ordained of old. A great slaughter of human beings will take place. If the kings die in battle observing the duties of the Kshatriya order, they will then, attaining to the regions reserved for heroes, obtain only happiness. These tigers among men, casting away their lives in great battle, will win fame in this and great bliss forever in the next world. Vyasa continued, O best of kings, thus addressed by his son Dhritarashtra, that prince of poets, the Muni, Vyasa, concentrated his mind in supreme yoga. Having contemplated for only a short space of time, Vyasa once more said, without doubt, O King of kings, it is time that destroyeth the universe. It is time also that createth the worlds. There is nothing here that is eternal. Show the path of righteousness to the Kurus, to thy kinsmen, relatives, and friends. Thou art competent to restrain them. The slaughter of kinsmen hath been said to be sinful. Do not do that which is disagreeable to me. O king, death himself hath been born in the shape of thy son. Slaughter is never applauded in the Vedas. It can never be beneficial. The usages of one's race are as one's own body. Those usages slay him that destroyeth them. For the destruction of this race and of those kings of the earth it is time that maketh thee deviate into the wrong path like one in distress, although thou art competent to walk along the path of righteousness. O king, in the shape of thy kingdom hath calamity come to thee. Thy virtue is sustaining a very great diminution. Show what righteousness is unto thy sons. O thou that art invincible, of what value is that kingdom to thee which bringeth sin to thee? Take care of thy good name, thy virtue, and thy fame. Thou wilt then win heaven. Let the Pandavas have their kingdom, and let the Kauravas have peace. While that best of Brahmanas was saying these words in a sorrowful tone, Dhritarashtra, the son of Ambika, accomplished in speech, once more addressed him, saying, My knowledge of life and death is similar to thine. The truth is known to me as regards these. Man, however, in what concerns his own interests, is deprived of judgment. O sire, know me to be one who is an ordinary person. Of immeasurable power thou art. I pray thee to extend thine towards us. Of soul under complete control, thou art our refuge and instructor. My sons are not obedient to me, O great Rishi. My understanding too is not inclined to commit sin. Thou art the cause of the fame, the achievements, and the inclination for virtue of the Bharatas. Thou art the reverend grandsire of both the Kurus and the Pandavas. Vyasa said, O royal son of Vichitravirya, tell me freely what is in thy mind. I will remove thy doubts. Dhritarashtra said, O Holy One, I desire to hear from thee of all those indications that happen unto those that become victorious in battle. Vyasa said, The sacred fire assumes a cheerful radiance. Its light ascends upwards. Its flame bends towards the right. It blazes up without being smoky. The libations poured on it yield a fragrant scent. It is said that these are the indications of future success. The conchas and cymbals yield sounds that are deep and loud. The sun as well as the moon gives pure rays. It is said that these are the indications of future success. Crows, whether stationary or on their wings, utter cries that are agreeable. They again that are behind urge the warriors to advance, while they that are ahead forbid all advance. Where vultures, swans, parrots, cranes, and woodpeckers utter delightful cries, and wheel towards the right, the Brahmanas say that their victory in battle is certain. They whose divisions, in consequence of ornaments, coats of mail, and standards, or the melodious neigh of their steeds, become resplendent and incapable of being gazed at, always conquer their foes. They who utter cheerful shouts, those warriors, O Bharata, whose energies are not damped and whose garlands do not fade, always cross the ocean of battle. They who utter cheerful shouts having penetrated into the divisions of the foe, who utter even kind words to the enemy, and who, before striking, forewarn the foe, win victory. The objects of hearing, vision, taste, touch, and smell, without undergoing any change for the worse, become auspicious. This also is another indication of a victorious army, viz., there is joy among the combatants at all time. This also is another indication of success, viz., the winds that blow, the clouds, and the birds, all become favorable, while the clouds, so favorable, and the rainbows drop beneficial showers. These, O king, are the indications of armies to be crowned with victory, while, O monarch, all these become otherwise in the case of those that are about to be destroyed. Whether the army be small or large, cheerfulness, as an attribute of the combatants, is said to be a certain indication of victory. One soldier, struck with panic, can cause even a large army to take fright and fly. And when an army, struck with panic, takes to flight, it causes even heroic warriors to take fright. If a large army is once broken and put to rout, it cannot like a herd of deer disordered in fright or a mighty current of water be easily checked. If a large army is once routed, it is incapable of being rallied. On the other hand, beholding it broken, even those well skilled in battle, O Bharata, become heartless. Beholding soldiers struck with fear and flying, the panic spreads in other directions, and soon, O king, the whole army is broken and flies in all directions. And when an army is routed, even brave leaders, O king, at the head of large divisions consisting of the four kinds of forces, are incapable of rallying them. An intelligent man, always exerting himself with activity, should strive to win success by the aid of means. It is said that that success which is won by negotiation and other means is the very best. That which is achieved by producing disunion among the foe is indifferent. While that success, O king, which is won by battle, is the worst. In battle are many evils, the initial one, as it is said, being slaughter. Even 50 brave men who know one another, who are underpressed, who are free from family ties, and who are firmly resolved, can crush a large army. Even 5, 6, 7 men, who are unretreating, win victory. Vinata's son Garuda, O Bharata, beholding even a large concourse of birds, asketh not the aid of many followers to vanquish them. The strength in number, therefore, of an army is not always the cause of victory. Victory is uncertain. It depends on chance. Even they that become victorious have to sustain loss. Footnotes 5:1 Both the Bengal and the Bombay editions have Kukuran for Kukutan as the Burdwan pundits correct it. A bitch producing dogs and bitches would be no anomaly. 5:2 Unlike the Bengal editions, the Bombay edition correctly includes this sloka, or rather half sloka, within the 17th, making the 17th a triplet instead of a couplet. For the well-known word dishtitas, however, the Bombay text has vishtitas. 6:1 The Bombay text reads parakana for parakina. The former is better. 6:2 Vyasa is explained by Nilkantha as Virod. Kantavarde river having bloody eddies. 6:3 Konadam Chardayaniva. I have adopted Nilkantha's explanation. The Burdwan pundits take it as referring to weapons instead of hearers. The passage, however, may mean that the bird screams so frightfully as if it vomits blood. The only thing that militates against this interpretation is that Chardayan is a causal verb. In the Mahabharata, however, causal forms are frequently used without causal meaning. 6:4 This sloka is omitted in many editions, though it is certainly genuine. I have rendered it very freely, as otherwise it would be unintelligible. The fact is, 3 lunations twice meeting together in course of the same lunar fortnight is very rare. The lunar fortnight, Paksh, being then reduced by 2 days, the day of full moon or that of new moon, instead of being, as usual, the 15th day from the first lunation becomes the 13th day. Lunar eclipses always occur on days of the full moon, while solar eclipses on those of the new moon. Such eclipses, therefore, occurring on days removed from the days of the first lunation by 13 instead of, as usual, 15 days, are very extraordinary occurrences. 7:1 Vishamam is battle or war, and Akranda is weeping or productive of grief. The latter word may also mean a fierce battle. If understood in this sense, Vishamam may be taken as indicating hostility or absence of peace. 7:2 Nilkantha explains this in a long note, the substance of which is appended below. Kings are divided into 3 classes, viz., owners of elephants, Gajapati, owners of horses, Aswapati, and owners of men, Narapati. If an evil-omened planet, Papagraha, sheds its influence upon any of the 9 constellations beginning with Ashvini, it forebodes danger to Aswapatis. If on any of the 9 beginning with Magha, it forebodes danger to Gajapatis. And if on any of the 9 beginning with Mula, it forebodes danger to Narapatis. What Vyasa says here, therefore, is that one or another Papagraha has shed its influence upon one another of each of the 3 classes of constellations, thus foreboding danger to all classes of kings. 7:3 Vede note ante. 7:4 Aparvani, i.e., not on Parva days or days of full moon and new moon as ordinarily coming. The Bombay edition, after Aparvani, reads Grahano Tau. A better reading unquestionably Grastavito, as many Bengal texts have. 7:5 Pratisrotas, strict grammar would require Pratisrotases. The meaning is that those that flowed east to west now flow west to east, and c. For Kerdanti some texts have Nardanti, which is certainly better. Kerdanti means play or sport. Whales playing like bulls would be unmeaning, unless the sport is accompanied by bellowing. 7:6 The Burdwan Pundits read Suskasani for Sakrasani. The latter, however, is the true reading. 7:7 The original is very obscure. Uluka is explained by Nilkantha as a brand used for one of lambs. The line, however, is elliptical. The Burdwan Pundits introduce an entirely new line. 7:8 Mahabharata is swelling greatly. 8:1 Purina is explained by Nilkantha as Adisayana. 9:1 Some of the Bengal texts read Anugraham, making the initial a silent after Maharsh in the vocative case. There can be no doubt, however, that this is incorrect. The true reading is Nadharmam, which I have adopted. The Bombay text reads Nacha Dharmam. The introduction of the article cha needlessly makes the line incorrect as to meter. 9:2 The second line of the 67th sloka is very obscure. I have followed Nilkantha in translating it thus. The sense seems to be that when crows hover behind an army, that is an auspicious sign, while it is an inauspicious sign if they are seen ahead. I am not sure that Nilkantha is right in taking the pronoun ye as referring to even crows. 9:3 Such as don't fight, for you will be dead men soon. And c. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 4. Vaisampayana said, having said these words unto Dhritarashtra, Vyasa took his departure. And Dhritarashtra also, having heard those words, began to reflect in silence. And having reflected for only a short space of time, he began to sigh repeatedly. And, soon, O bull of Bharata's race, the king asked Sanjaya of soul worthy of praise, saying, O Sanjaya, these kings, these lords of earth, so brave in taking delight in battle, are for smiting one another with weapons of diverse kinds, being prepared to lay down their very lives for the sake of earth. Incapable of being restrained, they are, indeed, smiting one another for increasing the population of Yama's domain. Desirous of prosperity connected with the possession of earth, they are incapable of bearing one another. I, therefore, think that earth must be possessed of many attributes. Tell me all these, O Sanjaya, many thousands, many millions, many tens of millions, many hundreds of millions, heroic men have come together at Kurajangala. I desire to hear, O Sanjaya, with accurate details about the situation and dimensions of those countries and cities from which they have come. Through the potency of that regenerate Rishi Vyasa of immeasurable energy, thou art endued with the lamp of celestial perception and the eye of knowledge. Sanjaya said, O thou of great wisdom, I will recount to thee the merits of earth according to my knowledge. Behold them with thy eye of wisdom. I bow to thee, O bull of Bharata's race. Creatures in this world are of two kinds, mobile and immobile. Mobile creatures are of three kinds according to their birth, viz., oviparous, viviparous, and those engendered by heat and damp. Of mobile creatures, O king, the foremost are certainly those called viviparous. Of viviparous creatures the foremost are men and animals. Animals, O king, of diverse forms, are of 14 species. 7 have their abodes in the woods, and 7 of these are domestic. Lions, tigers, boars, buffaloes, and elephants, as also bears and apes, are, O king, regarded as wild. Kine, goats, sheep, men, horses, mules, and asses, these 7 amongst animals are reckoned as domestic by the learned. These 14, O king, complete the tale of domestic and wild animals, mentioned, O Lord of earth, in the Vedas, and on which the sacrifices rest. Of creatures that are domestic, men are foremost, while lions are the foremost of those that have their abode in the woods. All creatures support their life by living upon one another. Vegetables are said to be immobile, and they are of 4 species, viz., trees, shrubs, creepers, creeping plants existing for only a year, and all stemless plants of the grass species. Of mobile and immobile creatures, there are thus 1 less 20, and as regards their universal constituents, there are 5. 24 in all. These are described as Gayatri, Brahma, as is well known to all. He who knows these truly to be the sacred Gayatri, possessed of every virtue, is not liable, O best of the Bharatas, to destruction in this world. Everything springeth from the earth, and everything, when destroyed, mergeth into the earth. The earth is the stay and refuge of all creatures, and the earth is eternal. He that hath the earth hath the entire universe with its mobile and immobile population. It is for this that, longing for the possession of the earth, kings slay one another. Footnotes 11:1 Nilkantha explains these 5 species thus: trees such as the peepal, goma, shrub, as kusa, casa, and c. Growing from a clump underneath, creepers, such as all plants growing upon the soil but requiring some support to twine round, valley, those that creep on the earth and live for a year only, such as the gourd, the pumpkin, etc., and lastly, trina, such as grass and all plants that are stemless, having only their barks and leaves. 11:2 When Gayatri, or Brahma, or the universe, is mentioned, these 24 are indicated, 5 of which exist independently, the remaining 19 being the result of 5 in those various proportions. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 5. Dhritarashtra said, the names of rivers and mountains, O Sanjaya, as also of provinces, and all other things resting on the earth, and their dimensions, O thou that are acquainted with the measures of things of the earth in its entirety, and the forests, O Sanjaya, recount to me in detail. Sanjaya said, O great king, all things in the universe, in consequence of the presence, in them, of the 5 elements, have been said to be equalled by the wise. These elements are space, air, fire, water, and earth. Their respective attributes are sound, touch, vision, taste, and scent. Every one of these elements possesses, in addition to what is especially its own, the attribute or attributes of that or those coming before it. The earth, therefore, is the foremost of them all, possessing as it does the attributes of all the other 4, besides what is specially its own, as said by rishis acquainted with truth. There are 4 attributes, O king, in water. Scent does not exist in it. Fire has 3 attributes, viz., sound, touch, and vision. Sound and touch belong to air, while space has sound alone. These 5 attributes, O king, exist, in this way, and the 5 principal elements depending on which all creatures in the universe exist. They exist separately and independently when there is homogeneity in the universe. When, however, these do not exist in their natural state but with one another, then creatures spring into life, furnished with bodies. This is never otherwise. The elements are destroyed, in the order of the one succeeding, merging into the one that proceeds, and they spring also into existence, one arising from the one before it. All of these are immeasurable, their forms being Brahma itself. In the universe are seen creatures consisting of the 5 elements. Men endeavor to ascertain their proportions by exercising their reason. Those matters, however, that are inconceivable should never be sought to be solved by reason. That which is above human nature is an indication of the inconceivable. O son of Kuru's race, I will, however, describe to thee the island called Sudarsana. This island, O king, is circular and of the form of a wheel. It is covered with rivers and other pieces of water, and with mountains looking like masses of clouds, and with cities and many delightful provinces. It is also full of trees furnished with flowers and fruits, and with crops of diverse kinds and other wealth. And it is surrounded on all sides with the salt ocean. As a person can see his own face in a mirror, even so is the island called Sudarsana seen in the lunar disk. 2 of its parts seem to be a peepal tree, while 2 others look like a large hare. It is surrounded on all sides with an assemblage of every kind of deciduous plants. Besides these portions, the rest is all water. What remains I will describe to thee shortly. The rest I will speak of afterwards. Listen now to this that I describe in brief. Footnotes 12:1 I have rendered 4 and 5 a little too freely. The language of the original is very terse. 12:2 Samyam is homogeneity. The allusion is to the state of the universe before creation, when there exists nothing but a homogeneous mass or Brahma alone. The first compound of the second line is read differently. The Burdwan Pundits and the Bombay edition read Anyanyam, in the accusative, many of the Bengal texts read Anyanyina, and the instrumental. The meaning is scarcely affected by this difference of reading. 12:3 The order of destruction is that earth merges into water, water into fire, fire into air, and air into space. And so the order of birth is that from space arises air, from air arises fire, from fire arises water, and from water arises earth. 13:1 Nilkantha explains the last 6 slokas as having an esoteric meaning. By Sudarsana he understands the mind. The rest is explained consistently. Interpretations, however, are not rare among commentators seeking to put sense in nonsense. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 6. Dhritarashtra said, Thou art intelligent, O Sanjaya, and acquainted with the truth about everything. Thou hast duly given a description of the island in brief. Tell us now of the island in detail. Tell us now of the dimension of the expanse of land that lies in the portion looking like a hare. Thou mayst then speak of the portion resembling peepal tree. Vaisampayana said, thus addressed by the king, Sanjaya began to say. Sanjaya said, stretching from east to west, are these 6 mountains that are equal and that extend from the eastern to the western ocean. They are Himavat, Himakuta, that best of mountains called Nishada, Nila, abounding with stones of lapis lazuli, Sweta white as the moon, and the mountains called Sringavat, composed of all kinds of metals. These are the 6 mountains, O king, which are always the resorts of Siddhas and Charanas. The space lying between each of these measures 1,000 yojanas, and thereon are many delightful kingdoms. And these divisions are called Varshas, O Bharata. In all those kingdoms reside creatures of diverse species. This, the land where we are, is in the Varsha that is called after Bharata. Next to it, northwards, is the Varsha called after Himavat. The land that is beyond Himakuta is called Haravarsha, south of the Nila range, and on the north of the Nishada is a mountain, O king, called Malyavat that stretches from east to west. Beyond Malyavat northwards is the mountain called Gandhamadana. Between these two, viz., Malyavat and Gandhamadana, is a globular mountain called Meru made of gold. Effulgent as the morning sun, it is like fire without smoke. It is 84,000 yojanas high, and, O king, its depth also is 84 yojanas. It standeth bearing the worlds above, below, and transversely. Besides Meru are situated, O Lord, these 4 islands, viz., Bhadraswa, and Katumala, and Jamvudwipa, otherwise called Bharata, and Uttarkuru, which is the abode of persons who have achieved the merit of righteousness. The bird Sumukha, the son of Suparna, beholding that all the birds on Meru were of golden plumage, reflected that he should leave that mountain inasmuch as there was no difference between the good, middling, and bad birds. The foremost of luminaries, the sun, always circumambulates Meru, as also the moon with his attendant constellation, and the wind god too. The mountain, O king, is endued with celestial fruits and flowers, and it is covered all over with mansions made of furnished gold. There, on that mountain, O king, the celestials, the Gandharvas, the Asuras, and the Rakshasas, accompanied by the tribes of Apsaras, always sport. Their Brahman and Rudra, and also Sakra, the chief of the celestials, assembled together, performed diverse kinds of sacrifices with plentiful gifts. Tumvaru, and Narada, and Viswavesu, and the Hahas and the Huhus, repairing thither, adored the foremost of the celestials with diverse hymns. The high-souled 7 rishis, and Kasyapa, the lord of creatures, repair thither, blessed be thou, on every Parva day. Upon the summit of that mountain, Usanas, otherwise called the poet, sporteth with the Daityas, his disciples. The jewels and gems that we see, and all the mountains abounding in precious stones, are of Meru. Therefrom a 4th part is enjoyed by the holy Kuvara. Only a 16th part of that wealth he giveth unto men. On the northern side of Meru is a delightful and excellent forest of Karnakaras, covered with the flowers of every season, and occupying a range of hills. There the illustrious Pasupati himself, the creator of all things, surrounded by his celestial attendants and accompanied by Uma, sporteth bearing a chain of Karnikara flowers on his neck, reaching down to his feet, and blazing with radiance with his 3 eyes resembling 3 risen suns. Him Siddhas, truthful in speech, of excellent vows and austere ascetic penances, can behold. Indeed, Mahesvara is incapable of being seen by persons of wicked conduct. From the summit of that mountain, like a stream of milk, O ruler of men, the sacred and auspicious Ganga, otherwise called Bhagirathi, adored by the most righteous, of universal form and immeasurable and issuing out with terrific noise, falleth with impetuous force on the delightful lake of Chandramadhavs. Indeed that sacred lake, like an ocean, hath been formed by Ganga herself. While leaping from the mountains, Ganga, incapable of being supported by even the mountains, was held for 100,000 years by the bearer of Panaka on his head. On the western side of Meru, O king, is Katumala. And there also is Jamvakanda. Both are great seats of humanity, O king. There, O Bharata, the measure of human life is 10,000 years. The men are all of a golden complexion, and the women are like Apsaras. And all the residents are without sickness, without sorrow, and always cheerful. The men born there are of the effulgence of melted gold. On the summits of Gandhamadana, Kuvara, the lord of the Guhyakas, with many Rakshasas and accompanied by tribes of Apsaras, passeth his time in joy. Besides Gandhamadana, there are many smaller mountains and hills. The measure of human life there is 11,000 years. There, O king, the men are cheerful and endued with great energy and great strength, and the women are all of the complexion of the lotus and highly beautiful. Beyond Nila is the Varsha called Sweta, beyond Sweta is the Varsha called Hiranyaka. Beyond Hiranyaka is the Varsha called Airavata, covered with provinces. The last Varsha in the extreme north and Bharata's Varsha in the extreme south are both, O king, of the form of a bow. These 5 Varshas, viz., Sweta, Hiranyaka, Elavrita, Haravarsha, and Himavath are in the middle, of which Elavrita exists in the very middle of all. Amongst these 7 Varshas, the 5 already mentioned in Airavata and Bharata, that which is further north excels the one to its immediate south in respect of these attributes, viz., the period of life, stature, health, righteousness, pleasure, and profit. In these Varshas, O Bharata, creatures, though of diverse species, yet live together. Thus, O king, is earth covered with mountains. The huge mountains of Hemakuta are otherwise called Kailasa. There, O king, Vaisravana passeth his time in joy with his Guhyakas. Immediately to the north of Kailasa and near the mountains of Menaka there is a huge and beautiful mountain called Manamaya, endued with golden summits. Beside this mountain is a large, beautiful, crystal and delightful lake called Vindusaras with golden sands on its beach. There King Bhajaratha, beholding Ganga, since, called after his own name, resided for many years. There may be seen innumerable sacrificial stakes made of gems, and Chitya issuing out of the region of Brahman, first showed herself, and then dividing tree made of gold. It was there that he of 1,000 eyes and great fame won, ascetic, success by performing sacrifices. There the Lord of all creatures, the eternal creator of all the worlds, endued with supreme energy surrounded by his ghostly attendants, is adored. The Nara and Narayana, Brahman, and Manu, and Stanu as the 5th, are ever present. And there the celestial stream Ganga, having 3 currents, herself into 7 streams, became Vaswokasara, Nalini, the sin-cleansing Sarasvati, Jamvanati, Sita, Ganga, and Sindhu as the 7th. The Supreme Lord hath, himself, made the arrangement with reference to that inconceivable and celestial stream. It is there that sacrifices have been performed by gods and rishis on 1,000 occasions after the end of the Yuga, when creation begins. As regards the Sarasvati, in some parts of her course she becometh visible, and in some parts not so. This celestial 7-fold Ganga is widely known over the 3 worlds. Rakshasas reside on Himavat, Guhyakas on Hemakuta, and serpents and nagas on Nishada, and ascetics on Gokarna. The Sweta mountains are said to be the abode of the celestial and the Asuras. The Gandharvas always reside on Nishadas, and the regenerate rishis on Nila. The mountains of Sringavat also are regarded as the resort of the celestials. These then, O great king, are the 7 Varshas of the world as they are divided. Diverse creatures, mobile and immobile, are placed in them all. Diverse kinds of prosperity, both providential and human, are noticeable in them. They are incapable of being counted. Those desirous, however, of their own good believe all this. I have now told thee of that delightful region of land, of the form of a hare about which thou hadst asked me. At the extremities of that region are the 2 Varshas, viz., one on the north and the other on the south. Those 2 also have now been told to thee. Then again the 2 islands Nagadwipa and Kasayapadwipa are the 2 ears of this region of the form of a hare. The beautiful mountains of Malaya, O king, having rocks like plates of copper, form another, prominent, part of Jamvudwipa that having its shape resembling a hair. Footnotes 13:2 The Bombay text reads Varsha Parvatas for Parvata Samas. 13:3 for Panada occurring in the Bengal texts, the Bombay edition reads Vichitra. 13: for the Bengal texts add a line here which is properly omitted in the Bombay edition. 13:5 after the 10th occurs a line in the Bengal text which is evidently vicious. 14:1 day of the full moon and that of the new moon. 14:2 the Bengal texts, except the Burdwan one, have Divi for Daityas. Of course, the latter reading is correct. 14:3 the Bombay text has Sarvatas, which is better, for Sarvata in the Bengal texts. 14:4 in the first line of 28, the Bengal texts read Sarases, ablative, for Sikrat of the Bombay edition. In the last line of 29 also, the Bombay text has Plavantiva Pravajina for the Bengal reading Paditya Japravina. No material difference of meaning arises if one or the other is accepted. 15:1 alluding to the tradition of Shiva's holding Ganga on his head and for which the great god is sometimes called Gangadhara. 15:2 this word occurs in various forms, Katumala and Ketamali being two others. 15:3 the Bombay edition reads 2 for Cha after Jamvakanda. The meaning becomes changed. 15:4 the sacred stream Ganga is believed to have 3 currents. In heaven the current is called Mandakini, on earth it is called Ganga, and in the subterraneous world it is called Bhagavati. 16:1 the Bengal texts, excepting the Burdwan one, incorrectly read Sakram for Satram. 16:2 the correct reading is Gadamanti. Many of the Bengal texts incorrectly read Madamanti, which is unmeaning. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 7. Dhritarashtra said, "Tell me, O Sanjaya, thou of great intelligence, of the regions to the north and the east side of Meru, as also of the mountains of Malyavat, in detail." Sanjaya said, "On the south of the Nila mountain and the northern side of Meru are the sacred northern Kurus, O king, which are the residents of the Siddhas. The trees there bear sweet fruits, and are always covered with fruits and flowers. All the flowers there are fragrant, and the fruits of excellent taste. Some of the trees, again, O king, yield fruits according to the will of the plucker. There are again some other trees, O king, that are called milk-yielding. These always yield milk and the 6 different kinds of food of the taste of Amrita itself. Those trees also yield cloths, and in their fruits are ornaments, for the use of man. The entire land abounds with fine golden sands. A portion of the region there, extremely delightful, is seen to be possessed of the radiance of the ruby or diamond, or of the lapis lazuli or other jewels and gems. All the seasons there are agreeable, and nowhere does the land become miry, O king. The tanks are charming, delicious, and full of crystal water. The men born there have dropped from the world of the celestials. All are of pure birth, and all are extremely handsome in appearance. Their twins, of opposite sexes, are born, and the women resemble apsaras in beauty. They drink the milk, sweet as Amrita, of those milk-yielding trees, already mentioned. And the twins born there, of opposite sexes, grow up equally. Both possessed of equal beauty, both endued with similar virtues, and both equally dressed, both grow up in love, O monarch, like a couple of Chakrabakas. The people of that country are free from illness and are always cheerful. 10,100 years they live, O king, and never abandon one another. A class of birds called Barunda, furnished with sharp beaks and possessed of great strength, take them up when dead and throw them into mountain caves. I have now described to thee, O king, the northern Kurus briefly. I will now describe to thee the eastern side of Meru duly. Of all the regions there, the foremost, O king, is called Bhadraswa, where there is a large forest of Bhadrasalis, as also a huge tree called Kalamra. This Kalamra, O king, is always graced with fruits and flowers. That tree again is a yojana in height and is adored by Siddhas and the Charanas. The men there are all of a white complexion, endued with great energy, and possessed of great strength. The women are of the complexion of lilies, very beautiful, and agreeable to sight. Possessed of radiance of the moon, and white as the moon, their faces are as the full moon. Their bodies again are as cool as the rays of the moon, and they are all accomplished in singing and dancing. The period of human life there, O bull of the Bharata's race, is 10,000 years. Drinking the juice of the Kalamra, they continue youthful forever. On the south of Nila and the north of Nishada, there is a huge Jambu tree that is eternal. Adored by the Siddhas and Charanas, that sacred tree granteth every wish. After the name of that tree this division hath ever been called Jambudwipa. O bull of Bharata race, 1,100 yojanas is the height of that prince of trees, which touches the very heavens, O king of men. 2,500 cubits measure the circumference of a fruit of that tree which bursts when ripe. In falling upon the earth these fruits make a loud noise, and then pour out, O king, a silvery juice on the ground. That juice of the Jambu, becoming, O king, a river, and passing circuitously round Meru, cometh to the region of the northern Kurus. If the juice of that fruit is quaffed, it conduces to peace of mind. No thirst is felt ever after, O king. Decrepitude never weakens them. And there are species of gold called Jamvanata and used for celestial ornaments, very brilliant and like the complexion of Indragapoka insects, is produced. The men born there are of the complexion of the morning sun. On the summit of Malyavat is always seen, O bull of Bharata's race, the fire called Samvataka which blazeth forth at the end of the Yuga for the destruction of the universe. On Malyavat's summit towards the east are many small mountains, and Malyavat, O king, measures 11,000 yojanas. The men born there are of the complexion of gold. And they are all fallen from the region of Brahman and are utterers of Brahma. They undergo the severest of ascetic austerities, and their vital seed is drawn up. For the protection of creatures they all enter the sun. Numbering 66,000, they proceed in advance of Varuna, surrounding the sun. Heated with the sun's rays for 66,000 years, they then enter the lunar disk. Footnotes 16:3 Many of the Bengal texts incorrectly read Merarapiantaram for Merarathotaram. 17:1 This sloka beginning with Mani and ending with Prabham is omitted in the Bombay text, I don't think rightly. If anything that seems to be a repetition is to be omitted. 17:2 i.e. have fallen away from a celestial state. 17:3 in Sloka 13, the Bengal texts read Bhayanakas for Mahavalas. In 15 Madhabhishikas for Purvabhishikas is substituted in the Bombay text. In one again the Bombay text reads Subhas for Drumas. 17: for the Bengal texts have Chandrabhasa for Chandraprabha. The difference is not material. 18:1 Both the Burdwan and the Bombay editions read Panchashat 5 and 6. The Bengal texts generally have Panchasat 50. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 8. Dhritarashtra said, Tell me truly, O Sanjaya, the names of all the Varshas, and of all the mountains, and also of all those that dwell on those mountains. Sanjaya said, On the south of Sweta and the north of Nishada is the Varsha, called Romanica. The men that are born there are all of white complexion, of good parentage, and handsome features. And the men born there are also all without enemies. And they live, O king, for 11,500 years, being ever of cheerful hearts. On the south of Nishada is the Varsha called Hiranmayu, where is the river called Hiranwadi. There, O king, liveth that foremost of birds named Garuda. And the people there, O monarch, are all followers of the Ikshas, wealthy, and of handsome features. And, O king, the men there are endued with great strength and have cheerful hearts. And they live for 12,500 years, O king, which is the measure of their lives. The mountains of Sringavat, O ruler of men, have 3 beautiful summits. One of these is made of jewels and gems, another is very wonderful, being made of all kinds of gems and adorned with palatial mansions. There the self-luminous lady named Sandili always liveth. On the north of Sringavat and up to the margin of the sea, O king, the Varsha called Aravat. And because this jeweled mountain is there, therefore is this Varsha superior to all. The sun giveth no heat there, and men are not subject to decay. And the moon there, with the stars, becoming the only source of light, covereth the firmament. Possessing the radiance and complexion of the lotus, and endued with eyes that resemble lotus petals, the men born there have the fragrance of the lotus. With winkless eyes, and agreeable scent, emanating from their bodies, they go without food and have their senses under control. They are all fallen from the region of the celestials, and are all, O king, without sin of any kind. And they live, O monarch, for 13,000 years, that being, O best of the Bharatas, the measure of their lives. And so on the north of the milky ocean, the Lord Hari of unlimited puissance dwelleth on his car made of gold. That vehicle is endued with 8 wheels, with numerous supernatural creatures stationed on it, and having the speed of the mind. And its complexion is that of fire, and it is endued with mighty energy and adorned with Jamvanada gold. He is the Lord of all creatures, and is possessed, O bull of Bharata's race, of every kind of prosperity. In him the universe merges, when dissolution comes, and from him it again emanates, when the creative desire seizes him. He is the actor, and it is he that makes all others act. He, O monarch, is earth, water, space, air, and fire. He is sacrifices self unto all creatures, and fire is his mouth. Vaisampayana continued, the high-souled king Dhritarashtra, thus addressed by Sanjaya, became, O monarch, absorbed in meditation about his sons. Endued with great energy, he then, having reflected, said these words, without doubt, O Suta's son, it is time that destroyeth the universe. And it is time that again createth everything. Nothing here is eternal. It is Nara and Narayana, endued with omniscience, that destroyeth all creatures. The gods speak of him as Vaikunta, of immeasurable puissance, while men call him Vishnu, one that pervadeth the universe. Footnotes 19:1 The Bombay edition reads Tasnatsridagamatas Puram. The Bengal texts read Yasnatsringamatas Puram. The Bengal reading is better. The Asiatic Society's edition contains a misprint. The meaning is, because Srina, jeweled mountain of that name, therefore superior. I have rendered it somewhat freely. 19:2 They are but portions of the same Supreme Being. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 9. Dhritarashtra said, Tell me truly, O Sanjaya, of this Varsha that is called after Bharata, where this senseless force hath been collected, in respect of which this my son Duryodhana hath been so very covetous, which the sons of Pandu also are desirous of obtaining, and in which my mind too sinketh. Oh, tell me this, for thou art, in my judgment, endued with intelligence. Sanjaya said, Listen to me, O king, the sons of Pandu are not covetous about this country. On the other hand, it is Duryodhana that is covetous, and Sakuni the son of Suvala, as also many other Kshatriyas who are rulers of the provinces, who being covetous of this country are not able to bear one another. I will now will thee, O thou of Bharata's race, of the tract of land known by Bharata's name. This land is the beloved one of Indra, and, O thou of Bharata's race, this land, O monarch, that is called after Bharata, is also the beloved land of Manu, the son of Vivasvat, of Prithu, of Vainya, of the high-souled Ikshwaku, of Yayati, of Amvarisha, of Mandathari, of Nahusha, of Muchakunda, of Sivi the son of Uzanara, of Rishava, of Ila, of King Raga, of Kusika, O invincible one, of the high-souled Gadi, of Somaka, O irrepressible one, and of Dilapa, and also, O monarch, of many other mighty Kshatriyas. I will now, O chastiser of foes, describe to thee that country as I have heard of it. Listen to me, O king, as I speak of what thou hast asked me. Mahendra, Malaya, Saya, Suktamat, Rakshavat, Vindhya, and Parapatra, these 7 are the Kala mountains of Bharatvarsha. Besides these, O king, there are thousands of mountains that are unknown, of hard make, huge, and having excellent valleys. Besides these, there are many other smaller mountains inhabited by barbarous tribes. Aryans and Mlekas, O Kauravya, and many races, O Lord, mixed of the 2 elements, drink the waters of the following rivers, viz., magnificent Ganga, Sindhu, and Sarasvati, of Godavari, and Nirmada, and the large river called Yamuna, of Drishadwati, and Vipapa, and Vipasa and Stulavaluka, of the river Vaithravati, and that other one called Krishnavina, of Iravathi, and Vitasta, and Paosayani, and Devika, of Vedasmarita and Vedavati, and Trideva, and Ikshumalavi, of Karashini, and Chitravaha, and the river called Chitrasena, of Gomathi, and Dutapada, and the large river called Gandaki, of Kausaki, and Niskatra, and Kirtia, and Nichita, and Lohatarini, of Rashasi and Satakumbha, and also Sarayu, of Charmanwadi, and Vaithravathi, and Hastasoma, and Dissa, of the river called Saravati, and Vina, and Bimarathi, of Kaveri, and Chuluka, and Vina, and Satavala, of Navara, and Mahila, and Suprayoga, O king, of Pavitra, and Kundala, and Rajani, and Puramalini, of Purvabhairama, and Vira, and Bhima, and Agavati, of Palasini, and Papahara, and Mahendra, and Padalavati, of Karashini, and Asikni, and the large river Kuzakira, of Makari, and Pravara, and Meena, and Hema, and Dridavati, of Puravati, and Anushna, and Saivya, and Kapi, O Bharata, of Satanara, and Adrishya, and the mighty stream Kusadhara, of Satakanta, and Shiva, and Viravati, of Vatsu, and Suvastu, and Kampana with Hiranwadi, of Vara, and the mighty river Panchami, of Rathakitra, and Jayotiratha, and Viswamitra, and Kapanjala, of Upindra, and Vahila, and Kuchira, and Madhuvahini, of Vinati, and Pinjala, and Vina, and the great river Pungavina, of Vidisa and Krishnavina, and Tamra, and Kapila, of Salu, and Suvama, the Vidaswa, and the mighty river Harasrava, of Syra, and Piskala, and the river Bharadwaji, of the river Kausaki, and Sona, and Chandramadhav, of Durgamantrasala, and Brahmavadya, and Vrahadvati, of Yiksha, and Rohi, and Yamvanati, of Sunasa and Tamasa, and Desai, and Vesa, and Varana, and Asi, of Nila, and Dramati, and the mighty river Parnasa, of Pomesai, and Vrishaba, and Brahmamedia, and Vrihadhani. These and many other large rivers, O king, such as Sadanarmia and Krishna, and Mandaga, and Mandavahini, and Mahaguri, and Durga, O Bharata, and Chitrapala, Chitraratha, and Manjula, and Vahini, and Mandakini, and Vedarani, and Kosa, and Mahanadi, and Saktamati, and Ananga, and Pushpavini, and Apalavati, and Lohitya, Karatoya, and Vrishisabhya, and Kumari, and Rishikalia, and Marisha, and Sarasvati, and Mandakini, and Supunya, Sarvasanga, O Bharata, are all mothers of the universe and productive of great merit. Besides these, there are rivers, by hundreds and thousands, that are not known, by names. I have now recounted to thee, O king, all the rivers as far as I remember. After this, listen to the names of the provinces as I mention them. They are the Kuru Panchalas, the Sulwas, the Madrayas, the Jangalas, the Surasena, the Kalingas, the Vodas, the Malas, the Matsyas, the Salvalyas, the Kunthalas, the Kasikosalas, the Chedis, the Karushas, the Bhojas, the Sindhus, the Pulandakas, the Uttamas, the Dasarnas, the Maklaws, the Ukkalas, the Panchalas, the Kausajas, the Nikarprishtas, Durandhuras, the Sodas, the Madrabhujingas, the Kasis, and the further Kasis, the Jatharas, the Kakuras, O Bharata, the Kuntis, the Avantis, and the further Kuntis, the Gomantas, the Mandakas, the Shandas, the Vidarbhas, the Rupavahikas, the Aswakas, the Pansarastras, the Gaparastras, and the Karityas, the Adhirjayas, the Koladiyas, the Malarastras, the Keralas, the Varatrajas, the Apavahas, the Chakras, the Vakratapas, the Sakas, the Videhas, the Magadhas, the Swakshas, the Malayas, the Vijayas, the Angas, the Vangas, the Kalingas, the Akrilamans, the Malas, the Sadelas, the Pranradas, the Mahikas, the Sasikas, the Valhikas, the Vadadanas, the Abhiras, the Kalajashikas, the Aparantas, the Parantas, the Panabas, the Karmamandalas, the Atavisakaras, the Mahabhutas, O sire, the Upavritas, the Anyapavritas, the Surashatras, Kakayas, the Kutas, the Mahiyas, the Kukshas, the Samadranishkutas, the Andhras, and, O king, many hilly tribes, and many tribes residing on lands laying at the foot of the hills, and the Angamalajas, and the Manavanjikas, the Pravishyas, and the Bhargavas, O king, the Pundras, the Bhargas, the Karatas, the Sudeshnas, and the Yamunas, the Sakas, the Nishadas, the Anartas, the Naritas, the Durgalas, the Pratamasayas, the Kunthalas, and the Kusalas, the Tiragrahas, the Ajakas, the Kanyakagunas, the Tilabaras, the Samiras, the Matamatas, the Sukandikas, the Kashmiras, the Sindhusavaras, the Gandharvas, and the Darsakas, the Abhisaras, the Uchalas, the Saivalas, and the Valhikas, the Darvas, the Vanavadarvas, the Vatagas, the Amarathas, and the Uragas, the Vahavadas, the Kauravyas, the Sudamanas, the Somalikas, the Vajras, the Karashakas, the Kalindas, and the Upatyakas, the Vadayanas, the Romanas, and the Kusavindas, the Kachas, the Gopalkakas, the Kuravarnakas, the Karatas, the Varvasas, the Siddhas, the Vaidahas, and the Tamarliptas, the Andhras, the Pandras, the Saisakatas, and the Parvatiyas, O sire. There are other kingdoms, O bull of Bharata's race, in the south. They are the Dravidas, the Keralas, the Prakyas, the Mushikas, and the Vanavashikas, the Karnatakas, the Mahashakas, the Vikalpas, and also the Mashakas, the Jalikas, the Kunthalas, the Samritas, and the Nalakananas, the Kankutakas, the Cholas, and the Malavayakas, the Samangas, the Kanakas, the Kukaras, and the Angara Marishas, the Samangas, the Karakas, the Kakuras, the Angaras, the Marishas, the Dwajinis, the Utsavas, the Sunkits, the Trigardas, and the Salwasena, the Vakas, the Kakarakas, the Pushtris, and the Lamavagavasas, the Vindhyachulikas, the Palindas, and the Valkalas, the Malavas, the Valavas, the further Valavas, the Kalindas, the Kalavas, the Kantakas, and the Karatas, the Mrshakas, the Tanavalas, the Sanyas, the Alitas, the Pasavanas, the Tanayas, and the Salanyas, the Rishikas, the Vidarbhas, the Kakas, the Tanganas, and the further Tanganas. Among the tribes of the north are the Mlekas and the Kruras, O best of the Bharatas, the Yavnas, the Chinas, the Kambojas, the Darunas, and many Mleka tribes, the Sukritvahas, the Kolathas, the Hunas, and the Parasikas, the Ramanas, and the Dasamalikas. These countries are, besides, the abodes of many Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Sudra tribes. Then again there are the Sudrabhiras, the Dardas, the Kashmiras, and the Patas, the Kasiras, the Atreyas, the Bharadvajas, the Stanapashikas, the Pashakas, the Kalingas, and diverse tribes of Karatas, the Tomaras, the Hansamargas, and the Karamanjakas. These and other kingdoms are on the east and on the north. O Lord, alluding to them briefly, I have told thee all. Earth, if its resources are properly developed according to its qualities and prowess, is like an ever-yielding cow, from which the threefold fruits of virtue, profit, and pleasure may be milked. Brave kings conversant with virtue and profit have become covetous of earth. Endued with activity, they would even cast away their lives in battle, from hunger of wealth. Earth is certainly the refuge of creatures endued with celestial bodies, as also of creatures endued with human bodies. Desirous of enjoying earth, the kings, O chief of the Bharatas, have become like dogs that snatch meat from one another. Their ambition is unbounded, knowing no gratification. It is for this that the Kurus and the Pandavas are striving for possession of earth, by negotiation, disunion, gift, and battle, O Bharata. If earth be well looked after, it becometh the father, mother, children, firmament, and heaven of all creatures, O bull among men. Footnotes 20:1 i.e. mountains forming boundaries of divisions. 20:2 The Bombay text reads Ikshala and creamy for Ikshamlavi occurring in Bengal texts. 20:3 The Bengal texts have Gandakincha Mahanadam. The Bombay text reads Vandaneka Mahanadam with a cha immediately before. The Burdwan Pundits read Chandanacha Mahanadam. 20:4 The Bombay texts read Trideva for Nishchita. This is incorrect, for Trideva occurs in the Bombay text itself a little before. The name Lohatarini occurs in various forms. 20:5 For Vaithravati, the Bengal texts read Chandrabhaga. Both Chandrabhaga and Vaithravati, however, occur before. 22:1 Kamadhuk is that species of kine which always yield milk. 23:1 Nilkantha explains this in this way. The gods depend on sacrifices performed by human beings, and as regards human beings, their food is supplied by the earth. Superior and inferior creatures, therefore, are all supported by the earth. The earth, then, is their refuge. The word earth in these slokas is sometimes used to signify the world and sometimes the element of that name. 23:2 I render the last line a little too freely. If the saying is intended to be general, the translation should run thus: up to this day there is no man whose desires can be satiated. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 10. Dhritarashtra said, Tell me, O Sanjaya, of the period of life, the strength, the good and bad things, the future, past and present, of the residents, O Sutta, of this Varsha of Bharata, and of the Himavad Varsha, as also of Harivarsha, in detail. Sanjaya said, O bull of Bharata's race, for yugas set in Bharata's Varsha, viz., Krita, Trita, Dwapara, and Kali. The yuga that sets in first is Krita. O Lord, after the expiry of Krita comes Trita, after expiry of Trita comes Dwapara, and after that last of all, sets in Kali. For 1,000 years, O best of the Kurus, are reckoned as the measure of life, O best of kings, in the Krita epic. 3,000 years is the period in Treta, O ruler of men. At present in Dwapara, persons live on earth for 2,000 years. In Kali, however, O bull of Bharata's race, there is no fixed limit of life's measure, and so much that men die while in the womb, as also soon after birth. In the Krita age, O king, men are born and beget children, by hundreds and thousands, that are of great strength and great power, endued with the attribute of great wisdom, and possessed of wealth and handsome features. In that age are born and begotten munis endued with wealth of asceticism, capable of great exertion, possessed of high souls, and virtuous, and truthful in speech. The Kshatriyas also, born in that age, are of agreeable features, able-bodied, possessed of great energy, accomplished in the use of the bow, highly skilled in battle, and exceedingly brave. In the Treta age, O king, all the Kshatriya kings were emperors ruling from sea to sea. In Treta are begotten brave Kshatriyas not subject to any one, endued with long lives, possessed of heroism, and wielding the bow in battle with great skill. When Dwapara sets in, O king, all the 4 orders born become capable of great exertion, endued with great energy, and desirous of conquering one another. The men born in Kali, O king, are endued with little energy, highly wrathful, covetous, and untruthful. Jealousy, pride, anger, deception, malice, and covetousness, O Bharata, are the attributes of creatures in the Kali age. The portion that remains, O king, of this the Dwapara age, is small, O ruler of men. The Varsha known as Himavath is superior to Bharatavarsha, while Haravarsha is superior to Hainavadvarsha in respect of all qualities. Bhumi Parva. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 11. Dhritarashtra said, Thou hast, O Sanjaya, duly described Jamvakanda to me. Tell me now its dimensions and extent truly. Tell me also, O Sanjaya, of the extent of the ocean of Sakadwipa and Kusadwipa, of Salmaladwipa and Kranchadwipa, truly and without leaving anything, and tell me also, O son of Gavalgani, of Rahu and Soma and Surya. Sanjaya said, There are, O king, many islands, over which the earth extended. I will describe to thee, however, only 7 islands, and the moon, and the sun, and the planet, Rahu, also. The Jambu mountain, O king, extends over full 18,600 yojanas. The extent of the salt ocean is said to be twice this. That ocean is covered with many kingdoms, and is adorned with gems and corals. It is, besides, decked with many mountains that are variegated with metals of diverse kinds. Thickly peopled by siddhas and charanas, the ocean is circular in form. I will now tell thee truly of Sakadwipa, O Bharata. Listen to me, O son of Kuru's race, as I describe it to thee duly. That island, O ruler of men, is of twice the extent of Jamvudwipa. And the ocean also, O great king, is of twice the extent of that island. Indeed, O best of the Bharatas, Sakadwipa is surrounded on all sides by the ocean. The kingdoms there are full of righteousness, and the men there never die. How can famine take place there? The people are all endued with forgiveness and great energy. I have now, O bull of Bharata's race, given thee duly a brief description of Sakadwipa. What else, O king, dost thou wish to hear? Dhritarashtra said, Thou hast given me, O Sanjaya, a description of Sakadwipa in brief. O thou that art possessed of great wisdom, tell me now everything in detail truly. Sanjaya said, In that island, O king, there are 7 mountains that are decked with jewels, and that are mines of gems, precious stones. There are many rivers also in that island. Listen to me as I recount their names. Everything there, O king, is excellent and delightful. The first of these mountains is called Meru. It is the abode of the gods, rishis, and Gandharvas. The next mountain, O king, is called Malaya, stretching towards the east. It is there that the clouds are generated, and it is thence that they disperse on all sides. The next, O thou of Kuru's race, is the large mountain called Jaladhara. Thence Indra daily taketh water of the best quality. It is from that water that we get showers in the season of rains, O ruler of men. Next cometh the high mountain called Ravataka, over which, in the firmament, hath been permanently placed the constellation called Revti. This arrangement hath been made by the grandsire himself. On the north of this, O great king, is the large mountain called Syama. It hath the splendor of newly risen clouds, is very high, beautiful, and of bright body. And since the hue of those mountains is dark, the people residing there are all dark in complexion, O king. Dhritarashtra said, A great doubt ariseth in my mind, O Sanjaya, from what thou hast said. Why, O Suta's son, would the people there be of dark complexion? Sanjaya said, O great king, in all islands, O son of Kuru's race, men may be found that are fair, and those that are dark, and those also that are produced by a union of the fair and the dark races. But because the people there are all dark, therefore is that mountain called the Dark Mountain. After this, O chief of the Kurus, is the large mountain called Durgasela. And then cometh the mountain called Kesari. The breezes that blow from that mountain are all charged with odoriferous effluvia. The measure of each of these mountains is double that of the one mentioned immediately before. O thou of Kuru's race, it hath been said by the wise that there are 7 Varshas in that island. The Varsha of Meru is called Mahakasa, that of the water-giving, Malaya, is called Kumudadara. The Varsha of Jaladhara is called Sukumara, while that of Ravatak is called Kaumara, and of Syama, Manikanchana. The Varsha of Kisara is called Mandaki, and that called after the next mountain is called Mahapuman. In the midst of that island is a large tree called Saka. In height and breadth the measure of that tree is equal to that of the Jambu tree in Jambudwipa. And the people there always adore that tree. There in that island are many delightful provinces where Shiva is worshipped, and thither repair the Siddhas, the Charanas, and the Celestials. The people there, O king, are virtuous, and all the 4 orders, O Bharata, are devoted to their respective occupation. No instance of theft can be seen there. Freed from decrepitude and death and gifted with long life, the people there, O king, grow like rivers during the season of rains. The rivers there are full of sacred water, and Ganga herself, distributed as she hath been into various currents, is there, Sukumari, and Kumari, and Sita, and Kevaraka, and Mahanadi, O Kauravya, and the river Manihala, and Chakshus, and the river Vardhanika, O thou best of the Bharatas, these and many other rivers by thousands and hundreds, all full of sacred water, are there, O perpetuator of Kuru's race, from which Vasva draweth water for showering it as rain. It is impossible to recount the names and lengths of rivers. All of them are foremost of rivers and sin-cleansing. As heard by all men there, in that island of Saka, are 4 sacred provinces. They are the Mrigas, the Masakas, the Manasas, and the Mandagas. The Mrigas for the most part are Brahmanas devoted to the occupations of their order. Amongst the Masakas are virtuous Kshatriyas granting unto Brahmanas every wish entertained by them. The Manasas, O king, live by following the duties of the Vaishya order. Having every wish of theirs gratified, they are also brave and firmly devoted to virtue and profit. The Mandagas are all brave Sudras of virtuous behavior. In these provinces, O monarch, there is no king, no punishment, no person that deserves to be punished. Conversant with the dictates of duty, they are all engaged in the practice of their respective duties and protect one another. This much is capable of being said of the island called Saka. This much also should be listened to about that island endued with great energy. Footnotes 24:1 The Bombay text reads Kamanyat Kathayami Te. The Bengal reading is Kamanyat Shrotamikasai. 25:1 The Bombay text reads Tatas Parina. The Bengal reading is Tatas Pravina. I adopt the former. 26:1 Probably this mythical account of Sakadwapa embodies some vague tradition current in ancient India of some republic in Eastern Asia or Oceanic Asia, further east in the Pacific. Accustomed as the Hindus were to kingly form of government, a government without a king would strike them exactly in the way described in the last two slokas. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 12. Sanjaya said, O Kauravya, that which is heard about the islands in the north, I will recount to thee, O great king. Listen to me now. Thither in the north is the ocean whose waters are clarified butter. Then is the ocean whose waters are curds. Next cometh the ocean whose waters are wine, and then is another ocean of water. The islands, O king, are double in area of one another as they proceed further and further towards the north. And they are surrounded, O king, by these oceans. In the island that is in the middle, there is a large mountain called Gura made of red arsenic. On the western island, O king, is the mountain Krishna that is the favorite abode of Narayana. Their Kesva guardeth celestial gems and profusion, and thence, inclined to grace, he bestoweth happiness on creatures. Along with the kingdoms there, O king, the celestial clump of Kusa grass in Kusadwipa and the Salmali tree in the island of Salmalika are adored. In the Croucha island also, the mountain called Mahacroucha that is a mine of all kinds of gems is, O king, always adored by all the four orders of men. There, O monarch, is the mountain called Gomanta that is huge and consists of all kinds of metals, and whereon always resideth, mingling with those that have been emancipated, the puissant Narayana, otherwise called Hari, graced with prosperity and possessed of eyes like lotus leaves. In Kusadwipa, O king of kings, there is another mountain variegated with corals, and called after the name of that island itself. This mountain is inaccessible and made of gold. Possessed of great splendor, O Kauravya, there is a third mountain there that is called Sumita. The sixth is called Harajirai. These are the six principal mountains. The intervening spaces between one another of these six mountains increaseth in the ratio of 1 to 2 as they proceed further and further towards the north. The first Varsha is called Audido, the second is Vinyamandala, the third is called Saratha, the fourth is known by the name of Kamvala, the fifth Varsha is called Dritamat, and the sixth is named Prabhakra, the seventh Varsha is called Kapila. These are the 7 successive Varshas. In these, gods and Gandharvas, and other creatures of the universe, sport and take delight. In these Varshas the inhabitants never die. There, O king, are no robbers, nor any tribes of Mlekas. All the residents are almost white in complexion, and very delicate, O king. As regards the rest of the islands, O ruler of men, I will recount all that hath been heard by me. Listen, O monarch, with an attentive mind. In the Croucha island, O great king, there is a large mountain called Croucha. Next to Croucha is Vamanaka, and next to Vamanaka is Andhakara. And next to Andhakara, O king, is that excellent of mountains called Menaka. After Menaka, O monarch, is that best of mountains called Govinda, and after Govinda, O king, is the mountain called Nivada. O multiplier of thy race, the intervening spaces between one another of these mountains increaseth in the ratio of 1 to 2. I will now tell thee the countries that lie there. Listen to me as I speak of them. The region near Krauncha is called Kusala, that near Vamanaka is Mananuga. The region next to Mananuga, O perpetuator of Kuru's race, is called Ushna. After Ushna is Pravaraka, and after Pravaraka is Anthakaraka. The country after Anthakaraka is named Munadisa. After Munadisa, the region is called Dundabaswana, teeming with Siddhas and Charanas. The people are almost white in complexion, O king. All these countries, O monarch, are the habitations of gods and Gandharvas. In the island of Pushkara is a mountain called Pushkara that abounds with jewels and gems. There always dwelleth the divine Prajapati himself. Him all the gods and great rishis always adore with gratifying words and worship reverently, O king. Diverse gems from Jambudvipa are used there. In all these islands, O king, Brahmacharya, truth, and self-control of the dwellers, as also their health and periods of life, are in the ratio of 1 to 2 as the islands are more and more remote, northwards. O king, the land in those islands, O Bharata, comprises but one country, for that is said to be one country in which one religion is met with. The supreme Prajapati himself, appraising the rod of chastisement, always dwelleth there, protecting those islands. He, O monarch, is the king. He is their source of bliss. He is the father, and he is the grandfather. He it is, O best of men, that protecteth all creatures there, mobile or immobile. Cooked food, O Kauravya, cometh there of itself, and the creatures eat it daily. O mighty armed one! After these regions is seen a habitation of the name of Sama. It is of a starry shape, having 4 corners, and it hath, O king, 33 mandalas. There dwell, O Kauravya, 4 princely elephants adored by all. They are, O best of the Bharatas, Vamana, and Airavata, and another, and also Supratika. O king, with rent cheeks and mouth, I do not venture to calculate the proportions of these 4 elephants. Their length, breadth, and thickness have forever remained unascertained. There in those regions, O king, winds blow irregularly from all directions. These are seized by those elephants with the tips of their trunks, which are of the complexion of the lotus and endued with great splendor and capable of drawing up everything in their way. And soon enough after seizing them they then always let them out. The winds, O king, thus let out by those respiring elephants, come over the earth, and in consequence thereof creatures draw breath and live. Dhritarashtra said, Thou hast, O Sanjaya, told me everything about the first subject very elaborately. Thou hast also indicated the positions of the islands. Tell now, O Sanjaya, about what remains. Sanjaya said, Indeed, O great king, the islands have all been described to thee. Listen now to what I truly say about the heavenly bodies and about Swarbanu, O chief of the Kauravas, as regards its dimensions. It is heard, O king, that the planet Swarbanu is globular. Its diameter is 12,000 yojanas, and its circumference, because it is very large, is 42,000 yojanas, O sinless one, as said by the learned of olden times. The diameter of the moon, O king, is stated to be 11,000 yojanas. Its circumference, O chief of the Kurus, is stated to be 38,900 yojanas of the illustrious planet of cool rays. It hath been heard that the diameter of the beneficent, fast-going and light-giving sun, O thou of Kuru's race, is 10,000 yojanas, and his circumference, O king, is 35,800 miles, in consequence of his largeness, O sinless one. These are the dimensions reckoned here, O Bharata, of Arka. The planet Rahu, in consequence of his greater bulk, envelopes both the sun and the moon in due times. I tell thee this in brief. With the eye of science, O great king, I have now told thee all that thou hadst asked. Let peace be thine. I have now told thee about the construction of the universe as indicated in the Shastras. Therefore, O Kauravya, pacify thy son Duryodhana. Having listened to this charming Bhumi Parva, O chief of the Bharatas, a Kshatriya becometh endued with prosperity, obtaineth fruition of all his desires, and winneth the approbation of the righteous. The king who listeneth to this on days of the full moon or the new moon, carefully observing vows all the while, hath the period of his life, his fame and energy, all enhanced. His deceased sires and grandsires become gratified. Thou hast now heard of all the merits that flow from this Varsha of Bharata where we now are. Footnotes 26:2 The second line of the third sloka is read variously. The Bombay edition incorrectly reads Parvataka etc. etc. The Bengal reading is Evamiva etc. etc. The Bengal reading is better, although the true reading, I apprehend, is Evamitais and C. 27:1 Vamanaka and Vamana are the same words, the final ka being a suffix causing no difference of meaning. So Andhakaraka and Andhakara are the same. 28:1 Diggaja, i.e. an elephant supporting the globe. There are 4 such in Hindu mythology, or 10 according to some accounts. 28:2 i.e. with the juice trickling down from their cheeks and mouth. In the season of Rut, a peculiar kind of juice issues from several parts of an elephant's body. It is believed to be the temporal juice. The stronger and fierce the elephant, the greater the quantity of the juice that issues out its body. 28:3 Tasya, singular of Tad, and Sa, masculine singular of Tad, both refer to the 4 elephants, Gajachattishtaya in singular. 28:4 Asamyata lit. Unbound or unrestrained, i.e. freely or irregularly. 29:1 It is a remarkable fact that the ratio between the diameter and the circumference of a circle was roughly known to the ancient Hindus. The circumference is nearly, as stated here, 3 times and a half of the diameter. The next ratio, of course, is slightly less, being 3 1/7. 29:2 The first word of this sloka is variously read. Yathadishtam is the Bengal reading, while the Bombay reading Yathadishtam. If the latter reading were adopted, the meaning would be as indicated in the Shastras. The second line literally rendered is pacify thy son Duryodhana. But how Dhritarashtra is to pacify his son, having listened to the geographical digression, is not easy to see. 29:3 For Sadhu Satamas of the Bengal texts, the Bombay edition reads Sadhu Samadas. I adopt the last. Bhagavad Gita Parva. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 13. Vaisampayana said, possessing a knowledge of the past, the present and the future, and seeing all things as if present before his eyes, the learned son of Gavalgana, O Bharata, coming quickly from the field of battle, and rushing with grief into the court, represented unto Dhritarashtra, who was plunged in thought that Bhishma, the grandsire of the Bharatas, had been slain. Sanjaya said, I am Sanjaya, O great king. I bow to thee, O bull of Bharata's race. Bhishma, the son of Santanu and the grandsire of the Bharatas, hath been slain. That foremost of all warriors, that grandsire of the Bharatas, hath been slain. That foremost of all warriors, that embodied energy of all bowmen, that grandsire of the Kurus lieth today on a bed of arrows. That Bhishma, O king, relying on whose energy thy son had been engaged in that match at dice, now lieth on the field of battle slain by Sikandin. That mighty car warrior who on a single car had vanquished in terrific combat at the city of Kasi all the kings of the earth mustered together, he who had fearlessly fought in battle with Rama, the son of Jamadagni, he whom Jamadagni's son could not slay, oh, even hath he been today slain by Sikandin. Resembling the great Indra himself in bravery, and Himavat in firmness, like unto the ocean itself in gravity, and the earth herself in patience, that invincible warrior having arrows for his teeth, that bow for his mouth, and the sword for his tongue, that lion among men, hath today been slain by the prince of Panchala. That slayer of heroes, beholding whom when at rest for battle the mighty army of the Pandavas, unmanned by fear, used to tremble like a herd of kine when beholding a lion, alas, having protected that army of thine for 10 nights and having achieved feats exceedingly difficult of accomplishment, hath set like the sun. He who like Sakra himself, scattering arrows in thousands with the utmost composure, daily slew 10,000 warriors for 10 days, even he slain, by the enemy, leath, though he deserveth it not, on the bare ground like a mighty tree broken by the wind, and consequence, O king, of thy evil counsels, O Bharata. Footnotes 30:1 The last word in the first line of the 11th sloka, in the Bengal texts, is Pravriya. In the Bombay edition it is Anikaha. The difference in meaning is immaterial. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 14. Dhritarashtra said, How hath Bhishma, that bull among the Kurus, been slain by Sikandin? How did my father, who resembled Vasva himself, fall down from his car? What became of my sons, O Sanjaya, when they were deprived of the mighty Bhishma who was like unto a celestial, and who led life of Brahmacharya for the sake of his father? Upon the fall of that tiger among men who was endued with great wisdom, great capacity for exertion, great might and great energy, how did our warriors feel? Hearing that bull amongst the Kurus, that foremost of men, that unwavering hero is slain, great is the grief that pierceth my heart. While advancing against the foe, who followed him and who proceeded ahead? Who stayed by his side? Who proceeded with him? What brave combatants followed behind, protecting his rear, that tiger among car warriors, that wonderful archer, that bull among kshatriyas, while he penetrated into the divisions of the foe? While seizing the hostile ranks, what warriors opposed that slayer of foes resembling the luminary of thousand rays, who spreading terror among the foe destroyed their ranks like the sun destroying darkness? And who achieved in battle amongst the ranks of Pandu's sons feats exceedingly difficult of accomplishment? How, indeed, O Sanjaya, did the Pandavas oppose in battle the son of Santanu, that accomplished and invincible warrior when he approached them smiting? Slaughtering the hostile ranks, having arrows for his teeth, and full of energy, with the bow for his wide-open mouth, and with the terrible sword for his tongue, and invincible, a very tiger among men, endued with modesty, and never before vanquished, alas, how did Kunti's son overthrow in battle that unconquered one, undeserving as he was of such a fate? That fierce bowman shooting fierce shafts, stationed on his excellent car, and plucking off the heads of foes from their bodies, that warrior, irresistible as the Yuga fire, beholding whom at rest for battle the great army of the Pandavas always used to waver? Mingling the hostile troops for 10 nights, alas, that slayer of ranks hath set like the sun, having achieved feats difficult of achievement. He who, scattering like Sakra himself an inexhaustible shower of arrows, slew in battle 100 millions of warriors in 10 days, that scion of Bharata's race, now Leith, although he deserveth it not, on the bare ground, in the field of battle, deprived of life, a mighty tree uprooted by the winds, as a result of my evil counsels. Beholding Santanu's son Bhishma of terrible prowess, how indeed could the army of the Pandavas succeed in smiting him there? How did the sons of Pandu battle with Bhishma? How is it, O Sanjaya, that Bhishma could not conquer when Drona liveth? When Kripa, again, was near him, and Drona's son, Aswathaman, also, how could Bhishma, that foremost of smiters, be slain? How could Bhishma, who was reckoned as an Adaratha, and who could not be resisted by the very gods, be slain in battle by Sikandin, the prince of Panchala? He, who always regarded himself as the equal of the mighty son of Jamadagni in battle, he whom Jamadagni's son himself could not vanquish, he who resembled Indra himself in prowess, alas, O Sanjaya, tell me how that hero, Bhishma, born in the race of Maharathas, was slain in battle, for without knowing all the particulars I cannot regain my equanimity. What great bowman of my army, O Sanjaya, did not desert that hero of unfading glory? What heroic warriors, again, at Duryodhana's command, stood around that hero, for protecting him? When all the Pandavas placing Sikandin in their van advanced against Bhishma, did not all the Kurus, O Sanjaya, stay by the side of that hero of unfading prowess? Hard as my heart is, surely it must be made of adamant, for it breaketh not on hearing the death of that tiger among men, viz., Bhishma. And that irresistible bull of Bharata's race were truth and intelligence and policy to an immeasurable extent. Alas, how was he slain in battle? Like unto a mighty cloud of high altitude, having the twang of his bowstring for its roar, his arrows for its raindrops, and the sound of his bow for its thunder, that hero showering his shafts on Kunti's sons with the Panchalas and the Srinjayas on their side, smote hostile car warriors like the slayer of Vala smiting the Danavas. Who were the heroes that resisted, like the bank resisting the surging sea, that chastiser of foes, who was a terrible ocean of arrows and weapons, an ocean in which shafts were the irresistible crocodiles and bows were the waves, an ocean that was inexhaustible, without an island, agitated and without a raft to cross it, in which maces and swords were like sharks and steeds and elephants like eddies, and foot soldiers like fishes in abundance, and the sound of conches and drums like its roar. An ocean that swallowed horses and elephants and foot soldiers quickly, an ocean that devoured hostile heroes and that seethed with wrath and energy which constituted its Yadava fire? When for Duryodhana's good, that slayer of foes, Bhishma, achieved terrible feats in battle, who were then in his van? Who were they that protected the right wheel of that warrior of immeasurable energy? Who were they that, mustering patience and energy, resisted hostile heroes from his rear? Who stationed themselves in his near front for protecting him? Who were those heroes that protected the forewheel of that brave warrior while he battled with the foe? Who were they that stationing themselves by his left wheel smote the Srinjayas? Who were they that protected the irresistible advance ranks of his van? Who protected the wings of that warrior who hath made the last painful journey? And who, O Sanjaya, fought with hostile heroes in the general engagement? If he was protected by our heroes, and if they were protected by him, why could he not then speedily vanquish in battle the army of the Pandavas, invincible though it be? Indeed, O Sanjaya, how could the Pandavas succeed even in striking Bhishma, who was like Parameshti himself, that lord and creator of all creatures? Thou tellest me, O Sanjaya, if the disappearance of that Bhishma, that tiger among men, who was our refuge and relying upon whom the Kurus were fighting with their foes, that warrior of mighty strength relying on whose energy my son had never reckoned the Pandavas, alas, how hath he been slain by the enemy? In days of yore, all the gods, while engaged in slaying the Danavas, sought the aid of that invincible warrior, viz., my father of high vows, that foremost of sons, endued with great energy, on whose birth the world-renowned Santanu abandoned all grief, melancholy, and sorrows, how canst thou tell me, O Sanjaya, that celebrated hero, that great refuge of all, that wise and holy personage who was devoted to the duties of his order and conversant with the truths of the Vedas and their branches, hath been slain? Accomplished in every weapon and endued with humility, gentle and with passions under full control, and possessed of great energy as he was, alas, hearing that son of Santanu slain, I regard the rest of my army as already slain. In my judgment, unrighteousness hath now become stronger than righteousness, for the sons of Pandu desire sovereignty even by killing their venerable superior. In days of yore, Jamadagni's son Rama, who was acquainted with every weapon and whom none excelled, when addressed for battle on behalf of Amvya, was vanquished by Bhishma in combat. Thou tellest me that Bhishma, who was the foremost of all warriors, and who resembled Indra himself in the feats he achieved, hath been slain. What can be a greater grief to me than this? Endued with great intelligence, he that was not slain even by that slayer of hostile heroes, that Rama, the son of Jamadagni, who defeated in battle crowds of Kshatriyas repeatedly, he hath now been slain by Sikandin. Without doubt, Drupada's son Sikandin, therefore, who hath slain in battle that bull of Bharata's race, that hero acquainted with the highest weapons, that brave and accomplished warrior conversant with every weapon, is superior in energy, prowess, and might to the invincible Bhargava endued with the highest energy. In that encounter of arms, who were the heroes that followed that slayer of foes? Tell me how the battle was fought between Bhishma and the Pandavas. The army of my son, O Sanjaya, reft of its hero, is like an unprotected woman. Indeed, that army of mine is like a panic-struck herd of kine reft of its herdsman. He in whom resided prowess superior to that of every one, when he was laid low on the field of battle, what was the state of mind of my army? What power is there, O Sanjaya, in our life, when we have caused our father of mighty energy, that foremost of righteous men in the world, to be slain? Like a person desirous of crossing the sea when he beholds the boat sunk in fathomless waters, alas, my sons, I ween, are bitterly weeping from grief on Bhishma's death. My heart, O Sanjaya, is surely made of adamant, for it rendeth not even after hearing the death of Bhishma, that tiger among men. That bull among men in whom were weapons, intelligence, and policy, to an immeasurable extent, how, alas, hath that invincible warrior been slain in battle? Neither in consequence of weapons, nor of courage, nor of ascetic merit, nor of intelligence, nor of firmness, nor of gift, can a man free himself from death. Indeed, time, endued with great energy, is incapable of being transgressed by anything in the world, when thou tellest me, O Sanjaya, that Santanu's son Bhishma is dead. Burning with grief on account of my sons, in fact, overwhelmed with great sorrow, I had hoped for relief from Bhishma, the son of Santanu. When he beheld Santanu's son, O Sanjaya, lying on earth like the sun, dropped from the firmament, what else was made by Duryodhana as his refuge? O Sanjaya, reflecting with the aid of my understanding, I do not see what the end will be of the kings belonging to my side and that of the enemy, and now mustered in the opposing ranks of battle. Alas, cruel are the duties of the Kshatriya order as laid down by the rishis, since the Pandavas are desirous of sovereignty by even compassing the death of Santanu's son, and we also are desirous of sovereignty by offering up that hero of high vows as a sacrifice. The sons of Pritha, as also my sons, are all in the observance of Kshatriya duties. They, therefore, incur no sin by doing this. Even a righteous person should do this, O Sanjaya, when direful calamities come. The display of prowess and the exhibition of the utmost might have been laid down among the duties of the Kshatriyas. How, indeed, did the sons of Pandu oppose my father Bhishma, the son of Santanu, that unvanquished hero endued with modesty, while he was engaged in destroying the hostile ranks? How were the troops arrayed, and how did he battle with high-souled foes? How, O Sanjaya, was my father Bhishma slain by the enemy? Duryodhana and Karna and the deceitful Sakuni, the son of Suvala, and Dusasana also, what did they say when Bhishma was slain? Thither where the dice board is constituted by the bodies of men, elephants, and steeds, and where arrows and javelins and large swords and bearded darts from the dice, entering that frightful mansion of destructive battles play. Who were those wretched gamblers, those bulls among men, that gambled, making their very lives the frightful stakes? Who won, who were vanquished, who cast the dice successfully, and who have been slain, besides Bhishma, the son of Santanu? Tell me all, O Sanjaya, for peace cannot be mine, hearing that Devavrata hath been slain, that father of mine, of terrible deeds, that ornament of battle, viz., Bhishma. Keen anguish had penetrated my heart, born of the thought that all my children would die. Thou makest that grief of mine blaze forth, O Sanjaya, like fire by pouring clarified butter on it. My sons, I ween, are even now grieving, beholding Bhishma slain, Bhishma celebrated in all worlds, and who had taken upon himself a heavy burden. I will listen to all those sorrows arising from Duryodhana's act. Therefore, tell me, O Sanjaya, everything that happened there, everything that happened in the battle, born of the folly of my wicked son. Ill-ordered or well-ordered, tell me everything, O Sanjaya. Whatever was achieved with the aid of energy in the battle by Bhishma desirous of victory, by that warrior accomplished in arms, tell me all fully and in detail. How, in fact, the battle took place between the armies of the Kurus and the manner in which each happened. Footnotes 30:2 The first half of the first line, in the Bengal texts, is read as Kathmaskami Putra, the Bombay text reads Kathmaskami Yada. If the latter reading be adopted, the meaning would be tell me how my warriors were, etc., etc. 31:1 in the second line of Sloka 3, for Kim na asan manastata, what was the state of mind of our men? The Bombay text reads Kimu asan manastava, what was the state of your mind? 31:2 The plural pronoun G in the second line of the 8th sloka, changed into Yiv by rule of Sandhi because coming before Tinam is read Ku or Ka by the Burdwan Pundits. I think the correction a happy one. Neelkanthal would take 7 and 8 and the first half of 9 as a complete sentence reading Asya Twama Antike, thou wert near him, for Asuram Antike, smiting or shooting arrows near. 31:3 Some of the Bengal texts have Panchalanam for Pandavanam. 32:1 The form of the second line is a negative interrogative, implying, I hope the Kurus did not abandon him. 32:2 This comparison, lengthy as it is not sustained throughout with the usual felicity of Vyasa. In several parts it is undoubtedly faulty. Slight variation of reading also occur here and there, without affecting the sense materially. 33:1 Gachchato Durgam Gadam. The Bombay edition reads Gachchanto etc., etc. The meaning then would be who protected the wings, themselves making the last painful journey? 33:2 The Burdwan Pundits make Mahavalas an adjective of putras. A better construction would be to take it as referring to Bhishma. 34:1 Gatayatwa is, literally, causing to be slain. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 15. Sanjaya said, deserving as thou art, this question is, indeed, worthy of thee, O great king. It behoveth thee not, however, to impute this fault to Duryodhana. The man who incurreth evil as the consequence of his own misconduct should not attribute that misconduct to others. O great king, the man that doth every kind of injury to other men deserveth to be slain by all men in consequence of those censurable deeds of his. The Pandavas, unacquainted with the ways of wickedness, had, for a long time, with their friends and counselors, looking up to thy face, borne the injuries done to them, and forgiven them, dwelling in the woods of steeds and elephants and kings of immeasurable energy, that which hath been seen by the aid of yoga power. Hear, O Lord of earth, and do not set thy heart on sorrow. All this was predestined, O king. Having bowed down to thy father, that, wise and high-souled, son of Parashara, through whose grace, through whose boon bestowed on me, I have obtained excellent and celestial apprehension, sight beyond the range of the visual sense, and hearing, O king, from great distance, knowledge of other people's hearts and also of the past and the future, a knowledge also of the origin of all persons transgressing the ordinances, the delightful power of coursing through the skies, and untouchableness by weapons and battles. Listen to me in detail as I recite the romantic and highly wonderful battle that happened between the Bharatas, a battle that makes one's hair stand on end. When the combatants were arrayed according to rule and when they were at rest for battle, Duryodhana, O king, said these words to Dusasana, O Dusasana, let cars be speedily directed for the protection of Bhishma, and do thou speedily urge all our divisions to advance. That hath now come to me of which I had been thinking for a series of years, viz. the meeting of the Pandavas and the Kurus at the head of their respective troops. I do not think that there is any act more important for us in this battle than the protecting of Bhishma. If protected, he will slay the Pandavas, the Samakas, and the Srinjayas. That warrior of pure soul said, I will not slay Sikandin. It is heard that he was a female before. For this reason he should be renounced by me in battle. For this, Bhishma should be particularly protected. Let all my warriors take up their positions, resolved to slay Sikandin. Let also all the troops from the east, the west, the south, and the north, accomplished in every kind of weapon, protect the grandsire. Even the lion of mighty strength, if left unprotected, may be slain by the wolf. Let us not, therefore, cause Bhishma to be slain by Sikandin like the lion slain by the jackal. Udamanyu protects the left wheel, and Uddamauja protects the right wheel of Falguni. Protected by those two, Falguni himself protects Sikandin. O Dusasana, act in such a way that Sikandin, who is protected by Falguni and whom Bhishma will renounce, may not slay Ganga's son. Footnotes 35:1 The words high-souled and also through whose boon bestowed of me occur in the 9th sloka following. 35:2 Vyadhyapati Vijananam, Vyathita is a very doubtful word. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 16. Sanjaya said, when the night had passed away, loud became the noise made by the kings, all exclaiming, Array! Array! With the blare of conches and the sound of drums that resembled leonine roars, O Bharata, with the neigh of steeds, and the clatter of car wheels, with the noise of obstreperous elephants and the shouts, clapping of armpits, and cries of roaring combatants, the din caused everywhere was very great. The large armies of the Kurus and the Pandavas, O king, rising at sunrise, completed all their arrangements. Then when the sun rose, the fierce weapons of attack and defense and the coats of mail of both thy sons and the Pandavas, and the large and splendid armies of both sides, became fully visible. Their elephants and cars, adorned with gold, looked resplendent like clouds mingled with lightning. The ranks of cars, standing in profusion, looked like cities. And thy father, stationed there, shone brilliantly like the full moon. And the warriors, armed with bows and swords and scimitars and maces, javelins and lances and bright weapons of diverse kinds, took up their positions in their respective ranks. And resplendent standards were seen, set up by thousands, of diverse forms, belonging to both ourselves and the foe. and made of gold and decked with gems and blazing like fire. Those banners in thousands, endued with great effulgence, looked beautiful like heroic combatants cased in mail, gazed at those standards, longing for battle. And many foremost of men, with eyes large as those of bulls, endued with quivers, and with hands cased in leathern fences, stood at the heads of their divisions, with their bright weapons upraised. And Suvala's son Sakuni, and Salya, Jayadratha, and the two princes of Avanti named Vinda and Anyavinda, and the Kakaya brothers, and Sudakshina the ruler of the Kambojas, and Sritayuta the ruler of the Kalingas, and King Jayatsena, and Vrihadvala the ruler of the Kosalas, and Kritavarman of Satwata's race, these 10 tigers among men, endued with great bravery and possessing arms that looked like maces, these performers of sacrifices with plentiful gifts to Brahmanas, stood each at the head of an Akshahini of troops. These and many other kings and princes, mighty car warriors conversant with policy, obedient to the commands of Duryodhana, all cased in mail, were seen stationed in their respective divisions. All of them, cased in black deerskins, endued with great strength, accomplished in battle, and cheerfully prepared, for Duryodhana's sake, to ascend to the region of Brahma, stood there commanding 10 efficient Akshahinis. The 11th great division of the Kauravas, consisting of the Dhritarashtra troops, stood in advance of the whole army. There in the van of that division was Santanu's son. With his white headgear, white umbrella, and white mail, O monarch, we beheld Bhishma of unfailing prowess look like the risen moon. His standard bearing the device of a palmyra of gold, himself stationed on a car made of silver, both the Kurus and the Pandavas beheld that hero looking like the moon encircled by white clouds. The great bowmen amongst the Srinjayas headed by Drishtadyumna, beholding Bhishma, looked like little animals when they would behold a mighty yawning lion. Indeed, all the combatants headed by Drishtadyumna repeatedly trembled in fear. These, O king, were the 11 splendid divisions of thy army. So also the 7 divisions belonging to the Pandavas were protected by foremost of men. Indeed, the 2 armies facing each other looked like 2 oceans at the end of the yuga, agitated by fierce makaras, and abounding with huge crocodiles. Never before, O king, did we see or hear of 2 such armies encountering each other like these of the Kauravas. Footnotes 37:1 literally, in Indra's abodes, i.e. Amravati. 37:2 A Kshatriya failing bravely in fight at once goes to the highest regions of bliss. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 17. Sanjaya said, just as the holy Krishnadvapayana Vyasa had said, in that very manner the kings of the earth, mustered together, came to the encounter. On that day on which the battle commenced, Soma approached the region of Pitris. The 7 large planets, as they appeared in the firmament, all looked blazing like fire. The sun, when he rose, seemed to be divided in twain. Besides, that luminary, as it appeared in the firmament, seemed to blaze forth in flames. Carnivorous jackals and crows, expecting dead bodies to feast upon, began to utter fierce cries from all directions that seemed to be ablaze. Every day the old grandsire of the Kurus, and the son of Bharadvaja, rising from bed in the morning, with concentrated mind, said, "Victory to the sons of Pandu," while those chastisers of foes used, at the same time, yet to fight for thy sake according to the pledge they had given. Thy father Devavrata, fully conversant with every duty, summoning all the kings, said these words unto them: Ye Kshatriyas, this broad door is open to you for entering heaven. Go ye through it to the region of Sakra and Brahman. The rishis of olden times have showed you this eternal path. Honor ye yourselves by engaging in battle with attentive minds. Nabhaga and Yayati and Mandathari and Nahusa and Nriga were crowned with success and obtained the highest region of bliss by feats like these. To die of disease at home is sin for a Kshatriya. The death he meets with in battle is his eternal duty, thus addressed, O bull of Bharata's race, by Bhishma. The kings, looking beautiful in their excellent cars, proceeded to the heads of their respective divisions. Only Vikartana's son Karna, with his friends and relatives, O bull of Bharata's race, laid aside his weapons in battle for the sake of Bhishma. Without Karna, then, thy sons and all the kings on thy side proceeded, making the 10 points of the horizon resound with their leonine roars. And their divisions shone brightly, O king, with white umbrellas, banners, standards, elephants, steeds, cars, and foot soldiers. And the earth was agitated with the sounds of drums and tabors and cymbals, and the clatter of car wheels. And the mighty car warriors, decked with their bracelets and armlets of gold, and with their bows, variegated with gold, looked resplendent like hills of fire. And with his large palmyra standard decked with 5 stars, Bhishma, the generalissimo of the Kuru army, looked like the resplendent sun himself. Those mighty bowmen of royal birth, O bull of Bharata's race, that were on thy side, all took up their positions, O king, as Santanu's son ordered. King Saivya of the country of the Govasanas, accompanied by all the monarchs, went out on a princely elephant worthy of royal use and graced with a banner on its back. And Aswathaman, of the complexion of the lotus, went out ready for every emergency, stationing himself at the very head of all the divisions, with his standard bearing the device of the lion's tail. And Shrutayuta and Chitrasena and Parumithra and Vivansati and Salya and Purusharthas and that mighty car warrior Vikarna, these 7 mighty bowmen on their carts and cased in excellent mail, followed Drona's son behind but in advance of Bhishma. The tall standards of these warriors, made of gold, beautifully set up for adorning their excellent cars, looked highly resplendent. The standard of Drona, the foremost of preceptors, bore the device of a golden altar decked with a waterpot and the figure of a bow. The standard of Duryodhana, guiding many hundreds and thousands of divisions, bore the device of an elephant worked in gems. Paurava and the ruler of the Kalingas, and Salya, these Rathas took up their position in Duryodhana's van. On a costly car with his standard bearing the device of a bull, and guiding the very van of his division, the ruler of the Magadhas marched against the foe. That large force of the Easterners looking like the fleecy clouds of autumn was, besides, protected by the chief of the Angas, Karna's son Vrishaketu, and Kripa endued with great energy. Stationing himself in the van of his division with his beautiful standard of silver bearing the device of the boar, the famous Jayadratha looked highly resplendent. 100,000 cars, 8,000 elephants, and 60,000 cavalry were under his command. Commanded by the royal chief of the Sindhus, that large division occupying the very van of the army, and abounding with untold cars, elephants, and steeds, looked magnificent. With 60,000 cars and 10,000 elephants, the ruler of the Kalingas, accompanied by Kedamat, went out. His huge elephants, looking like hills, and adorned with yantras, lances, quivers, and standards, looked exceedingly beautiful. And the ruler of the Kalingas, with his tall standard effulgent as fire, with his white umbrella, and golden cuirass, and chamaras, wherewith he was fanned, shone brilliantly. And Kedamat also, riding on an elephant with a highly excellent and beautiful hook, was stationed in battle, O king, like the sun in the midst of black clouds. And King Bhagadata, blazing with energy and riding on that elephant of his, went out like the wielder of the thunder. And the 2 princes of Avanti named Vinda and Anyavinda, who were regarded as equal to Bhagadata, followed Kedamat, riding on the necks of their elephants. And, O king, arrayed by Drona and the royal son of Santanu, and Drona's son, and Valhika, and Kripa, the Kaurava vyuha consisting of many divisions of cars was such that the elephants formed its body, the kings its head, and the steeds its wings. With face towards all sides, that fierce Vyasa seemed to smile and ready to spring upon the foe. Footnotes 38:1 Nilkantha in a long note explains that Magha Somas cannot mean that Soma or the moon entered the constellation called Magha. He quotes numerous slokas scattered throughout the Mahabharata that throw light, directly or indirectly, on the question of the opening day of the battle, and shows that all these lead to a different conclusion. What is meant by the moon approaching the region of the Pitris is that those who fall in battle immediately ascend to heaven. Of course, they have first to go to the region of Pitris. Thence they have to go to the lunar region for obtaining celestial bodies. All this implies a little delay. Here, however, in the case of those that would fall on the field of Kurukshetra, they would not have to incur even such a little delay. Chandramadhavs or Soma approached the region of Pitris so that the fallen warriors might have celestial bodies very soon, without, in fact, any necessity, on their part, to incur the delay of a journey to the lunar region prior to their ascension to heaven with resplendent bodies. 38:2 There are 9 planets in all the Puranic astronomy. Of these, Rahu and Ketu are regarded upagrahas, and hence, of grahas there are only 7. Thus Nilkantha and the Burdwan Pundits have made a mess of this line. 38:3 The Bengal texts read Banumanudito Devi. The Bombay reading is Banumanudito Ravis. If the latter be adopted, Banuman would be an adjective of Ravis. 38:4 Purves Purvatarais is literally they of old and still older times, for Sanatana some editions read Shrutijas, qualifying Pantas. Shrutija means arising from the Shrutis or as laid down in the Shrutis. 39:1 Kamyapatis is the Bengal reading. The Bombay text reads Shamupari. If the latter reading be adopted, the meaning would be, at the head of the Kuru army. 39:2 The Bengal editions read Magadhaska Ripam Yayo. The Bombay text reads Magadhasya Kripayayo. If the latter reading be adopted, the meaning would be, and guiding the very van of the Magadha troops Kripa went. 39:3 The Bengal reading is Saradabragana Prakshyam. The Bombay reading is Sharadam Vudara Prakshyam. 39:4 Vasavartinas is nominative, masculine, plural, referring to cars, and c. The Burdwan Pundits take it as a genitive singular qualifying tasya, and they render it, therefore, as of that subordinate of Duryodhana. This is evidently incorrect. 40:1 Machines, perhaps catapults. 40:2 Vyuha is an array of troops in a certain form. Many such will be spoken of in this and the other parvas devoted to the battle. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 18. Sanjaya said, soon after, O king, a loud uproar, causing the heart to tremble was heard, made by the combatants ready for the fight. Indeed, with the sounds of conches and drums, the grunts of elephants, and the clatter of car wheels, the earth seemed to rend in twain. And soon the welkin and the whole earth was filled with the neigh of chargers and the shouts of combatants. O irresistible one, the troops of thy sons and of the Pandavas both trembled when they encountered each other. There, on the field of battle, elephants and cars, decked in gold, looked beautiful like clouds decked with lightning. And standards of diverse forms, O king, belonging to the combatants on thy side, and adorned with golden rings, looked resplendent like fire. And those standards of thy side and theirs resembled, O Bharata, the banners of Indra in his celestial mansions. And the heroic warriors, all accoutred and cased in golden coats of mail endued with the effulgence of the blazing sun, themselves looked like blazing fire or the sun. All the foremost warriors amongst the Kurus, O king, with excellent bows, and weapons upraised, for striking, with leathern fences on their hands, and with standards, those mighty bowmen, of eyes large as those of bulls, all placed themselves at the heads of their respective divisions. And these amongst thy sons, O king, protected Bhishma from behind, viz. Dusasana, and Durvashaha, and Dharmaka, and Dusaha, and Vivansati, and Chitrasena, and that mighty car warrior Vikarna. And amongst them were Satyavrat, and Parumithra, and Jaya, and Purusharthas, and Sala. And 20,000 car warriors followed them. The Abhishahas, the Surasenas, the Sivas, and the Vasatas, the Swalyas, the Matsyas, the Amvashtas, the Trigartas, and the Kakayas, the Salviras, the Katavas, and the dwellers of the eastern, western, and the northern countries, these 12 brave races were resolved to fight reckless of the lives. And these protected the grandsire with a multitudinous array of cars. And with a division that consisted of 10,000 active elephants, the king of Magadha followed that large car division. They that protected the wheels of the cars, and they that protected the elephants, numbered full 6 millions. And the foot soldiers that marched in advance of the army, armed with bows, swords, and shields, numbered many hundreds of thousands. And they fought also using their nails and bearded darts. And the 10 and 1 Akshahinis of thy son, O Bharata, looked, O mighty king, like Ganga separated from Yamuna. Footnotes 41:1 The Bombay edition reads Yamunantara for Yamunantar of the Bengal texts. The difference in meaning is not very material. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 19. Dhritarashtra said, beholding our 10 and 1 Akshahinis arrayed in order of battle, how did Yudhishthira, the son of Pandu, make his counter-array with his forces smaller in number? How did Kunti's son, O Sanjaya, form his counter-array against that Bhishma who was acquainted with all kinds of arrays, viz. human, celestial, Gandharv, and Asura? Sanjaya said, seeing the Dhritarashtra divisions arrayed in order of battle, Pandu's son of virtuous soul, King Yudhishthira the Just, addressed Dhananjaya, saying, men are informed from the words of that great Rishi Vrihaspati that the few must be made to fight by condensing them, while the many may be extended according to pleasure. In encounters of the few with the many, the array to be formed should be the needle-mouthed one. Our troops compared with the enemies are few. Keeping in view this precept of the great Rishi, array our troops, O son of Pandu. Hearing this, that son of Pandu answered King Yudhishthira the Just, saying, that immovable array known by the name of Vajra, which was designed by the wielder of the thunderbolt, that invincible array is the one that I will make for thee, O best of kings. He who is like the bursting tempest, he who is incapable of being borne in battle by the foe, that Bhima the foremost of smiters, will fight at our head. That foremost of men, conversant with all the appliances of battle, becoming our leader, will fight in the van, crushing the energy of the foe. That foremost of smiters, viz., Bhima, beholding whom all the hostile warriors headed by Duryodhana will retreat in panic like smaller animals beholding the lion, all of us, our fears dispelled, will seek his shelter as if he were a wall, like the celestial seeking the shelter of Indra. The man breathes not in the world who would bear to cast his eyes upon that bull among men, vercoder of fierce deeds, when he is angry. Having said this, Dhananjaya of mighty arms did as he said. And Falguni, quickly disposing his troops in battle array, proceeded against the foe. And the mighty army of the Pandavas, beholding the Kuru army move, looked like the full, immovable, and quickly rolling current of Ganga. And Bhimasena, and Drishtadyumna endued with great energy, and Nakula, and Sadeva, and King Drishtaketu became the leaders of that force. And King Virata, surrounded by an Akshawini of troops and accompanied by his brothers and sons, marched in their rear, protecting them from behind. The two sons of Madri, both endued with great effulgence, became the protectors of Bhima's wheels, while the 5 sons of Draupadi and the son of Subhadra, all endued with great activity, protected Bhima from behind. And that mighty car warrior, Drishtadyumna, the prince of Panchala, with those bravest of combatants and the foremost of car warriors, viz., the Prabhadrakas, protected those princes from behind. And behind him was Sikandin, who, in his turn, was protected by Arjuna, and who, O bull of Bharata's race, advanced with concentrated attention for the destruction of Bhishma. Behind Arjuna was Yuyudhana of mighty strength, and the 2 princes of Panchala, viz. Udamanyu and Uttamajas, became protectors of Arjuna's wheels, along with the Kakaya brothers, and Drishtaketu, and Chekatana of great valor. This Bhimasena, wielding his mace made of the hardest metal, and moving, on the field of battle, with fierce speed, can dry up the very ocean. And there also stay, with their counselors looking on him. O king, the children of Dhritarashtra, even this, O monarch, was what Vibhatsa said, pointing out the mighty Bhimasena to Yudhishthira. And while Partha was saying so, all the troops, O Bharata, worshipped him on the field of battle with gratulatory words. King Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, took up his position in the center of his army, surrounded by huge and furious elephants resembling moving hills. The high-souled Yajnasena, the king of the Panchalas, endued with great prowess, stationed himself behind Virata with an akshahini of troops for the sake of the Pandavas. And on the cars of those kings, O monarch, were tall standards bearing diverse devices, decked with excellent ornaments of gold, and endued with the effulgence of the sun and the moon. Causing those kings to move and make space for him, that mighty car warrior Drishtadyumna, accompanied by his brothers and sons, protected Yudhishthira from behind. Transcending the huge standards on all the cars on thy side and that of the enemy, was the one gigantic ape on Arjuna's car. Foot soldiers, by many hundreds of thousands, and armed with swords, spears, and scimitars, proceeded ahead for protecting Bhimasena. And 10,000 elephants with temporal juice trickling down their cheek and mouth, and resembling, on that account, showering clouds, endued with great courage, blazing with golden armor, huge hills, costly, and emitting the fragrance of lotuses, followed the king behind like moving mountains. And the high-souled and invincible Bhimasena, whirling his fierce mace that resembled a pariga, seemed to crush the large army of thy son. Incapable of being looked at like the sun himself, and scorching as it were, the hostile army, like fire, none of the combatants could bear to even look at him from any neat point. And this array, fearless and having its face turned towards all sides, called Vajra, having bows for its lightning sign, and extremely fierce, was protected by the wielder of Gandiva. Disposing their troops in this counter-array against thy army, the Pandavas waited for battle. And protected by the Pandavas, that array became invincible in the world of men. And as, both, the armies stood at dawn of day waiting for sunrise, a wind began to blow with drops of water falling, and although there were no clouds, the roll of thunder was heard. And dry winds began to blow all around, bearing a shower of pointed pebbles along the ground. And as thick dust arose, covering the world with darkness, and large meteors began to fall eastwards, O bull of Bharata's race, and striking against the rising sun, broke in fragments with loud noise. When the troops stood arrayed, O bull of Bharata's race, the sun rose divested of splendor, and the earth trembled with a loud sound, and cracked in many places, O chief of the Bharatas, with loud noise. And the roll of thunder, O king, was heard frequently on all sides. So thick was the dust that arose that nothing could be seen. And the tall standards of the combatants, furnished with strings of bells, decked with golden ornaments, garlands of flowers, and rich drapery, graced with banners and resembling the sun in splendor, being suddenly shaken by the wind, gave a loud jingling noise like that of a forest of palmyra trees when moved by the wind. It was thus that those tigers among men, the sons of Pandu, ever taking delight in battle, stood having disposed their troops in counter-array against the army of thy son, and sucking, as it were, the marrow, O bull of Bharata's race, of our warriors, and casting their eyes on Bhimasena stationed at their head, mace in hand. Footnotes 42:1 The Bengal texts read Syandamana, the Bombay reading is Spandamana. Both imply moving, only the motion in the latter case is slower, perhaps, than in the former. 42:2 The word used is Deodas lit, taker of one's wealth. 42:3 The Bombay text is here faulty. Darse Swamahavalam is scarcely correct. The Bengal reading is Darsayan Sumahavalam. 43:1 Literally, with rent cheeks and mouth. 43:2 The Bombay reading is certainly faulty here. For Kalanta Eva Parvatas it reads Jamuta Eva Varashikas, although it makes the previous line begin Ksharantiva Jamuta. 43:3 A pariga is a thick club mounted with iron. The comparison is very feeble, for Bhima's mace, in the popular estimation, is much heavier and stouter than any pariga manufactured for human combatants. Prakakarsha is lit. Dragged. I think, however, the root krish must be taken here in the sense of crush. 43:4 The name Vajra implies either a hard needle for boring diamonds and gems, or the thunderbolt. In this sloka the word Vajra is used as associated with the thunder, and therefore, as thunder is accompanied by lightning, so the bows of the warriors are the lightning marks of this particular Vajra. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 20. Dhritarashtra said, When the sun rose, O Sanjaya, of my army led by Bhishma and the Pandava army led by Bhima, which first cheerfully approached the other, desirous of fight. To which side were the sun, the moon, and the wind hostile, and against whom did the beasts of prey utter inauspicious sounds? Who were those young men, the complexions of whose faces were cheerful? Tell me all these truly and duly. Sanjaya said, Both armies, when arrayed, were equally joyful, O king. Both armies looked equally beautiful, assuming the aspect of blossoming woods, and both armies were full of elephants, cars, and horses. Both armies were vast and terrible in aspect, and so also, O Bharata, none of them could bear the other. Both of them were arrayed for conquering the very heavens, and both of them consisted of excellent persons. The Kauravas belonging to the Dhritarashtra party stood facing the west, while the Parthas stood facing the east, addressed for fight. The troops of the Kauravas looked like the army of the chief of the Danavas, while that of the Pandavas looked like the army of the Celestials. The wind began to blow from behind the Pandavas, against the face of the Dhritarashtras, and the beasts of prey began to yell against the Dhritarashtras. The elephants belonging to thy sons could not bear the strong odor of the temporal juice emitted by the huge elephants of the Pandavas. And Duryodhana rode on an elephant of the complexion of the lotus, with rent temples, graced with a golden kuksha on its back, and cased in an armor of steel network. And he was in the very center of the Kurus, and was adored by eulogists and bards. And a white umbrella of lunar effulgence was held over his head, graced with a golden chain. Himsakuni, the ruler of the Gandharas, followed with mountaineers of Gandhara placed all around. And the venerable Bhishma was at the head of all the troops, with a white umbrella held over his head, armed with bow and sword, with a white headgear, with a white banner on his car, and with white steeds, yoked thereto, and altogether looking like a white mountain. In Bhishma's division were all the sons of Dhritarashtra, and also Sala, who was a countryman of the Valhikas, and also all those Kshatriyas called Amvastas, and those called Sindhus, and those also that are called Salviras, and the heroic dwellers of the country of the 5 rivers. And on a golden car unto which were yoked red steeds, the high-souled Drona, bow in hand and with never-failing heart, the preceptor of almost all the kings, remained behind all the troops, protecting them like Indra. And Saradwat's son, that fighter in the van, that high-souled and mighty bowman, called also Gautama, conversant with all modes of warfare, accompanied by the Sakas, the Karatas, the Yavnas, and the Pallavas, took up his position at the northern point of the army. That large force, which was well protected by mighty car warriors of the Vrishni and the Bhoja races, as also by the warriors of Saurashtra well armed and well acquainted with the uses of weapons, and which was led by Kritavarman, proceeded towards the south of the army. 10,000 cars of the Samasaptikas, who were created for either the death or the fame of Arjuna, and who, accomplished in arms, intended to follow Arjuna at his heels, all went out, as also the brave Trigartas. In thy army, O Bharata, were 1,000 elephants of the foremost fighting powers. Unto each elephant was assigned a century of cars, unto each car 100 horsemen, unto each horseman 10 bowmen, and unto each bowman 10 combatants armed with sword and shield. Thus, O Bharata, were thy divisions arrayed by Bhishma. Thy generalissimo Bhishma, the son of Santanu, as each day dawned, sometimes disposed thy troops in the human army, sometimes in the celestial, sometimes in the Gandharv, and sometimes in the Asura. Thronged with a large number of Maharathas, and roaring like the very ocean, the Dhritarashtra army, arrayed by Bhishma, stood facing the west for battle. Illimitable as thy army was, O ruler of men, it looked terrible, but the army of the Pandavas, although it was not such in number, yet seemed to me to be very large and invincible, since Kesava and Arjuna were its leader. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 21. Sanjaya said, beholding the vast Dhritarashtra army ready for battle, King Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, gave way to grief. Seeing that impenetrable array formed by Bhishma and regarding it as really impenetrable, the king became pale and addressed Arjuna, saying, O mighty armed Dhananjaya, how shall we be able to fight in battle with the Dhritarashtras, who have the grandsire for their chief combatant? Immovable and impenetrable is this array that hath been designed, according to the rules laid down in the scriptures, by that grinder of foes, Bhishma, of transcendent glory. With our troops we have become doubtful of success, O grinder of foes. How, indeed, will victory be ours in the face of this mighty array? Thus addressed, that slayer of foes Arjuna answered Yudhishthira, the son of Pritha, who had been plunged into grief at sight, O king, of thy army, in these words, Hear, O king, how soldiers that are few in number may vanquish the many that are possessed of every quality. Thou art without malice, I shall, therefore, tell thee means, O king. The Rishi Narada knows it, as also both Bhishma and Drona. Referring to this means, the grandsire himself in days of old on the occasion of the battle between the gods and the Asuras said unto Indra and the other celestials, They that are desirous of victory do not conquer by might and energy so much as by truth, compassion, righteousness, and energy. Discriminating then between righteousness and unrighteousness, and understanding what is meant by covetousness, and having recourse to exertion, fight without arrogance, for victory is there where righteousness is. For this know, O king, that to us victory is certain in this battle. Indeed, as Narada said, there is victory where Krishna is. Victory is inherent to Krishna. Indeed, it followeth Madhava. And as victory is one of its attributes, so humility is his another attribute. Govinda is possessed of energy that is infinite. Even in the midst of immeasurable foes he is without pain. He is the most eternal of male beings, and their victory is where Krishna is. Even he, indestructible and of weapons incapable of being baffled, appearing as Hari in olden days, said in a loud voice unto the gods and the Asuras, who amongst you would be victorious, even the conquered who said, with Krishna in the front we will conquer. And it was through Hari's grace that the three worlds were obtained by the gods headed by Sakra. I do not, therefore, behold the slightest cause of sorrow in thee, thee that hast the sovereign of the universe and the Lord himself of the celestials for wishing victory to thyself. Footnotes 45:1 The word is authorship, which seems to be very doubtful. 45:2 Yanarjanastana, Yena is Yatra and Tina is Tatra, as Nilkantha rightly explains. The meaning is who would be there where Arjuna would be. 46:1 The Bengal texts read Dharmanikana Chanaga, which is evidently faulty, remembering that the words are Brahmins to Indra and the celestials. The Bombay reading is Dharmanevodayamana Cha, which I have adopted. 46:2 The sense is that they, viz., the gods, who accepted Krishna's lead, or selected him for their leader, became victorious. The Bengal reading is evidently superior, viz., Anu Krishna literally behind Krishna, i.e., with Krishna in the front, or with Krishna as a leader. The Bombay reading is Katham Krishna. If this were adopted, the meaning would be, how, O Krishna, shall we conquer? I do not understand how victory should be theirs who answered in this way. Of course, the answer implies modesty. But modesty is not the sole requisite of victory, nor is modesty inculcated here as the chief means of victory. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 22. Sanjaya said, Then, O bull of Bharata's race, King Yudhishthira, disposing his own troops in counter-array against the divisions of Bhishma, urged them on, saying, The Pandavas have now disposed their forces in counter-array agreeably to what is laid down in the scriptures. Ye sinless ones, fight fairly, desirous of entering the highest heaven. In the center of the Pandava army was Sikandin and his troops, protected by Arjuna. And Drishtadyumna moved in the van, protected by Bhima. The southern division of the Pandava army was protected, O king, by that mighty bowman, the handsome Yuyudhana, that foremost combatant of the Satwata race, resembling Indra himself. Yudhishthira was stationed on a car that was worthy of bearing Mahendra himself, adorned with an excellent standard, variegated with gold and gems, and furnished with golden traces for the steeds, in the midst of his elephant divisions. His pure white umbrella with ivory handle, raised over his head, looked exceedingly beautiful, and many great rishis walked around the king uttering words in his praise. And many priests, and regenerate rishis and siddhas, uttering hymns in his praise, wished him, as they walked around, the destructions of his enemies, by the aid of japas and mantras, efficacious drugs, and diverse propitiatory ceremonies. That high-souled chief of the Kurus, then giving away unto the Brahmanas kind and fruits and flowers and golden coins along with cloths, proceeded like Sakra, the chief of the celestials. The car of Arjuna, furnished with 100 bells, decked with Jamvanata gold of the best kind, endued with excellent wheels, possessed of the effulgence of fire, and unto which were yoked white steeds, looked exceedingly brilliant like 1,000 suns, and on that 8-bannered car, the reins of which were held by Kesva, stood Arjuna with Gandiva and arrows in hand, a bowman whose peer exists not on earth, nor ever will. For crushing thy son's troops, he who assumeth the most awful form, who, divested of weapons, with only his bare hands, poundeth to dust men, horses, and elephants, that strong-armed Bhimasena, otherwise called Vrkodara, accompanied by the twins, became the protector of the heroic car warriors of the Pandava army. Like unto a furious prince of lions of sportive gait, or like the great Indra himself with earthly body on the earth, beholding that invincible Vrkodara, like unto a proud leader of an elephantine herd, stationed in the van of the army, the warriors on thy side, their strength weakened by fear, began to tremble like elephants sunk in mire. Unto that invincible Prince Gudakisa, staying in the midst of his troops, Janardana, O chief of Bharata's race, said he, who scorching us with his wrath, stayeth in the midst of his forces, he, who will attack our troops like a lion, he, who performed 300 horse sacrifices, that banner of Kuru's race, that Bhishma, stayeth yonder. Yon ranks around him on all sides great warriors like the clouds shrouding the bright luminary. O foremost of men, slaying yon troops, seek battle with yonder bull of Bharata's race. Footnotes 47:1 The Bengal texts read Kanchanabandayaktam. The Bombay reading is much better, being Kankanabandayaktam. Again, for Nagakulasia the Bombay edition reads Nagapurasia. Neelkantha notices the latter reading. 47:2 The Bengal reading is Mahindram, king of earth, or king. The Bombay reading is Mahendram, the great Indra. Without even any word to that effect, Mahindram would be ungrammatical. 47:3 The Bengal texts read, and as I think, correctly, Studavanta Inam. The Bombay reading is Shrudavanta Inam. In the case of regenerate rishis and siddhas, it is scarcely necessary to say that they are conversant with the Shrutis. 47:, for the Bengal reading Sahasrani for Savastrani is correct. I adopt the latter. 47:5 This is how I understand this verse, and I am supported by the Burdwan Pundits. Neelkantha, it seems, thinks that the car had 1,000 wheels resembling 1,000 suns. 47:6 verse 15 is read variously. As the last word of the first line, I read Achakarsha for Araksha, and accordingly I take that as a genitive and not an ablative particle. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 23. Sanjaya said, beholding the Dhritarashtra army approach for fight, Krishna said these words for Arjuna's benefit. The Holy One said, cleansing thyself, O mighty armed one, utter on the eve of the battle thy hymn to Durga for, compassing, the defeat of the foe. Sanjaya continued, thus addressed on the eve of battle by Vasudeva, endued with great intelligence, Pritha's son Arjuna, alighting from his car, said the following hymn with joined hands. Arjuna said, I bow to thee, O leader of yogins, O thou that art identical with Brahman, O thou that dwellest in the forest of Mandara, O thou that art freed from decrepitude and decay, O Kali, O wife of Kapila, O thou that art of a black and tawny hue, I bow to thee. O bringer of benefits to thy devotees, I bow to thee, O Mahakali, O wife of the universal destroyer, I bow to thee. O proud one, O thou that rescuest from dangers, O thou that art endued with every auspicious attribute. O thou that art sprung from the Kata race, O thou that deservest the most regardful worship, O fierce one, O giver of victory, O victory's self, O thou that bearest a banner of peacock plumes, O thou that art decked with every ornament, O thou that bearest an awful spear, O thou that holdest a sword and shield, O thou that art the younger sister of the chief of cowherds, O eldest one, O thou that wert born in the race of the cowherd Nanda. O thou that art always fond of buffalo's blood, O thou that wert born in the race of Kusika, O thou that art dressed in yellow robes, O thou that hadst devoured azuras, assuming the face of a wolf, I bow to thee that art fond of battle. O Uma, Sakambari, O thou that art white in hue, O thou that art black in hue, O thou that hast slain the Azura Kadaba, O thou that art yellow-eyed, O thou that art diverse-eyed, O thou of eyes that have the color of smoke, I bow to thee. O thou that art the Vedas, the Shrutis, and the highest virtue, O thou that art propitious to Brahmanas engaged in sacrifice, O thou that hast a knowledge of the past, thou that art ever present in the sacred abodes erected to thee in cities of Jambudwipa, I bow to thee. Thou art the science of Brahma among sciences, and thou that art that sleep of creatures from which there is no waking. O Mother of Skanda, O thou that possessest the six highest attributes, O Durga, O thou that dwellest in accessible regions, thou art described as Svaha, and Svadha, as Kala, as Kashta, and as Sarasvati, as Savitra the mother of the Vedas, and as the science of Vedanta. With inner soul cleansed, I praise thee. O great goddess, let victory always attend me through thy grace on the field of battle. In inaccessible regions, where there is fear, in places of difficulty, in the abodes of thy worshippers, and in the nether regions, Padala, thou always dwellest. Thou always defeatest the Danavas. Thou art the unconsciousness, the sleep, the illusion, the modesty, the beauty of all creatures. Thou art the twilight, thou art the day, thou art Savitri, and thou art the mother. Thou art contentment, thou art growth, thou art light. It is thou that supportest the sun and the moon, and that makes them shine. Thou art the prosperity of those that are prosperous. The Siddhas and the Charanas behold thee in contemplation. Sanjaya continued, understanding the measure of part his devotion. Durga, who is always graciously inclined towards mankind, appeared in the firmament and in the presence of Govinda, said these words. The goddess said, within a short time thou shalt conquer thy foes, O Pandava. O invincible one, thou hast Narayana, again, for aiding thee. Thou art incapable of being defeated by foes, even by the wielder of the thunderbolt himself. Having said this, the boon-giving goddess disappeared soon. The son of Kunti, however, obtaining that boon, regarded himself as successful, and the son of Pritha then mounted his own excellent car. And then Krishna and Arjuna, seated on the same car, blew their celestial conches. The man that recites this hymn rising at dawn hath no fear any time from Yakshas, Rakshasas, and Pisachas. He can have no enemies, he hath no fear from snakes and all animals that have fangs and teeth, as also from kings. He is sure to be victorious in all disputes, and if bound, he is freed from his bonds. He is sure to get over all difficulties, is freed from thieves, is ever victorious in battle, and winneth the goddess of prosperity forever. With health and strength, he liveth for 100 years. I have known all this through the grace of Vyasa, endued with great wisdom. Thy wicked sons, however, all entangled in the meshes of death, do not, from ignorance, know them to be Nara and Narayana. Nor do they, entangled in the meshes of death, know that the hour of this kingdom hath arrived. Dwaipayana and Narada, and Kanwa, and the sinless Rama had all prevented thy son. But he did not accept their words. There where righteousness is, there are glory and beauty. There where modesty is, there are prosperity and intelligence. There where righteousness is, there is Krishna, and there where Krishna is, there is victory. Footnotes 49:1 follow Nilkantha in rendering many of the names occurring in this and the succeeding slokas. I retain, however, those names that are of doubtful etymology, as also those that are very common. 49:2 Every scholar knows the derivation of this word as given in this sloka of Kalidasa, in his Kamara Sambhavam, Umati Matra Tapasanashita Paskadumakyam Sumukhi Jagama. 49:3 Both Svaha and Svadha are mantras of high efficacy. Kala and Kasta are divisions of time. Sarasvati implies speech. 49:4 Sankhi is explained by Nilkantha to be Samyak Kayanam Prakasana Yasmin, hence Atmanatmavivakarupa Samadhi. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 24. Dhritarashtra said there, on the field of battle, O Sanjaya, the warriors of which side first advanced to battle cheerfully? whose hearts were filled with confidence, and who were spiritless from melancholy. In that battle which mocketh the hearts of men tremble with fear, who were they that struck the first blow, mine or they belonging to the Pandavas? Tell me all this, O Sanjaya. Among whose troops did the flowery garlands and unguents emit fragrant odors? And whose troops, roaring fiercely, uttered merciful words? Sanjaya said, the combatants of both armies were cheerful then, and the flowery garlands and perfumes of both troops emitted equal fragrance. And, O bull of Bharata's race, fierce was the collision that took place when the serried ranks arrayed for battle encountered each other. And the sound of musical instruments, mingled with the blare of conches and the noise of drums, and the shouts of brave warriors roaring fiercely at one another, became very loud. O bull of Bharata's race, dreadful was the collision caused by the encounter of the combatants of both armies, filled with joy and staring at one another, and the elephants uttering obstreperous grunts. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 25. Bhagavad Gita Chapter 1. This where is the Bhagavad Gita of proper starts. I have added the chapter headings to aid in comparison with other translations. They are not part of the original Ganguli text. John Bruno Hare. Dhritarashtra said, assembled together on the sacred plain of Kurukshetra from desire of fighting, what did my sons and the Pandavas do? O Sanjaya. Sanjaya said, beholding the army of the Pandavas arrayed, King Duryodhana, approaching the preceptor, Drona, said these words, behold, O preceptor, this vast army of the son of Pandu, arrayed by Draupada's son, Drishtadyumna, thy intelligent disciple. There, in that army, are many brave and mighty bowmen, who in battle are equal to Bhima and Arjuna. They are Yuyudhana and Virata, and that mighty car warrior Drupada, and Drishtaketu, and Chekatana, and the ruler of Kasi endued with great energy, and Purujit, and Kantabhoja, and Saivya that bull among men, and Udamanyu of great prowess, and Uttamajas of great energy, and Subhadra's son, and the sons of Draupadi, all of whom are mighty car warriors. Here, however, O best of regenerate ones, who are the distinguished ones among us, the leader of army. I will name them to thee for thy information. They are thyself, and Bhishma, and Karna, and Kripa who is ever victorious, and Aswathaman, and Vikarna, and Samadatta, and Jayadratha. Besides these are many heroic warriors, prepared to lay down their lives for my sake, armed with diverse kinds of weapons, and all accomplished in battle. Our army, therefore, protected by Bhishma, is insufficient. This force, however, of these, the Pandavas, protected by Bhima, is sufficient. Stationing yourselves then in the entrances of the divisions that have been assigned to you, all of you protect Bhishma alone. Just at this time, the valiant and venerable grandsire of the Kurus, affording great joy to him, Duryodhana, by loudly uttering a leonine roar, blew his conch. Then conches and drums and cymbals and horns were sounded at once, and the noise made became a loud uproar. Then Madhava and Pandu's son, Arjuna, both stationed on a great car unto which were yoked white steeds, blew their celestial conches. And Rishikesha blew the conch called Panchajanya, and Dhananjaya, that called Devdatta, and Vrakotara of terrible deeds blew the huge conch called Pandra. And Kunti's son King Yudhishthira blew the conch called Anantavijaya, while Nakula and Sadeva, those conches called respectively Sagosa and Manapushpaka. And that splendid bowman, the ruler of Kasi, and that mighty car warrior, Sikandin, Drishtadyumna, Virata, and that unvanquished Satyaki, and Drupada, and the sons of Draupadi, and the mighty armed son of Subhadra, all these, O Lord of earth, severally blew their conches. And that blare, loudly reverberating through the welkin and the earth, rent the hearts of the Dhritarashtras. Then beholding the Dhritarashtra troops drawn up, the eight-banded son of Pandu, rising his bow, when the throwing of missiles had just commenced, said these words, O Lord of Earth, to Rishikesha. Arjuna said, O thou that knoweth no deterioration, place my car, once, between the two armies, so that I may observe these that stand here desirous of battle, and with whom I shall have to contend in the labors of this struggle. I will observe those who are assembled here, and who are prepared to fight for doing what is agreeable in battle to the evil-minded son of Dhritarashtra. Sanjaya continued, thus addressed by Gudakisa, O Bharata, Hrishikesa, placing that excellent car between the two armies, in view of Bhishma and Drona and all the kings of the earth, said, Behold, O Partha, these assembled Kurus, and there the son of Pritha beheld, standing, his sires and grandsons, and friends, and father-in-law and well-wishers, and both the armies. Beholding all those kinsmen standing, there, the son of Kunti, possessed by excessive pity, despondingly said these words. Arjuna said, Beholding these kinsmen, O Krishna, assembled together and eager for the fight, my limbs become languid, and my mouth becomes dry. My body trembles, and my hair stands on end. Gandiva slips from my hand, and my skin burns. I am unable to stand any longer, my mind seems to wander. I behold adverse omens, too, O Kesava. I do not desire victory, O Krishna, not sovereignty, nor pleasures. Of what use would sovereignty be to us, O Govinda, or enjoyments, or even life, since they, for whose sake sovereignty, enjoyments, and pleasures are desired by us, are here arrayed for battle ready to give up life and wealth, viz., preceptors, sires, sons and grandsires, maternal uncles, father-in-laws, grandsons, brother-in-laws, and kinsmen. I wish not to slay these though they slay me, O slayer of Madhu, even for the sake of the sovereignty of the three worlds. What then, for the sake of this earth, what gratification can be ours, O Janardana, by slaying the Dhritarashtras? Even if they be regarded as foes, sin will overtake us if we slay them. Therefore, it behoveth us not to slay the sons of Dhritarashtra who are our own kinsmen. How, O Madhava, can we be happy by killing our own kinsmen? Even if these, with judgments perverted by avarice, do not see the evil that ariseth from the extermination of a race, and the sin of internecine quarrels, why should not we, O Janardana, who see the evils of the extermination of a race, learn to abstain from that sin? A race being destroyed, the eternal customs of that race are lost, and upon those customs being lost, sin overpowers the whole race. From the predominance of sin, O Krishna, the women of that race become corrupt. And the women becoming corrupt, an intermingling of castes happeneth, O descendant of Vrishni. This intermingling of castes leadeth to hell both the destroyer of the race and the race itself. The ancestors of those fall, from heaven, their rights of Pinda and water ceasing. By these sins of destroyers of races, causing intermixture of castes, the rules of caste and the eternal rights of families become extinct. We have heard, O Janardana, that men whose family rights become extinct ever dwell in hell. Alas, we have resolved to perpetrate a great sin, for we are ready to slay our own kinsmen from lust of the sweets of sovereignty. Better would it be for me if the sons of Dhritarashtra, weapon in hand, should in battle slay me, myself, unavenging unarmed. Sanjaya continued, having spoken thus on the field of battle, Arjuna, his mind troubled with grief, casting aside his bow and arrows, sat down on his car. Here ends the first lesson entitled Survey of Forces in the dialogue between Krishna and Arjuna of the Bhagavad Gita, the essence of religion, the knowledge of Brahma, and the system of yoga, comprised within the Bhishma Parva of the Mahabharata of Vyasa, containing 100,000 verses. Footnotes 51:1 The text of the Gita has come down to us without it may be ventured to be stated, any interpolation. The difference of reading are few and far between. For Jayadratha, some texts read Tathavacha. 51:2 The words aparyaptam and paryaptam have exercised all commentators. If paryaptam is sufficient, as it certainly is, aparyaptam may mean either more or less than sufficient. The context, however, would seem to show that Duryodhana addressed his preceptor in alarm and not with confidence of success. I, therefore, take aparyaptam to be less than sufficient. 51:3 It has been observed before that Schlegel renders the names of these conches as Gigantea, Theodotes, Arandinka, Triumphatrix, Dulcicona, and Gemiflora, and that Professor Wilson approves of them. 52:1 It seems a fashion to doubt the etymology of this word, as if commentators of the learning of Sridhara and Sankara, Anandagiri and Nilkantha, even upon a question of derivation and grammar, can really be set aside in favor of anything that may occur in the Petersburg lexicon. Hrishikesa means the Lord of the senses. 52:2 Ranasamudayam may also mean at the outset of battle. 52:3 The meaning is that even for the sake of such a rich reward and prospect, I would not kill persons so dear and near to me. I would much rather suffer them strike me, myself not returning their blows. 52:4 The word is Adatinas. 52:5 Most editions read Savandavam with their kinsmen or friends. I think, however, that SWA on for with is the correct reading. K.T. Telung adopts it in his translation published in Volume 8 of the Sacred Books of the East. 53:1 In some editions this lesson is stated to be Arjuna's grief. The description of the lesson again is given in fewer words. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 26. Bhagavad Gita Chapter 2. Sanjaya said unto him thus, possessed with pity, his eyes filled and oppressed with tears, and desponding, the slayer of Madhu said these words. The Holy One said, Whence, O Arjuna, hath come upon thee, at such a crisis, this despondency that is unbecoming a person of noble birth, that shuts one out from heaven, and that is productive of infamy? Let no effeminacy be thine, O son of Kunti. This suits thee not. Shaking off this vile weakness of hearts, arise, O chastiser of foes. Arjuna said, How, O slayer of Madhu, can I with arrows contend in battle against Bhishma and Drona, deserving as they are? O slayer of foes, of worship? Without slaying one's preceptors of great glory, it is well, for one, to live on even alms in this world. By slaying preceptors, even if they are avaricious of wealth, I should only enjoy pleasures that are bloodstained. We know not which of the two is of greater moment to us, viz., whether we should conquer them or they should conquer us. By slaying whom we would not like to live, even they, the sons of Dhritarashtra, stand before us. My nature affected by the taint of compassion, my mind unsettled about my duty, I ask thee. Tell me what is assuredly good for me. I am thy disciple. Oh, instruct me, I seek thy aid. I do not see that which would dispel that grief of mine blasting my very senses, even if I obtain a prosperous kingdom on earth without a foe or the very sovereignty of the gods. Sanjaya said, having said this unto Hrishikesa, that chastiser of foes Gudakesa, once more addressed Govinda, saying, I will not fight, and then remained silent, unto him overcome by despondency. Hrishikesa, in the midst of the two armies, said, The Holy One said, Thou mournest those that deserve not to be mourned. Thou speakest also the words of the so-called wise. Those, however, that are really wise, grieve neither for the dead nor for the living. It is not that I or you or those rulers of men never were, or that all of us shall not hereafter be. Of an embodied being, as childhood, youth, and decrepitude are in this body, so, also, is the acquisition of another body. The man, who is wise, is never deluded in this. The contacts of the senses with their respective objects producing sensations of heat and cold, pleasure and pain, are not permanent, having, as they do, a beginning and an end. Do thou, O Bharata, endure them. For the man whom these afflict not, O bull among men, who is the same in pain and pleasure, and who is firm in mind, is fit for emancipation. There is no objective existence of anything that is distinct from the soul, nor non-existence of anything possessing the virtues of the soul. This conclusion in respect of both these hath been arrived at by those that know the truths of things. Know that the soul, to be immortal, by which all this universe is pervaded. No one can compass the destruction of that which is imperishable. It hath been said that those bodies of the embodied soul, which is eternal, indestructible, and infinite, have an end. Do thou, therefore, fight, O Bharata. He who thinks it, the soul, to be the slayer, and he who thinks it to be the slain, both of them know nothing, for it neither slays nor is slain. It is never born, nor doth it ever die, nor, having existed, will it exist no more. Unborn, unchangeable, eternal, and ancient, it is not slain upon the body being perished. That man who knoweth it to be indestructible, unchangeable, without decay, how and whom can he slay or cause to be slain? As a man, casting off robes that are worn out, putteth on others that are new, so the embodied soul, casting off bodies that are worn out, entereth other bodies that are new. Weapons cleave it not, fire consumeth it not, the waters do not drench it, nor doth the wind waste it. It is incapable of being cut, burnt, drenched, or dried up. It is unchangeable, all-pervading, stable, firm, and eternal. It is said to be imperceivable, inconceivable, and unchangeable. Therefore, knowing it to be such, it behoveth thee not to mourn for it. Then again, even if thou regardest it as constantly born and constantly dead, it behoveth thee not yet, O mighty armed one, to mourn for it thus. For, of one that is born, death is certain, and of one that is dead, birth is certain. Therefore, it behoveth thee not to mourn in a matter that is unavoidable. All beings, before birth, were unmanifest. Only during an interval between birth and death, O Bharata, are they manifest, and then again, when death comes, they become, once more, unmanifest. What grief then is there in this? One looks upon it as a marvel, another speaks of it as a marvel. Yet even after having heard of it, no one apprehends it truly. The embodied soul, O Bharata, is ever indestructible in everyone's body. Therefore, it behoveth thee not to grieve for all those creatures. Casting thy eyes on the prescribed duties of thy order, it behoveth thee not to waver, for there is nothing else that is better for a Kshatriya than a battle fought fairly. Arrived of itself, and, like unto an open gate of heaven, happy are those Kshatriyas, O Partha, that obtain such a fight. But if thou dost not fight such a just battle, thou shalt then incur sin by abandoning the duties of thy order and thy fame. People will then proclaim thy eternal infamy, and to one that is held in respect, infamy is greater, as an evil, than death itself. All great car warriors will regard thee as abstaining from battle from fear, and thou wilt be thought lightly by those that had, hitherto, esteemed thee highly. Thy enemies, decrying thy prowess, will say many words which should not be said. What can be more painful than that? Slain, thou wilt attain to heaven, or victorious, thou wilt enjoy the earth. Therefore, arise, O son of Kunti, resolved for battle. Regarding pleasure and pain, gain and loss, victory and defeat, as equal, do battle for battle's sake, and sin will not be thine. This knowledge that hath been communicated to thee is taught in the Sankhya system. Listen now to that, inculcated in Yoga system. Possessed of that knowledge, thou, O Partha, wilt cast off the bonds of action. In this, the Yoga system, there is no waste of even the first attempt. There are no impediments. Even a little of this form of piety delivers from great fear. Here in this path, O son of Kuru, there is only one state of mind, consisting in firm devotion to one object, viz., securing emancipation. The minds of those, however, that are not firmly devoted to this are many-branched, unsettled, and attached to endless pursuits. That flowery talk which, they that are ignorant, they that delight in the words of the Vedas, they, O Partha, that say that there is nothing else, they whose minds are attached to worldly pleasures, they that regard a heaven of pleasures and enjoyments as the highest object of acquisition, utter and promises birth as the fruit of action, and concerns itself with multifarious rites of specific characters for the attainment of pleasures and power, delude their hearts and the minds of these. Men who are attached to pleasures and power cannot be directed to contemplation of the divine being, regarding it as the sole means of emancipation. The Vedas are concerned with three qualities, viz., religion, profit, and pleasure. Be thou, O Arjuna, free from them, unaffected by pairs of contraries, such as pleasure and pain, heat and cold, etc. Ever adhering to patience without anxiety for new acquisitions or protection of those already acquired, and self-possessed, whatever objects are served by a tank or well, may all be served by a vast sheet of water extending all around, so whatever objects may be served by all the Vedas, may all be had by a Brahmana having knowledge of self or Brahma. Thy concern is with work only, but not with the fruit of work. Let not the fruit be thy motive for work, nor let thy inclination be for inaction. Staying in devotion, apply thyself to work, casting off attachment to it, O Dhananjaya, and being the same in success or unsuccess. This equanimity is called yoga, devotion. Work, with desire of fruit, is far inferior to devotion, O Dhananjaya. Seek thou the protection of devotion. They that work for the sake of fruit are miserable. He also that hath devotion throws off, even in this world, both good actions and bad actions. Therefore, apply thyself to devotion. Devotion is only cleverness in action. The wise, possessed of devotion, cast off the fruit born of action, and freed from the obligation of repeated birth, attain to that region where there is no unhappiness. When thy mind shall have crossed the maze of delusion, then shalt thou attain to an indifference as regards the hearable and the heard. When thy mind, distracted, now, by what thou hast heard, about the means of acquiring the diverse objects of life, will be firmly and immovably fixed on contemplation, then wilt thou attain to devotion. Arjuna said, What, O Kesava, are the indications of one whose mind is fixed on contemplation? How should one of steady mind speak, how sit, how move? The Holy One said, when one casts off all the desires of his heart and is pleased within his self with self, then is one said to be of steady mind. He whose mind is not agitated amid calamities, whose craving for pleasure is gone, who is freed from attachment to worldly objects, fear and wrath, is said to be a muni of steady mind. His is steadiness of mind who is without affection everywhere, and who feeleth no exultation and no aversion on obtaining diverse objects that are agreeable and disagreeable. When one withdraws his senses from the objects of those senses as the tortoise its limbs from all sides, even is his steadiness of mind. Objects of senses fall back from an abstinent person, but not so the passion for those objects. Even the passion recedes from one who has beheld the Supreme Being. The agitating senses, O son of Kunti, forcibly draw away the mind of even a wise man striving hard to keep himself aloof from them. Restraining them all, one should stay in contemplation, making me his sole refuge. For his is steadiness of mind whose senses are under control. Thinking of the objects of sense, a person's attachment is begotten towards them. From attachment springeth wrath, from wrath ariseth want of discrimination, from want of discrimination, loss of memory, from loss of memory, loss of understanding, and from loss of understanding, he is utterly ruined. But the self-restrained man, enjoying objects of sense, with senses freed from attachment and aversion under his own control, attaineth to peace of mind. On peace of mind being attained, the annihilation of all his miseries taketh place, since the mind of him whose heart is peaceful soon becometh steady. He who is not self-restrained hath no contemplation of self. He who hath no contemplation hath no peace of mind. Whence can there be happiness for him who hath no peace of mind? For the heart that follows in the wake of the sense-moving among their objects destroys his understanding like the wind destroying a boat in the waters. Therefore, O thou of mighty arms, his is steadiness of mind whose senses are restrained on all sides from the objects of sense. The restrained man is awake when it is night for all creatures, and when other creatures are awake that is night to a discerning muni. He into whom all objects of desire enter, even as the waters enter the ocean which, though constantly replenished, still maintains its watermark unchanged, he obtains peace of mind, and not one that longeth for objects of desire. That man who moveth about, giving up all objects of desire, who is free from craving for enjoyments, and who hath no affection and no pride, attaineth to peace of mind. This, O Partha, is the divine state. Attaining to it, one is never deluded. Abiding in it, one obtains, on death, absorption into the Supreme Self. Footnotes 54:1 The commentators betray their ingenuity by emphasizing the word ashubis, with arrows, explaining, how can I encounter them with arrows whom I cannot encounter with even harsh words? 54:2 Arthakaman is an adjective qualifying guruan. Some commentators, particularly Sridhara, suggest that it may, instead, qualify bogan. The meaning, however, in that case would be far-fetched. 54:3 Sridhara explains that Karpanya is compassion for kinsmen and dasha is the fear of sin for destroying a race. The first compound, therefore, according to him, means my nature affected by both compassion and fear of sin, etc. It is better, however, to take Karpanya itself as a dasha, taint or fault. Ket Telung understands it in this way. Upahata, however, is affected and not contaminated. 54:4 What Arjuna says here is that even if I obtain such a kingdom on earth, even if I obtain the very kingship of the gods, I do not yet see that will dispel that grief which will overtake me if I slay my preceptor and kinsman. Telung's version is slightly ambiguous. 54:5 The Bengal texts have parantapa with a visarga, thus implying that it refers to Gudakisa. The Bombay edition prints it without the visarga, implying that it is in the vocative case, referring to Dhritarashtra, the listener. 54:6 One of the most useful rules in translating from one language into another is to use identical words for identical expressions in the original. In translating, however, from a language like Sanskrit, which abounds in synonyms, this is not always practicable without ambiguity. As an example, the word used in 13 is daira, that used in 11 is pandita. There can be little doubt, however, that Pandita and Daira have exactly the same meaning. 55:1 Amritatva is really emancipation or non-liability to repeated death or repeated rebirth. To render it as immortality is, perhaps, a little slovenly, for every soul is immortal, and this particular section inculcates it. 55:2 Sat and Asat are the two words which must be distinctly understood as they occur often in Hindu philosophy. Sat is explained as the real, i.e., the soul, or anything as real and permanent as the soul. Asat is the reverse of this, i.e., the unreal or the non-soul. What is said here by Krishna is that the unreal has no existence, the real, again, can have no non-existence. Is not this a sort of cosmothetic idealism? 56:1 Most texts read Udaya Ujiaswa. A manuscript belonging to a friend of mine has the correction in red ink, Udaya Udhewa. It accords so well with the spirit of the lesson sought to be inculcated here that I make no scruple to adopt it. 56:2 A life in this world that is subject to decay and death. So say all the commentators. 56:3 What Krishna seeks to inculcate here is the simple truth that persons who believe in the Vedas and their ordinances laying down specific acts for the attainment of a heaven of pleasure and power cannot have the devotion without which there cannot be final emancipation, which only is the highest bliss. The performance of Vedic rites may lead to heaven of pleasure and power, but what is that heaven worth? True emancipation is something else which must be obtained by devotion, by pure contemplation. In rendering Janmakarma Phalapradam, I have followed Sankara. Sridhara and other commentators explain it differently. 57:1 This sloka has been variously rendered by various translators. It is the same that occurs in the Sanatsujata Parva of the Udyoga. Ved Udyoga Parva, section 45. Both Sridhara and Sankara, and I may mention Anandajari also, explain it in this way. Shortly stated, the meaning is that to an instructed Brahmana, Brahmanowing person, and not a Brahmana by birth, his knowledge of self or Brahma teaches him that which is obtainable from all the Vedas, just as a man wanting to bathe or drink may find a tank or well as useful to him as a large reservoir of water occupying an extensive area. Nilkantha explains it in a different way. 57:2 Shrodavayaja Shrudasayaka is literally of the hearable and the heard, i.e., what you may or will hear, and what you have heard. European translators of the Gita view in these words a rejection of the Vedas by the author. It is amusing to see how confidently they dogmatize upon this point, rejecting the authority of Sankara, Sridhara, Anandajari, and the whole host of Indian commentators. As K.T. Telung, however, has answered the point elaborately, nothing more need be said here. 58:11 may abstain either from choice or inability to procure them from the objects of enjoyment. Until, however, the very desire to enjoy is suppressed, one cannot be said to have attained to steadiness of mind. Of Aristotle saying that he is a voluptuary who pines at his own abstinence, and the Christian doctrine of sin being in the wish, mere abstinence from the act constitutes no merit. 58:2 The particle he in the second line is explained by both Sankara and Anandajari as equivalent to yasmat. The meaning becomes certainly clearer by taking the word in this sense. The he, however, may also be taken as implying the sense of indeed. 58:3 Buddhi in the first line is explained by Sridhara as Aintavishihayak Buddhi. Bhavanta Sridhara explains, is Dhyanam, and Sankara as Atmajnanabhinavisas. K.T. Telung renders Bhavana as perseverance. I do not think this is correct. 58:4 Sankara, Anandajari, and Nilkantha explain this sloka thus. Sridhara explains it otherwise. The latter supposes the pronouns yet and tat to mean a particular sense among the Karatam Indriyanam. If Sridhara's interpretation be correct, the meaning would be that one sense, amongst the senses moving, among their objects, which the mind follows, that one sense tosseth the mind's, or the man's, understanding about like the wind tossing a drunken boatman's boat on the waters. The parenthetical words are introduced by Sridhara himself. It may not be out of place to mention here that so far as Bengal, Mithila, and Benares are concerned, the authority of Sridhara is regarded as supreme. 58:5 The vulgar, being spiritually dark, are engaged in worldly pursuits. The sage in spiritual light is dead to the latter. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 27. Bhagavad Gita Chapter 3. Arjuna said, if devotion, O Janardana, is regarded by thee as superior to work, why then, O Kesava, dost thou engage me in such dreadful work? By equivocal words thou seemest to confound my understanding. Therefore, tell me one thing definitely by which I may attain to what is good. The Holy One said, it hath already been said by me, O sinless one, that here are, in this world, two kinds of devotion, that of the Sankhya's through knowledge and that of the Yogins through work. A man doth not acquire freedom from work from, only, the non-performance of work. Nor doth he acquire final emancipation from only renunciation of work. No one can abide even for a moment without doing work. That man of deluded soul who, curbing the organs of sense, liveth mentally cherishing the objects of sense, is said to be a dissembler. He, however, O Arjuna, who restraining his senses by his mind, engageth in devotion, in the form of work with the organs of work, and is free from attachment, is distinguished above all. Therefore, do thou always apply yourself to work, for action is better than inaction. Even the support of thy body cannot be accomplished without work. This world is fettered by all work other than that which is performed for sacrifice. Therefore, O son of Kunti, perform work for the sake of that, freed from attachment. In olden times, the Lord of creation, creating men and sacrifice together, said, flourish by means of this sacrifice. Let this sacrifice be to you all the dispenser of all objects cherished by you. Rear the gods with this, and let the gods, in return, rear you. Thus fulfilling the mutual interest you will obtain that which is beneficial to you. Propitiated with sacrifices the gods will bestow on you the pleasures you desire. He who enjoyeth himself without giving them what they have given is assuredly a thief. The good who eat the remnant of sacrifices are freed from all sins. Those unrighteous ones incur sin who dress food for their own sake. From food are all creatures, and sacrifice is the outcome of work. Know that work proceeds from the Vedas. Vedas have proceeded from him who hath no decay. Therefore, the all-pervading Supreme Being is installed in sacrifice. He who conformeth not to this wheel that is thus revolving, that man of sinful life delighting, the indulgence of his senses, liveth in vain, O Partha. The man, however, that is attached to self only, that is contented with self, and that is pleased in his self, hath no work to do. He hath no concern whatever with action nor with any omission here. Nor, amongst all creatures, is there any upon whom his interest dependeth. Therefore, always do work that should be done, without attachment. The man who performeth work without attachment attaineth to the Supreme. By work alone, Janaka and others attained the accomplishment of their objects. Having regard also to the observance by men of their duties, it behoveth thee to work. Whatever a great man doth is also done by vulgar people. Ordinary men follow the ideal set by them, the great. There is nothing whatever for me, O Partha, to do in the three worlds, since I have nothing for me which hath not been acquired, still I engage in action. Because if at any time I do not, without sloth, engage in action, men would follow my path, O Partha, on all sides. The worlds would perish if I did not perform work, and I should cause intermixture of castes and ruin these people. As the ignorant work, O Bharata, having attachment to the performer, so should a wise man work without being attached, desiring to make men observant of their duties. A wise man should not cause confusion of understanding amongst ignorant persons, who have attachment to work itself. On the other hand, he should, himself, acting with devotion, engage them to all kinds of work. All works are, in every way, done by the qualities of nature. He, whose mind is deluded by egoism, however, regards himself as the actor. But he, O mighty armed one, who knoweth the distinction of self from qualities and work, is not attached to work, considering that it is his senses alone, and not his self, that engage in their objects. Those who are deluded by the qualities of nature become attached to the works done by the qualities. A person of perfect knowledge should not bewilder those men of imperfect knowledge. Devoting all work to me, with thy mind directed to self, engage in battle, without desire, without affection, and with thy heart's weakness dispelled. Those men who always follow this opinion of mine with faith and without cavil attain to final emancipation even by work. But they who cavil at and do not follow this opinion of mine know that, bereft of all knowledge and without discrimination, they are ruined. Even a wise man acts according to his own nature. All living beings follow their own nature. What then would restraint avail? The senses have, as regards the objects of the senses, either affection or aversion fixed. One should not submit to these, for they are obstacles in one's way. One's own duty, even if imperfectly performed, is better than being done by other even if well performed. Death in performance of one's own duty is preferable. The adoption of the duty of another carries fear with it. Arjuna said, impelled by whom, O son of the Vrishni race, doth a man commit sin, even though unwilling and as if constrained by force? The Holy One said, it is desire, it is wrath, born of the attribute of passion, it is all devouring, it is very sinful. Know this to be the foe in this world. As fire is enveloped by smoke, a mirror by dust, the fetus by the womb, so is this enveloped by desire. Knowledge, O son of Kunti, is enveloped by this constant foe of the wise in the form of desire, which is insatiable and like a fire. The senses, the mind, and the understanding are said to be its abode. With these it deludeth the embodied self, enveloping his knowledge. Therefore, restraining thy senses first, O bull of Bharata's race, cast off this wicked thing, for it destroyeth knowledge derived from instruction and meditation. It hath been said that the senses are superior to the body which is inert. Superior to the senses is the mind. Superior to the mind is the knowledge. But which is superior to knowledge is he. Thus knowing that which is superior to knowledge and restraining thy self by self, slay, O mighty armed one, the enemy in the shape of desire which is difficult to conquer. Footnotes 59:1 Prakritija's gunas is explained by Sridhara as qualities born of one's nature such as ragadveshati. Sankara thinks that they are the qualities or attributes of primal matter, which enters into the composition of every self, such as sattva, rajas, and tamas. 59:2 apply to work, i.e. to work as prescribed in the scriptures. Thus says Sankara. To morning and evening prayers, etc. says Sridhara. 59:3 sacrifices Vishnu's self as declared by the Shrutis. Work for sacrifice, therefore, is work for Vishnu's sake or gratification. For the sake of that, i.e., for sacrifices or Vishnu's sake. So say all the commentators. 59:4 Bhavaya is explained by both Sankara and Sridhara as Vridheya or make grow. Perhaps rear is the nearest approach to it in English. K.T. Telung renders it, please. The idea is eminently Indian. The gods are fed by sacrifices, and in return they feed men by sending rain. The Asuras again who warred with the gods warred with sacrifices. 60:1 Parjanya is explained by both Sankara and Sridhara as rain. It means also the clouds or the origin of rain. 60:2 The word in the original that is rendered in the Vedas is Brahma. It may mean the Supreme Soul. Of course, in Brahmanic literature, the Vedas are Brahma and Brahma is the Vedas, but still in the second line of 15 there is no necessity of taking Brahma as equivalent to the Vedas. I do not think Telung is accurate in his rendering of this line. 60:3 The wheel referred to is what has been said before, viz., from the Vedas are work, from work is rain, from rain is food, from food are creatures, from creatures again work, and so back to the Vedas. 60:4 The sense seems to be, as explained by the commentators, that such a man earns no merit by action, nor sin by an action or omission. Nor is there anybody from the Supreme Being to the lowest creature on whom he depends for anything. 60:5 The example set by the great is always catching, itaras, here, is vulgar and not other. Kurut, which I have rendered as maketh, is used in the sense of regardeth. Pramanam, however, may not necessarily mean something else that is set up as an ideal. It may refer to the actions themselves of the great men set up by them as a standard. 60:6 Sridhara would connect in the three worlds with what follows. I follow Sankara and the natural order of words. 61:1 The word rendered nature is prakriti. It really implies primal matter. 61:2 The second line, literally rendered, is deeming that qualities engage in qualities. The first qualities imply the senses, and the second, the objects of the senses. The purport is that one knowing the distinction referred to, never thinks that his soul is the actor, for that which is work is only the result of the senses being applied to their objects. 61:3 Gunakarmashu is explained by Sankara as works of the qualities, or works done by them. Sridhara explains the compound as qualities and their works. 61:4 Devoting all work to me, i.e., in the belief that all you do is for me or my sake. 61:5 The senses, as regards their diverse objects in the world, are either drawn towards them or repelled by them. These likes and dislikes, in the case of men who, of course, only act according to their nature, stand in the way of their emancipation, if men submit to them. 61:6 Desire, if not gratified, results in wrath. Thus say the commentators. 61:7 Prajahi is explained by both Sankara and Sridhara as paratyaja, cast off. 62:1 He is the supreme soul or being. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 28. Bhagavad Gita Chapter 4. The Holy One said, this imperishable system of devotion I declared to Vivasvat, Vivasvat declared it to Manu, and Manu communicated it to Ikshaku. Descending thus from generation, the royal sages came to know it. But, O chastiser of foes, by lapse of a long time that devotion became lost to the world. Even the same system of devotion hath today been declared by me to thee, for thou art my devotee and friend, and this is a great mystery. Arjuna said, "Thy birth is posterior, Vivasvat's birth is prior. How shall I understand then that thou hadst first declared it?" The Holy One said, "Many births of mine have passed away, O Arjuna, as also of thine. These all I know, but thou dost not, O chastiser of foes. Though I am unborn and of essence that knoweth no deterioration, though I am the Lord of all creatures, still, relying on my own material nature, I take birth by my own powers of illusion. Whenever, O Bharata, loss of piety and the rise of impiety occurreth, on those occasions do I create myself. For the protection of the righteous and for the destruction of the evildoers, for the sake of establishing piety, I am born age after age. He who truly knoweth my divine birth and work to be such, casting off his body, is not born again. On the other hand, he cometh to me, O Arjuna. Many who have been freed from attachment, fear, wrath, who were full of me, and who relied on me, have, cleansed by knowledge and asceticism, attained to my essence. In whatsoever manner men come to me, in the selfsame manner do I accept them. It is my way, O Partha, that men follow on all sides. Those in this world who are desirous of the success of action worship the gods, for in this world of men success resulting from action is soon attained. The quadruple division of castes was created by me according to the distinction of qualities and duties. Though I am the author thereof, yet know me to be not their author and undecaying. Actions do not touch me. I have no longing for the fruits of actions. He that knoweth me thus is not impeded by actions. Knowing this, even men of old who were desirous of emancipation performed work. Therefore, do thou also perform work as was done by ancients of the remote past. What is action and what is inaction? Even the learned are perplexed at this. Therefore, I will tell thee about action, so that, knowing it, thou mayst be freed from evil. One should have knowledge of action, and one should have knowledge of forbidden actions. One should also know of inaction. The course of action is incomprehensible. He who sees inaction in action and action in inaction is wise among men. He is possessed of devotion, and he is a doer of all actions. The learned call him wise whose efforts are all free from desire of fruit and consequent will, and whose actions have all been consumed by the fire of knowledge. Whoever, resigning all attachment to the fruit of action, is ever contented and is dependent on none, doth not, indeed, although engaged in action. He who, without desire, with mind and the senses under control, and casting off all concerns, performeth action only for the preservation of the body, incurreth no sin. He who is contented with what is earned without exertion, who hath risen superior to the pairs of opposites, who is without jealousy, who is equable in success and failure, is not fettered by action, even though he works. All his actions perish who acts for the sake of sacrifice, who is without affections, who is free from attachments, and whose mind is fixed upon knowledge. Brahma is the vessel with which the libation is poured. Brahma is the libation that is offered. Brahma is the fire on which by Brahma is poured the libation. Brahma is the goal to which he proceedeth by fixing his mind on Brahma itself, which is the action. Some devotees perform sacrifice to the gods. Others, by means of sacrifice, offer up sacrifices to the fire of Brahma. Others offer up, as sacrificial libation, the senses of which hearing is the first to the fire of restraint. Others, again, offer up, as libations, the objects of sense of which sound is the first to the fire of the senses. Others, again, offer up all the functions of the senses and the functions of the vital winds to the fire of devotion by self-restraint kindled by knowledge. Others again perform the sacrifice of wealth, the sacrifice of ascetic austerities, the sacrifice of meditation, the sacrifice of Vedic study, the sacrifice of knowledge, and others are ascetics of rigid vows. Some offer up the upward vital wind, prana, to the downward vital wind, apana, and others, the downward vital wind to the upward vital wind, some, arresting the course of both the upward and the downward vital winds, are devoted to the restraint of the vital winds. Others of restricted rations offer the vital winds to the vital winds. Even all these who are conversant with sacrifice, whose sins have been consumed by sacrifice, and who eat the remnants of sacrifice which are Amrita, attain to the eternal Brahma. Even this world is not for him who doth not perform sacrifice. Whence then the other, O best of Kuru's race? Thus diverse are the sacrifices occurring in the Vedas. Know that all of them result from action, and knowing this thou wilt be emancipated. The sacrifice of knowledge, O chastiser of foes, is superior to every sacrifice involving the attainment of fruits of action, for all action, O partha, is wholly comprehended in knowledge. Learn that knowledge by prostration, inquiry, and service. They who are possessed of knowledge and can see the truth will teach thee that knowledge, knowing which, O son of Pandu, thou wilt not again come by such delusion, and by which thou wilt see the endless creatures of the universe and thyself first, and then in me. Even if thou be the greatest sinner among all that are sinful, thou shalt yet cross over all transgressions by the raft of knowledge. As a blazing fire, O Arjuna, reduceth fuel to ashes, so doth the fire of knowledge reduce all actions to ashes. For there is nothing here that is so cleansing as knowledge. One who hath attained to success by devotion finds it without effort within his own self and time. He obtaineth knowledge, who hath faith and is intent on it, and who hath his senses under control. Obtaining knowledge one findeth the highest tranquility in no length of time. One who hath no knowledge and no faith, and whose mind is full of doubt, is lost. Neither this world, nor the next, nor happiness, is for him whose mind is full of doubt. Actions do not fetter him, O Dhananjaya, who hath cast off action by devotion, whose doubts have been dispelled by knowledge, and who is self-restrained. Therefore, destroying, by the sword of knowledge, this doubt of thine that is born of ignorance and that dwelleth in thy mind, betake to devotion, and arise, O son of Bharata. Footnotes 62:2 There can be little doubt that what Krishna says here is that no form of worship is unacceptable to him. Whatever the manner of the worship, it is I who is worshipped. After K.T. Telung's exhaustive and effective reply to Dr. Lawrencer's strange hypothesis of the Gita having been composed under Christian influences, it is scarcely necessary to add that such toleration would ill accord with the theory of the Christian authorship of the poem. 63:1 i.e., both inactive and undecaying. Work implies exertion, and, therefore, loss of energy. In me there is no action, no loss of energy, and therefore, no decay. 63:2 Kamasankalpa Vivarjitas, i.e., freed from kama, desire of fruit, and sankalpa the consequent will or determination to do. Thus both Sridhara and Sankara. 63:3 Chit the mind and Atma in this connection is the senses. Thus both Sridhara and Sankara. 63:4 Sacrifice means here the Supreme Soul. What is done for the sake of sacrifice is done for procuring emancipation. 63:5 What is meant by this is that in the case of such a person complete identification with Brahma takes place, and when such an identification has taken place, action is destroyed. 63:6 i.e., offering up sacrifice itself as a sacrifice to the Brahma fire, they cast off all action. 64:1 Offering up the senses to the fire of restraint means restraining the senses for the practice of yoga. Offering up the objects of the senses means non-attachment to those objects. 64:2 Suspending the functions of life for contemplation or yoga. 64:3 In these cases, the sacrifices consist in the giving away of wealth and the ascetic austerities themselves, in meditation, in study, etc. Sridhara explains the first compound of the second line differently. According to him, it means not study in knowledge, but the knowledge from study. 64:4 All these are different kinds of yoga, or the different stages of yoga practice. 64:5 i.e., knowledge being attained, the fruits of action are attained by, at least, their end being compassed. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 29. Bhagavad Gita Chapter 5. Arjuna said, Thou applaudest, O Krishna, the abandonment of actions, and again the application, to them. Tell me definitely which one of these two is superior. The Holy One said both abandonment of actions and application to actions lead to emancipation. But of these, application to action is superior to abandonment. He should always be known to be an ascetic who hath no aversion nor desire. For, being free from pairs of opposites, O thou of mighty arms, he is easily released from the bonds of action. Fools say, but not those that are wise, that Sankhya and Yoga are distinct. One who stayeth in even one of the two reapeth the fruit of both. Whatever seat is attained by those who profess the Sankhya system, that too is reached by those who profess the Yoga. He seeth truly who seeth Sankhya and Yoga as one. But renunciation, O mighty armed one, without devotion to action, is difficult to attain. The ascetic who is engaged in devotion, by action, reacheth the Supreme Being without delay. He who is engaged in devotion, by action, and is of pure soul, who hath conquered his body and subdued his senses, and who identifieth himself with all creatures, is not fettered though performing action. The man of devotion, who knoweth truth, thinking I am doing nothing when seeing, hearing, touching, smelling, eating, moving, sleeping, breathing, talking, excreting, taking, opening the eyelids or closing them, he regardeth that it is the senses that are engaged in the objects of senses. He who renouncing attachment engageth in actions, resigning them to Brahma, is not touched by sin as the lotus leaf is not touched by water. Those who are devotees, casting off attachment, perform actions, attaining purity of self, with the body, the mind, the understanding, and even the senses, free from desire. He who is possessed of devotion, renouncing the fruit of action, attaineth to the highest tranquility. He who is not possessed of devotion and is attached to the fruit of action, is fettered by action performed from desire. The self-restrained embodied self, renouncing all actions by the mind, remains at ease within the house of 9 gates, neither acting himself nor causing anything to act. The Lord is not the cause of the capacity for action, or of the actions of men, or of the connection of actions and their fruit. It is nature that engages in action. The Lord receiveth no one's sin, nor also merit. By ignorance, knowledge is shrouded. It is for this that creatures are deluded. But of whomsoever that ignorance hath been destroyed by knowledge of self, that knowledge, which is, like the sun, discloseth the Supreme Being. Those whose mind is on him, whose very soul is he, who abide in him, and who have him for their goal, depart nevermore to return, their sins being all destroyed by knowledge. Those who are wise cast an equal eye on a Brahmana endued with learning and modesty, on a cow, an elephant, a dog, and a Chandala. Even here has birth been conquered by them whose minds rest on equality, and since Brahma is faultless and equable, therefore they are said to abide in Brahma. He whose mind is steady, who is not deluded, who knows Brahma, and who rests in Brahma, doth not exult on obtaining anything that is agreeable, nor doth he grieve on obtaining that is disagreeable. He whose mind is not attached to external objects of sense obtaineth that happiness which is in self, and by concentrating his mind on the contemplation of Brahma, he enjoyeth a happiness that is imperishable. The enjoyments born of the contact of the senses with their objects are productive of sorrow. He who is wise, O son of Kunti, never taketh pleasure in these that have a beginning and an end. That man whoever here, before the dissolution of the body, is able to endure the agitations resulting from desire and wrath, is fixed on contemplation, and is happy. He who findeth happiness within himself, and who sporteth within himself, he whose light of knowledge is deprived from within himself, is a devotee, and becoming one with Brahma attaineth to absorption into Brahma. Those saintly personages whose sins have been destroyed, whose doubts have been dispelled, who are self-restrained, and who are engaged in the good of all creatures, obtain absorption into Brahma. For these devotees who are freed from desire and wrath, whose minds are under control, and who have knowledge of self, absorption into Brahma exists both here and thereafter. Excluding from his mind all external objects of sense, directing the visual glance between the brows, mingling into one the upward and the downward life breaths and making them pass through the nostrils, the devotee, who has restrained the senses, the mind, and the understanding, being intent on emancipation, and who is freed from desire, fear, and wrath, is emancipated indeed. Knowing me to be enjoyer of all sacrifices and ascetic austerities, the great Lord of all the worlds, and friend of all creatures, such a one obtaineth tranquility. Footnotes 65:1 Sankhya is renunciation of action, while yoga is devotion through action. 65:2 The grammatical form of the word yoga as here employed is exceptional. 65:3 The first Atman is explained as the soul, the second as the body, by all the commentators. 65:4 Taking means taking anything with the hands. 65:5 Water when thrown over a lotus leaf escapes without soaking or drenching the leaf at all. 66:1 Telung renders pura as city, of course, the body having 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, 1 mouth, and 2 openings for excretions, is meant. 66:2 Such men are exempted from the obligation of rebirth. Leaving this body they merge into the Supreme Soul. 66:3 The word is swapacha, meaning a member of the lowest caste. 66:4 Brahma is faultless and equable, so Sridhara and others, since faultless equality is Brahma. 66:5 The sense is that they are at one with Brahma both here and hereafter. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 30. Bhagavad Gita Chapter 6. The Holy One said, regardless of fruit of action, he that performs the actions which should be performed is a renouncer and devotee, and not one who discards the sacrificial fire, nor one that abstains from action. That which has been called renunciation, know that, O son of Pandu, to be devotion, since nobody can be a devotee who has not renounced all resolves. To the sage desirous of rising to devotion, action is said to be the means, and when he has risen to devotion, cessation of action is said to be the means. When one is no longer attached to the objects of the senses, nor to actions, and when one renounces all resolves, then is one said to have risen to devotion. One should raise his self by self, one should not degrade his self For one's own self is one's friend, and one's own self is one's enemy. To him only who has subjugated his self by his self is self a friend. But to him who has not subjugated his self behaves inimically like an enemy. The soul of one who has subjugated his self and who is in the enjoyment of tranquility is steadily fixed on itself amid cold and heat, pleasure and pain, and also honor and dishonor. That ascetic is said to be devoted whose mind is satisfied with knowledge and experience, who hath no affection, who hath subjugated his senses, and to whom a sod, a stone, and gold are alike. He who views equally well-wishers, friends, foes, strangers that are indifferent to him, those who take part with both sides, those who are objects of aversion, those who are related to him, those who are good, and those who are wicked, is distinguished above all others. A devotee should always fix his mind on contemplation, remaining in a secluded place alone, restraining both mind and body, without expectations of any kind, and without concern with anything. Erecting his seat immovably on a clean spot, not too high nor too low, and spreading over it a piece of cloth, a deerskin, or blades of kusa grass, and there seated on that seat, with mind fixed on one object, and restraining the functions of the heart and the senses, one should practice contemplation for the purification of self. Holding body, head, and neck even, unmoved and steady, and casting his glance on the tip of his nose, and without looking about in any of the different directions, with mind in tranquility, freed from fear, observant of the practices of Brahmacarans, restraining the mind, with heart fixed on me, the devotee should sit down, regarding me as the object of his attainment. Thus applying his soul constantly, the devotee whose heart is restrained attains to that tranquility which culminates in final absorption and assimilation with me. Devotion is not one's, O Arjuna, who eateth much, nor one's who doth not eat at all, nor one's who is addicted to too much sleep, nor one's who is always awake. Devotion that is destructive of misery is his who is temperate in food and amusements, who duly exerts himself temperately in all his works, and who is temperate in sleep and vigils. When one's heart, properly restrained, is fixed on one's own self, then, indifferent to all objects of desire, he is one called a devotee. As a lamp in a windless spot doth not flicker, even that is the resemblance declared of a devotee whose heart hath been restrained and who applieth his self to abstraction. That condition in which the mind, restrained by practice of abstraction, taketh rest, in which beholding self by self, one is gratified within self, in which one experienceth that highest felicity which is beyond the sphere of the senses and which the understanding only can grasp, and fixed on which one never swerveth from the truth, acquiring which one regards no other acquisition greater than it, and abiding in which one is never moved by even the heaviest sorrow, that condition should be known to be what is called devotion, in which there is a severance of connection with pain. That devotion should be practiced with perseverance and with an undesponding heart. Renouncing all desires without exception that are born of resolves, restraining the group of the senses on all sides by mind alone, one should, by slow degrees, become quiescent, aided by his understanding controlled by patience, and then directing his mind to self should think of nothing. Wheresoever the mind, which is, by nature, restless and unsteady, may run, restraining it from those, one should direct it to self alone. Indeed, unto such a devotee whose mind is in tranquility, whose passions have been suppressed, who hath become one with Brahma, and who is free from sin, the highest felicity cometh of his own accord. Thus applying his soul constantly to abstraction, the devotee, freed from sin, easily obtaineth that highest happiness, viz., with Brahma. He who hath devoted his self to abstraction, casting an equal eye everywhere, beholdeth his self in all creatures, and all creatures in his self. Unto him who beholdeth me in everything and beholdeth everything in me. I am never lost, and he also is never lost to me. He who worshipeth me as abiding in all creatures, holding it that all is one, is a devotee, and whatever mode of life he may lead, he liveth in me. That devotee, O Arjuna, who casteth an equal eye everywhere, regarding all things as his own self and the happiness and misery of others as his own, is deemed to be the best. Arjuna said, This devotion by means of equanimity which thou hast declared, O slayer of Madhu, on account of restlessness of the mind I do not see its stable presence. O Krishna, the mind is restless, boisterous, perverse, and obstinate. Its restraint I regard to be as difficult of accomplishment as the restraint of the wind. The Holy One said, Without doubt, O thou of mighty arms, the mind is difficult of subjugation and is restless. With practice, however, O son of Kunti, and with the abandonment of desire, it can be controlled. It is my belief that by him whose mind is not restrained, devotion is difficult of acquisition. But by one whose mind is restrained and who is assiduous, it is capable of acquisition with the aid of means. Arjuna said, Without assiduity, though endued with faith, and with mind shaken off from devotion, what is the end of him, O Krishna, who hath not earned success in devotion? Fallen off from both, is he lost like a separated cloud or not, being as he is without refuge, O thou of mighty arms, and deluded on the path leading to Brahma? This my doubt, O Krishna, it behoveth thee to remove without leaving anything. Besides thee, no dispeller of this doubt is to be had. The Holy One said, O son of Pritha, neither here, nor hereafter, doth ruin exist for him, since none, O sire, who performs good acts, comes by an evil end. Attaining to the regions reserved for those that perform meritorious acts and living there for many, many years, he that hath fallen off from devotion taketh birth in the abode of those that art pious and endued with prosperity, or he is born even in the family of devotees endued with intelligence. Indeed, a birth such as this is more difficult of acquisition in this world. There in those births he obtaineth contact with that Brahmic knowledge which was his in his former life, and from that point he striveth again, O descendant of Kuru, towards perfection. And although unwilling, he still worketh on in consequence of that same former practice of his. Even one that inquireth of devotion riseth above, the fruits of, the divine word, striving with great efforts, the devotee, cleaned of all his sins, attaineth to perfection after many births, and then reacheth the supreme goal. The devotee is superior to ascetics engaged in austerities. He is esteemed to be superior to even the man of knowledge. The devotee is superior to those that are engaged in action. Therefore, become a devotee, O Arjuna. Even amongst all the devotees, he who, full of faith and with inner self resting on me, worshipeth me, is regarded by me to be the most devout. Footnotes 67:1 Renouncer and devotee sannyasin and yogin. 67:2 Which spring from desire. 67:3 Self in this sloka is explained by the commentators as mind. The mind, unless controlled, cannot lead to devotion. 67:4 Chit and Atma are explained by the commentators as mind and body. 68:1 Fixed on one's own self, i.e., withdrawn from all objects of sense. Thus Sankara. 68:2 Niskayina is explained by Sankara as equivalent to with preservance or steadily. Sridhara explains it as equal to with the certitude of knowledge acquired by instruction. 68:3 Mridigrahitaya Buddhiya is, as explained by Sankara and others, with understanding controlled by patience. K.T. Telung renders it with firm resolve coupled with courage. 69:1 I.e. I am always visible to him, and he too is always within my sight, and I am always kind to him. 69:2 i.e. how its stable existence may be secured, the mind being by nature ever restless. 69:3 fallen off from both, i.e., from heaven through work, and absorption into Brahma through devotion. 69:4 without leaving anything, i.e., entirely. 69:5 the divine word, i.e., the Vedas. So great is the efficacy of devotion that one merely inquiring of it transcends him who conforms to the rites of the Vedas. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 31. Bhagavad Gita Chapter 7. The Holy One said, "Listen, O son of Pritha, how, without doubt, thou mayst know me fully, fixing thy mind on me, practicing devotion, and taking refuge in me. I will now, without leaving anything, speak to thee about knowledge and experience, knowing which there would be left nothing in this world for thee to know. One among thousands of men striveth for perfection. Of those even that are assiduous and have attained to perfection, only some one knoweth me truly. Earth, water, fire, air, space, mind, also understanding, and consciousness, thus hath my nature been divided eightfold. This is a lower form of my nature. Different from this, know there is a higher form of my nature which is animate, O thou of mighty arms, and by which this universe is held. Know that all creatures have these for their source. I am the source of evolution and also of the dissolution of the entire universe. There is nothing else, O Dhananjaya, that is higher than myself. Upon me is all this like a row of pearls on a string. Taste I am in the waters, O soil of Kunti, and I am the splendor of both the moon and the sun. I am the Om in all the Vedas, the sound in space, and the manliness in men. I am the fragrant odor in earth, the splendor in fire, the life in all living creatures, and penance in ascetics. Know me, O son of Pritha, to be the eternal seed of all beings. I am the intelligence of all creatures endued with intelligence, the glory of all glorious objects. I am also the strength of all that are endued with strength, myself, freed from desire and thirst, and, O bull of Bharata's race, am the desire, consistent with duty, and all creatures. And all existences which are of the quality of goodness, and which are of the quality of passion and quality of darkness, know that they are, indeed, from me. I am, however, not in them, but they are in me. This entire universe, deluded by these three entities consisting of these three qualities, knoweth not me that am beyond them and undecaying, since this illusion of mine, depending on the three qualities, is exceedingly marvelous and highly difficult of being transcended. They that resort to me alone cross this illusion. Doers of evil, ignorant men, the worst of their species, robbed of their knowledge by my illusion and wedded to the state of demons, do not resort to me. For classes of doers of good deeds worship me, O Arjuna, viz., he that is distressed, that is possessed of knowledge, being always devoted and having his faith in only one, is superior to the rest, for unto the man of knowledge I am dear above everything, and he also is dear to me. All these are noble. But the man of knowledge is regarded, by me, to be my very self, since he, with soul fixed on abstraction, taketh refuge in me as the highest goal. At the end of many births, the man possessed of knowledge attaineth to me, thinking that Vasudeva is all this. Such a high-souled person, however, is exceedingly rare. They who have been robbed of knowledge by desire, resort to their godheads, observant of diverse regulations and controlled by their own nature. Whatever form, of Godhead or myself, any worshipper desireth to worship with faith, that faith of his unto that form I render steady. Endued with that faith, he payeth his adorations to that form, and obtaineth from that all his desire, since all those are ordained by me. The fruits, however, of those persons endued with little intelligence are perishable. They that worship the divinities go to the divinities, while they that worship me come even to me. They that have no discernment regard me who am really unmanifest to have become manifest, because they do not know the transcendent and undecaying state of mind than which there is nothing higher. Shrouded by the illusion of my inconceivable power, I am not manifest to all. This deluded world knoweth not me that I am unborn and undecaying. I know, O Arjuna, all things that have been past, and all things that are present, and all things that are to be. But there is nobody that knoweth me. All creatures, O chastiser of foes, are deluded at the time of their birth by the delusion, O Bharata, of pairs of opposites arising from desire and aversion. But those persons of meritorious deeds whose sins have attained their end, being freed from the delusion of pairs of opposites, worship me, firm in their vow of that worship. Those who, taking refuge in me, strive for release from decay and death, know Brahman, the entire Adhyatma, and action. And they who know me with the Adhibhuta, the Adhidaiva, and the Adhyajna, having minds fixed on abstraction, know me at the time of their departure from this world. Footnotes 70:1 Only some one, i.e., very few. Few perfection, i.e., foreknowledge of self. Thus all the commentators. 70:2 The last word of the first line of this sloka is param, higher, and not aparam with the initial a silent owing to the rules of Sandhi. Many of the Bengal texts have aparam, not excepting the latest one printed at Calcutta. 70:3, which I have rendered desire, is explained by Sridhara as the wish for an unattained object, and raga as the longing or thirst for more. The second comma is explained as desires of the class of love or lust. 71:1 Devi is explained by Sankara as divine, by Sridhara as marvelous. 71:2 The divine desires are about sons, fame, victory over enemies, etc., regulations, such as fasts, etc., their own nature, i.e., disposition as dependent on the acts of their past lives. Thus all the commentators. 71:3 The worshipper obtains his desires, thinking he gets them from the Godhead he worships. It is, however, that gives him those. 71:4 The divinities being perishable, myself imperishable. What these obtain is perishable. What my worshippers obtain is imperishable. 71:5 The ignorant, without knowledge of my transcendent essence, take me to be no higher than that what is indicated in my human and other incarnate manifestations. Thus Sridhara. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 32. Bhagavad Gita, Chapter 8. Arjuna said, What is that Brahman? What is Adhyatma? What is action, O best of male beings? What also has been said to be Adhibhuta, and what is called Adhidaiva? Who is here Adhyajna, and how, in this body, O slayer of Madhu? And how at the time of departure art thou to be known by those that have restrained their self? The Holy One said, Brahman is the supreme and indestructible. Adhyatma is said to be its own manifestation. The offering to any Godhead in a sacrifice, which causeth the production and development of all this, is called action. Remembering me alone in his last moments, he that, casting off his body, departeth, hence, cometh into my essence. There is no doubt in this. Whichever form of Godhead one remembereth when one casteth off, at the end, his body, unto that one he goeth, O son of Kunti, having habitually meditated on it always. Therefore, think of me at all times, and engage in battle. Fixing thy mind and understanding on me, thou wilt, without doubt, come even to me. Thinking of the Supreme, with a mind not running to other objects and endued with abstraction in the form of uninterrupted application, one goeth, O son of Pritha, unto the divine and supreme male being. He who at the time of his departure, with a steady mind, endued with reverence, with power of abstraction, and directing the life-breath called prana between the eyebrows, thinketh of that ancient seer, who is the ruler of all, who is minuter than the minutest atom, who is the ordainer of all, who is inconceivable in form, and who is beyond all darkness, cometh unto that divine and supreme male being. I will tell thee in brief about that seat which persons conversant with the Vedas declare to be indestructible, which is entered by ascetics freed from all longings, and in expectation of which people practice the vows of Brahmacarans. Casting off this body, he who departeth, stopping up all the doors, confining the mind within the heart, placing his own life-breath called prana between the eyebrows, resting on continued meditation, uttering this one syllable Om, which is Brahman, and thinking of me, attaineth to the highest goal. He who always thinketh of me with mind ever withdrawn from all other objects, unto that devotee always engaged on meditation, I am, O Partha, easy of access. High-souled persons who have achieved the highest perfection, attaining to me, do not incur rebirth, which is the abode of sorrow and which is transient. All the worlds, O Arjuna, from the abode of Brahman downwards have to go through a round of births. On attaining to me, however, O son of Kunti, there is no rebirth. They who know a day of Brahman to end after 1,000 yugas, and a night of his to terminate after 1,000 yugas are persons that know day and night. On the advent of Brahman's day, everything that is manifest springeth from the unmanifest, and when his night cometh, into that same which is called unmanifest, all things disappear. That same assemblage of creatures, springing forth again and again, dissolveth on the advent of night, and springeth forth again, O son of Pritha, when day cometh, constrained by the force of action, etc. There is, however, another entity, unmanifest and eternal, which is beyond that unmanifest, and which is not destroyed when all the entities are destroyed. It is said to be unmanifest and indestructible. They call it the highest goal, attaining which no one hath to come back. That is my supreme seat. That supreme being, O son of Pritha, he within whom are all entities, and by whom all this is permeated, is to be attained by reverence undirected to any other object. I will tell thee the times, O bull of Bharata's race, in which devotees departing from this life go, never to return, or to return. The fire, the light, the day, the lighted fortnight, the 6 months of the northern solstice, departing from here, the persons knowing Brahma go through this path to Brahma. Smoke, night, also the dark fortnight, and the 6 months of the southern solstice, departing through this path, devotee, attaining to the lunar light, returneth. The bright and the dark, these two paths, are regarded to be the eternal two paths of the universe. By the one goeth never to return, by the other, one, going, cometh back. Knowing these two paths, O son of Pritha, no devotee is deluded. Therefore, at all times, be endued with devotion, O Arjuna. The meritorious fruit that is prescribed for the study of the Vedas, for sacrifices, for ascetic austerities, and for gifts, a devotee knowing all this, that hath been said here, attaineth to it all, and also attaineth the supreme and primeval seat. Footnotes 72:1 at Hyatman is explained as all that by which Brahman is to be attained. All actions mean the whole course of duties and practices leading to the knowledge of Brahman. 72:2 The 3 words occurring in this sloka and explained in the next section, forming as they do the subject of a question by Arjuna. 72:3 Bhava is production, and Udbhava is growth or development. Thus Sridhara. 73:1 All the doors, i.e., the senses. Confining the mind within the heart, i.e., withdrawing the mind from all external objects. Murdni is explained by Sridhara to mean here between the eyebrows. 73:2 All these regions being destructible and liable to rebirth, those that live there are equally liable to death and rebirth. 73:3 The meaning, as explained by Sridhara, is that such persons are said to know all, and not those whose knowledge is bounded by the course of the sun and the moon. 73:4 In this round of births and deaths, the creatures themselves are not free agents, being all the while subject to the influence of karma, as explained by the commentators. 73:5 The commentators explain the word fire, the light, day, and sea, as several godheads presiding over particular times. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 33. Bhagavad Gita Chapter 9. The Holy One said, Now I will tell thee that art without envy, that most mysterious knowledge along with experience, knowing which thou wilt be freed from evil. This is royal science, a royal mystery, highly cleansing, directly apprehensible, consistent with the sacred laws, easy to practice, and imperishable. Those persons, O chastiser of foes, who have no faith in this sacred doctrine, not attaining to me, return to the path of this world that is subject to destruction. This entire universe is pervaded by me in my unmanifest form. All entities are in me, but I do not reside in them. Nor yet are all entities in me. Behold my divine power. Supporting all entities and producing all entities, myself doth not, yet, reside in those entities. As the great and ubiquitous atmosphere always occupieth space, understand that all entities reside in me in the same way. All entities, O son of Kunti, attain to my nature at the close of a kalpa. I create them again at the beginning of a kalpa. Regulating my own, independent, nature I create again, and in this whole assemblage of entities, which is plastic in consequence of its subjection to nature. Those acts, however, O Dhananjaya, do not fetter me who sitteth as one unconcerned, being unattached to those acts of creation. Through me, the overlooker, primal nature produceth the universe of mobiles and immobiles. For the reason, O son of Kunti, the universe passeth through its rounds of birth and destruction. Not knowing my supreme nature of the great Lord of all entities, ignorant people of vain hopes, vain acts, vain knowledge, confounded minds, wedded to the delusive nature of Asuras and Rakshasas, disregard me as one that hath assumed a human body. But high-souled ones, O son of Pritha, possessed of divine nature, and with minds directed to nothing else, worship me, knowing me to be the origin of all entities and indestructible. Always glorifying me, or striving with firm vows, or bowing down to me, with reverence and ever devoted, they worship me. Others again, performing the sacrifice of knowledge, worship me, some as one, some as distinct, some as pervading the universe in many forms. I am the Vedic sacrifice, I am the sacrifice enjoined in the Smritis, I am Svadha, I am the medicament produced from herbs, I am the mantra, I am the sacrificial libation, I am the fire, and I am the sacrificial offering. I am the father of this universe, the mother, the creator, grandsire, I am the thing to be known, the means by which everything is cleaned, the syllable Om, the Rik, the Saman and the Yajus, I am the goal, the supporter, the Lord, the onlooker, the abode, the refuge, the friend, the source, the destruction, the support, the receptacle, and the indestructible seed. I give heat, I produce and suspend rain, I am immortality, and also death, and I am the existent and the non-existent, O Arjuna. They who know the three branches of knowledge also drink the soma juice, and whose sins have been cleansed worshipping me by sacrifices, seek admission into heaven, and these attaining to the sacred region of the chief of the gods, enjoy in heaven the celestial pleasure of the gods. Having enjoyed that celestial world of vast extent, upon exhaustion of their merit they re-enter the mortal world. It is thus that they who accept the doctrines of the three Vedas and wish for objects of desires, obtain going and coming. Those persons who, thinking of me, without directing their minds to anything else, worship me, of those who are, thus, always devoted to me, I make them gifts and preserve what they have. Even those devotees who, endued with faith, worship other godheads, even they, O son of Kunti, worship me alone, though irregularly. I am the enjoyer, as also the Lord, of all sacrifices. They, however, do not know me truly, hence they fall off from heaven. They whose vows are directed to the Pitris attain to the Pitris, who direct their worship to the inferior spirits called Buddhas attain to Buddhas, they who worship me attain even to myself. They who offer me with reverence, leaf, flower, fruit, water that offered with reverence, I accept from him whose self is pure. Whatever thou dost, whatever eatest, whatever drinkest, whatever givest, whatever austerities thou performest, manage it in such a way, O son of Kunti, that it may be an offering to me. Thus mayst thou be freed from the fetters of action having good and evil fruits. With self endued with renunciation and devotion, thou wilt be released and will come to me. I am alike to all creatures, there is none hateful to me, none dear. They, however, who worship me with reverence are in me, and I also am in them. If even a person of exceedingly wicked conduct worshipeth me, without worshipping anyone else, he should certainly be regarded as good, for his efforts are well directed. Such a person soon becometh a virtuous soul, and attaineth to eternal tranquility. Know, O son of Kunti, that none devoted to me is ever lost. For, O son of Pritha, even they who may be of sinful birth, women, Vaishyas, and also Sudras, even they, resorting to me, attain to the supreme goal. What then, shall I say, of holy Brahmanas and saints who are my devotees? Having come to this transient and miserable world, be engaged in my worship. Fix thy mind on me, be my devotee, my worshipper, bow to me, and thus making me thy refuge and applying thyself to abstraction, thou wilt certainly come to me. Footnotes 74:1 The atmosphere occupies space without affecting it or its nature. So all things are in the Supreme Being without affecting him. 74:2 My nature, i.e., the unmanifest principle or primal essence. 74:3 Prakriti, which I render nature, is explained by the commentators as karma, the influence of karma or action being universal and setting the form of a particular entity at the time of its creation. 74:4 This reason, i.e., my supervision. 74:5 Sridhara says that these are different modes of worship, with reverence and ever devoted grammatically refers to each of the three classes of worshippers indicated. 75:1 Performing the sacrifice of knowledge, i.e., believing Vasudeva to be everything. In many forms, i.e., as Brahman, Rudra, etc. 75:2 Mantra is the sacred verse or verses used for invoking godheads and for other purposes. 75:3 Hence they have to come back, explained Sridhara. 75:4 Prayatatmanas is explained as Sadhakatasya. 76:1 Iman Lokan, this mortal world, Sridhara says, may mean this form of royal saint that thou hast. This is far-fetched. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 34. Bhagavad Gita, Chapter 10. The Holy One said, "Once more still, O mighty armed one, listen to my supernal words which, from desire of thy good, I say unto thee that wouldst be pleased therewith. The hosts of gods know not my origin, nor the great rishis, since I am, in every way, the source of the gods and the great rishis. He that knoweth me as the supreme Lord of the worlds, without birth and beginning, he, undiluted among mortals, is free from all sins. Intelligence, knowledge, the absence of delusion, forgiveness, truth, self-restraint, and tranquility, pleasure, pain, birth, death, fear, and also security, abstention from harm, evenness of mind, contentment, ascetic austerities, gift, fame, infamy, these several attributes of creatures arise from me. The 7 great rishis, the 4 maharishis before them, and the Manas, partaking of my nature, were born from my mind, of whom in this world are these offsprings. He that knoweth truly this preeminence and mystic power of mine, becometh possessed of unswerving devotion. Of this there is no doubt. I am the origin of all things, from me all things proceed. Thinking thus, the wise, endued with my nature, worship me. Their hearts on me, their lives devoted to me, instructing one another, and glorifying me, they are ever contented and happy. Unto them always devoted, and worshipping me with love, I give that devotion in the form of knowledge by which they come to me. Of them, for compassion's sake, I destroy the darkness born of ignorance, by the brilliant lamp of knowledge, myself, dwelling in their souls. Arjuna said, Thou art the supreme Brahma, the supreme abode, the holiest of the holy, the eternal male being divine, the first of gods unborn, the Lord. All the rishis proclaim thee thus, and also the celestial rishi Narada, and Asita, Devala, and Vyasa, thyself also tellest me so. All this that thou tellest me, O Kesava, I regard as true sense, O Holy One, neither the gods nor the Danavas understand thy manifestation. Thou only knowest thyself by thyself. O best of male beings! O Creator of all things, O Lord of all things, O God of gods, O Lord of the universe, it behoveth thee to declare without any reservation those divine perfections of thine by which perfections pervading these worlds thou abidest. How shall I, ever meditating, know thee, O thou of mystic powers? In what particular states mayst thou, O Holy One, be meditated upon by me? Do thou again, O Janardana, copiously declare thy mystic powers and thy perfections, for I am never satiated with hearing thy nectar-like words. The Holy One said, Well, unto thee I will declare my divine perfections, by means of the principal ones, among them, O chief of the Kurus, for there is no end to the extent of my perfections. I am the soul, O thou of curly hair, seated in the heart of every being. I am the beginning, and the middle, and the end also of all beings. I am Vishnu among the Adityas, the resplendent sun among all luminous bodies. I am Marichi among the Maruts, and the moon among constellations. I am the Samaveda among the Vedas. I am Vasva among the gods. I am the mind among the senses. I am the intellect in living beings. I am Sankara among the Rudras, the Lord of treasures among the Yakshas and the Rakshasas. I am Pavaka among the Vasus, and Meru among the peaked mountains. Know me, O son of Pritha, to be Vrihaspati, the chief of household priests. I am Skanda among commanders of forces. I am ocean among receptacles of water. I am Bhrigu among the great rishis. I am the one, undestructible, syllable OM, among words. Of sacrifices I am the Japa sacrifice. Of immobiles I am the Himavat. I am the fig tree among all trees. I am Narada among the celestial rishis. I am Kshatriyartha among the Gandharvas, and the ascetic Kapila among ascetics crowned with yoga success. Know me to be Ujjalas Ravas among horses, brought forth by the churning four, nectar, Airavata among princely elephants, and the king among men. Among weapons I am the thunderbolt, among cows I am, she called, Kamathuk. I am Kundarp, the cause of reproduction, I am Vasuki among serpents. I am Ananta among Nagas, I am Varuna among aquatic beings, I am Aryaman among the Pitris, and Yama among those that judge and punish. I am Prahlada among the Daitya's, and time among things that count. I am the lion among the beasts, and Vinata's son among winged creatures. Of purifiers I am the wind. I am Rama among wielders of weapons. I am the Makara among fishes, and I am Jahnavi, Ganga, among streams. Of created things I am the beginning and the end, and also the middle, O Arjuna. I am the knowledge of Supreme Spirit among all kinds of knowledge, and the disputation among disputants. Among all letters I am the letter A, and the compound called Dwanda among all compounds. I am also time eternal, and I am the ordainer with face turned on every side. I am death that seizeth all, and the source of all that is to be. Among females, I am fame, fortune, speech, memory, intelligence, constancy, forgiveness. Of the Sama hymns, I am the Vrihat Sama and Gayatri among meters. Of the months, I am Margasirsha. Of the seasons, I am that which is productive of flowers. I am the game of dice of them that cheat, and the splendor of those that are splendid. I am victory, I am exertion, I am the goodness of the good. I am Vasudeva among the Vrishnis, I am Dhananjaya among the sons of Pandu. I am even Vyasa among the ascetics, and Usanas among seers. I am the rod of those that chastise, I am the policy of those that seek victory. I am silence among those that are secret. I am the knowledge of those that are possessed of knowledge. That which is the seed of all things, I am that, O Arjuna. There is nothing mobile or immobile which can exist without me. There is no end, O chastiser of foes, of my divine perfections. This recital of the extent of those perfections hath been uttered by me by a way, only, of instancing them. Whatever of exalted things there is, or glorious, or strong, understand thou that everything is born of a portion of my energy. Or rather, what hast thou to do, by knowing all this in detail, O Arjuna? Supporting this entire universe with only a portion of myself, I stand. Footnotes 76:2 Telung renders Paramam excellent, Mr. John Davies, all important. The meaning is referring to the Supreme Soul. 76:3 Both Sankara and Sridhara explain Sarvasas as in every way, i.e., as creator, as guide, and c. 76:4 Praja's offspring, including, as Sankara says, both mobile and immobile, therefore, not mankind alone. 76:5 Bhavasamanvadas is explained by Sridhara as full of love, which K.T. Telung accepts. Sankara explains it as endued with penetration into the knowledge of the supreme object. 76:6 Tityam, ever, is connected with what follows and not what precedes. Thus Sridhara. Mr. Davies connects it with Kathyantas. 77:1 K.T. Telung renders Buddhi Yogam as knowledge, Mr. Davies as mental devotion, and Sankara, devotion by special insight. 77:2 To know thee fully is impossible. In what particular forms or manifestations, therefore, shall I think of thee? The word bhava in the second line is rendered entities by K.T. Telung and form of being by Mr. Davies. 77:3 Vistarasia evidently refers, as explained by all the commentators, to Vibhutanam. It is a question of grammar and not of doctrine that there can be any difference of opinion. Mr. Davies, however, renders it of my greatness. This is inaccurate. 77:4 The Adityas are the solar deities, 12 in number, corresponding to the 12 months of the year. The Maruts are the wind gods, whose chief is Marichi. 77:5 The Rudras are a class of destructive gods, 11 in number. The Vasus are an inferior class of deities, 8 in number. The Lord of Treasures is Kuvara. 77:6 The Japa sacrifice is the sacrifice by meditation which is superior to all sacrifices. 78:1 Kamadhuk, the wish-giving cow called Surabi. The cause of reproduction, i.e., I am not the mere carnal passion, but that passion which procreates or is crowned with fruit. 78:2 and 28 Vasuki is called the chief of the Sarpa, serpents, and 29 Ananta is spoken of as the chief of the Nagas. The latter are Sarpa as well. Sridhara says that the distinction lies in the fact of the Nagas being without poison. This is hardly correct. 78:3 Pavatam may also mean of those that have motion. Rama is Dasaratha's son, the hero of Valmiki's poem. Ganga is called Jahnavi because she was, after having been drunk up, let out by the ascetic Jahnu through his knee. 78:4 Mr. Davies renders Vedas Pravadatam as the speech of those that speak. K.T. Telung renders it the argument of controversialists. 78:5a, or rather the sound of A as in full, is the initial letter of the Sanskrit alphabet. Of compounds, the Dwanda, or the copulative compound, is enumerated first. In other respects again, the Dwanda is the best kind of compound, for the words forming it are coordinate, without one being dependent on the other or others. 78:6 The Vrihat Saman is said to be the best, because it leads to emancipation at once. Thus Sankara. The Margasirsha is the month from the middle of February to the middle of March. Productive of flowers, i.e., the spring. 79:1 Mr. Davies renders the last line of this verse as I have established in continuance all this universe by one part myself. This is both obscure and inaccurate. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 35. Bhagavad Gita Chapter 11. Arjuna said, This discourse about the supreme mystery, called Adhyatman, which thou hast uttered for my welfare, hath dispelled my delusion. For I have heard at large from thee of the creation and dissolution of beings, O thou of eyes like lotus petals, and also of thy greatness that knoweth no deterioration. What thou hast said about thyself, O great Lord, is even so. O best of male beings, I desire to behold thy sovereign form. If, O Lord, thou thinkest that I am competent to behold that form, then, O Lord of mystic power, show me thy eternal self. The Holy One said, Behold, O son of Pritha, my forms by hundreds and thousands, various, divine, diverse in hue and shape. Behold the Adityas, the Vasus, the Rudras, the Ashwins, and the Maruts. Behold, O Bharata, innumerable marvels unseen before by thee. Behold, O thou of curly hair, the entire universe of mobiles and immobiles, collected together in this body of mine, whatever else thou mayst wish to see. Thou art, however, not competent to behold me with this eye of thine. I give thee celestial sight. Behold my sovereign mystic nature. Sanjaya continued, having said this, O monarch, Hari, the mighty lord of mystic power, then revealed to the son of Pritha his supreme sovereign form, with many mouths and eyes, many wondrous aspects, many celestial ornaments, many celestial weapons uplifted, wearing celestial garlands and robes, and, with unguents of celestial fragrance, full of every wonder, resplendent, infinite, with faces turned on all sides. If the splendor of 1,000 suns were to burst forth at once in the sky, then that would be like the splendor of that mighty one. The son of Pandu then beheld there in the body of the god of gods the entire universe divided and subdivided into many parts, all collected together. Then Dhananjaya, filled with amazement, and, with hair standing on end, bowing with his head, with joined hands addressed the god. Arjuna said, I behold all the gods, O God, as also all the varied hosts of creatures, and Brahman seated on his lotus seat, and all the rishis and the celestial snakes. I behold thee with innumerable arms, stomachs, mouths, and eyes on every side, O thou of infinite forms. Neither end nor middle, nor also beginning of thine do I behold, O Lord of the universe, O thou of universal form. Bearing thy diadem, mace, and discus, a mass of energy, glowing on all sides, do I behold thee that art hard to look at, endued on all sides with the effulgence of the blazing fire or the sun, and immeasurable. Thou art indestructible, and the supreme object of this universe. Thou art without decay, the guardian of eternal virtue. I regard thee to be the eternal, male being. I behold thee to be without beginning, mean, end, to be of infinite prowess, of innumerable arms, having the sun and the moon for thy eyes, the blazing fire for thy mouth, and heating this universe with energy of thy own. For the space betwixt heaven and earth is pervaded by thee alone, as also all the points of the horizon. At sight of this marvelous and fierce form of thine, O supreme soul, the triple world trembleth. For these hosts of gods are entering thee. Some, afraid, are praying with joined hands, saying, Hail to thee. The hosts of great rishis and siddhas praise thee with copious hymns of praise. The Rudras, the Adityas, the Vasus, they that, called, the Siddhas, the Vishvas, the Ashwins, the Maruts, also the Ashmapas, the Gandharvas, the Yakshas, the Asuras, the hosts of Siddhas, behold thee and are all amazed. Beholding thy mighty form with many mouths and eyes, O mighty armed one, with innumerable arms, thighs, and feet, many stomachs, and, terrible in consequence of many tusks, all creatures are frightened, and I also. Indeed, touching the very skies, of blazing radiance, many-hued, mouth wide open, with eyes that are blazing and large, beholding thee, O Vishnu, with my inner soul trembling and fright, I can no longer command courage and peace of mind. Beholding thy mouths that are terrible in consequence of their tusks, and that are fierce as the all-destroying fire at the end of the yuga, I cannot recognize the points of the horizon, nor can I command peace of mind. Be gracious, O God of gods, O thou that art the refuge of the universe. And all these sons of Dhritarashtra, together with the hosts of kings, and Bhishma, and Drona, and also this Suta's son, Karna, accompanied by even the principal warriors of our side, are quickly entering thy terrible mouths rendered fierce by thy tusks. Some, with their heads crushed, are seen striking at the interstices of thy teeth. As many currents of water flowing through different channels roll rapidly towards the ocean, so these heroes of the world of men enter thy mouths that flame all around. As moths with increasing speed rush for their own destruction to the blazing fire, so also do these people with unceasing speed enter thy mouths for their destruction. Swallowing all these men from every side, thou lickest them with thy flaming mouths. Filling the whole universe with thy energy, thy fierce splendors, O Vishnu, are heating everything. Tell me who thou art of such fierce form. I bow to thee, O chief of the gods, be gracious to me. I desire to know thee that art the primeval one. I do not understand thy action. The Holy One said, I am death, the destroyer of the worlds, fully developed. I am now engaged in slaying the race of men. Without thee all these warriors standing in the different divisions shall cease to be. Wherefore, arise, gain glory, and, vanquishing the foe, enjoy this swelling kingdom. By me have all these been already slain. Be only my instrument. O thou that canst draw the bow with even the left hand. Drona and Bhishma and Jayadratha and Karna and also other heroic warriors already slain by me do thou slay. Be not dismayed, fight, thou shalt conquer in battle thy foes. Sanjaya continued, hearing these words of Kesava, the diadem-decked Arjuna, trembling, and, with joined hands, bowed unto him, and once more said unto Krishna, with voice choked up and overwhelmed with fear, and making his salutations to him. Arjuna said, It is meet, Hrishikesa, that the universe is delighted and charmed in uttering thy praise, and the Rakshasas flee in fear in all directions, and the hosts of the Siddhas bow down to thee. And why should they not bow down to thee, O Supreme Soul, that are greater than even Brahman himself, and the primal cause? O thou that art infinite! O God of the gods, O thou that art the refuge of the universe, thou art indestructible, thou art that which is, and that which is not, and that which is beyond, both. Thou art the first God, the ancient, male being, thou art the supreme refuge of this universe. Thou art the knower, thou art the object to be known, thou art the highest abode. By thee is pervaded this universe, O thou of infinite form. Thou art Vayu, Yama, Agni, Varuna, Moon, Prajapati, and Grandsire. Obeisance be to thee 1,000 times, and yet again obeisance to thee. Obeisance to thee in front, and also from behind. Let obeisance be to thee from every side, O thou that art all. Thou art all, of energy that is infinite, and prowess that is immeasurable. Thou embracest thee all. Regarding thee, a friend, whatever hath been said by me carelessly, such as O Krishna, O Yadava, O friend, not knowing this thy greatness from want of judgment or from love either, whatever disrespect hath been shown thee for purpose of mirth, on occasions of play, lying, sitting, or at meals, while alone or in the presence of others, O undeteriorating one, I beg thy pardon for it, that art immeasurable. Thou art the Father of this universe of mobiles and immobiles. Thou art the great Master deserving of worship. There is none equal to thee, how can there be one greater? O thou whose power is unparalleled in even 3 worlds. Therefore bowing to thee, prostrating my body, I ask thy grace, O Lord, O adorable one. It behoveth thee, O God, to bear my faults as a father, his sons, a friend, his friends, a lover, his loved ones. Beholding thy form unseen, before I have been joyful, yet my mind hath been troubled with fear. Show me that other ordinary form, O God. Be gracious, O Lord of the gods, O thou that art the refuge of the universe. Decked and diadem and armed with mace, discus in hand, as before, I desire to behold thee. Be of that same 4-armed form, O thou of 1,000 arms, thou of universal form. The Holy One said, Pleased with thee, O Arjuna, I have, by my own mystic power, shown thee this supreme form, full of glory, universal, infinite, primeval, which hath been seen before by none save thee. Except by thee alone, hero of Kuru's race, I cannot be seen in this form in the world of men by any one else, aided, even by the study of the Vedas and of sacrifices, by gifts, by actions, or by the severest austerities. 3. Let no fear be thine, nor perplexity of mind at seeing this awful form of mine. Freed from fear with a joyful heart, thou again see me assuming that other form. Sanjaya continued, Vasudeva, having said all this to Arjuna, once more showed him his own ordinary form, and that high-souled one, assuming once more his gentle form, comforted him who had been afflicted. Arjuna said, beholding this gentle human form of thine, O Janardana, I have now become of right mind and have come to my normal state. The Holy One said, this form of mine which thou hast seen is difficult of being seen. Even the gods are always desirous of becoming spectators of this, my, form. Not by the Vedas, nor by austerities, nor by gifts, nor by sacrifices, can I be seen in this form of mine which thou hast seen. By reverence, however, that is exclusive in its objects, O Arjuna, I can in this form be known, seen truly, and attained to, O chastiser of foes. He who doth everything for me, who hath me for his supreme object, who is freed from attachment, who is without enmity towards all beings, even he, O Arjuna, cometh to me. Footnotes 79:2 at Hyatman, i.e., the relation between the Supreme and the individual soul. This my delusion, i.e., about my being the slayer. 79:3 of Vyam is that which has no decay. Ordinarily, it may be rendered eternal. Tilung renders it inexhaustible. Elsewhere I have rendered it as understanding. 79:4 Akastam, lit, all in one, i.e., collected together. 79:5 Devam is explained by Sridhara as Dyotanatmakam, i.e., endued with splendor. Mr. Davies renders it resplendent, but Tilung renders it deity. 80:1 Praravibhaktamanakata, divided diversely, is an adjective of Jagat. See Sridhara. Both Mr. Davies and Tilung seem to take it as a predicate in contradistinction to Akastam. This is scarcely correct. 80:2 verse 21 is read differently. For Twam Surasanga, some texts read Twa Azurasangas. Then again for Stuvanti in the second line some read Vikshet. 81:1 Pravritti is explained by both Sankara and Sridhara as chesta, i.e., movements or acts. Mr. Davies is, I think, not correct in taking it to mean evolved or developed form. 81:2 Kala here is death. Mr. Davies renders it time, following some other translators. Pravriddha is not, as Mr. Davies renders it, old or very old, but swelling or fully developed. Then again, Mr. Davies commits a ludicrous blunder in rendering right Twam as acceptee. This is one of those idioms at which a foreigner is sure to stumble who has only the lexicons for his guide. What Krishna says is not that all would perish save Arjuna, but that without Arjuna, i.e., even if he did not fight, all would perish. 82:1 Nidnam is either refuge or support or abode or receptacle. Mr. Davies incorrectly renders it treasure house. 82:2 Sankara accepts the reading Gurugarian, Sridhara takes it as Gurugarian. In either case the difference in meaning is not material. 82:3 Sankara connects Adhyayana with Veda and Yajna. This seems to be right explanation. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 36. Bhagavad Gita Chapter 12. Arjuna said, of those worshippers who, constantly devoted, adore thee, and those who meditate on thee as the immutable and unmanifest, who are best acquainted with devotion. The Holy One said, fixing their mind on me, they that constantly adore me, being endued, besides, with the highest faith, are deemed by me to be the most devoted. They, however, who worship the immutable, the unmanifest, the all-pervading, the inconceivable, the indifferent, the immutable, the eternal, who, restraining the entire group of the senses, are equal-minded in respect of all around and are engaged in the good of all creatures, also attain to me. The trouble is the greater for those whose minds are fixed on the unmanifest, for the path to the unmanifest is hard to find by those that are embodied. They, again, who, reposing all action on me, and regarding me as their highest object of attainment, worship me, meditating on me with devotion undirected to anything else, of them whose minds are, thus, fixed on me, I, without delay, become the deliverer from the ocean of this mortal world. Fix thy heart on me alone, place thy understanding on me, hereafter then shalt thou dwell in me. There is no doubt in this. If, however, thou art unable to fix thy heart steadily on me, then, O Dhananjaya, strive to obtain me by devotion, arising from continuous application. If thou beest unequal to even this continuous application, then let actions performed for me be thy highest aim. Even performing all thy acts for my sake, thou wilt obtain perfection. If even this thou art unable to do, then resorting to devotion in me, and, subduing thy soul, abandon the fruit of all actions. Knowledge is superior to application. In devotion, meditation is better than knowledge. The abandonment of the fruit of reaction is better than meditation, and tranquility results immediately from abandonment. He who hath no hatred for any creature, who is friendly and compassionate also, who is free from egoism, who hath no vanity, attachment, who is alike in pleasure and pain, who is forgiving, contented, always devoted, of subdued soul, firm of purpose, with heart and understanding fixed on me, even he is dear to me. He through whom the world is not troubled, and who is not troubled by the world, who is free from joy, wrath, fear, and anxieties, even he is dear to me. That devotee of mine who is unconcerned, pure, diligent, unconnected with worldly objects, and free from distress of mind, and who renounceth every action for fruit, even he is dear to me. He who hath no joy, no aversion, who neither grieveth nor desireth, who renounceth both good and evil, and who is full of faith in me, even he is dear to me. He who is alike to friend and foe, as also in honor and dishonor, who is alike in cold and heat, and pleasure and pain, who is free from attachment, to whom censure and praise are equal, who is taciturn, who is contented with anything that cometh to him, who is homeless, of steady mind and full of faith, even that man is dear to me. They who resort to this righteousness, leading to immortality which hath been already declared, those devotees full of faith and regarding me as the highest object of their acquisition, are the dearest to me. Footnotes 83:1 Atta Erdam is after this, or hereafter on high as Mr. Davies renders it. 84:1 Although the limitation for fruit does not occur in the text, yet it is evident it should be understood. Krishna does not recommend the total abandonment of actions, but abandonment for their fruit. Mr. Davies renders Aramba as enterprise. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 37. Bhagavad Gita, Chapter 13. The Holy One said, "This body, O son of Kunti, is called Kshetra. Him who knoweth it, the learned call Kshetrajna. Know me, O Bharata, to be Kshetras. The knowledge of Kshetra and Kshetrajna I regard to be true knowledge. What that Kshetra is, and what it is like, and what changes it undergoes, and whence it comes, what is he, viz., Kshetrajna, and what his powers are, hear from me in brief. All this hath in many ways been sung separately, by rishis in various verses, and well-settled texts fraught with reason and giving indications of Brahman. The great elements, egoism, intellect, the unmanifest, viz., prakriti, also the 10 senses, the one, manas, the 5 objects of sense, desire, aversion, pleasure, pain, body consciousness, courage, all this in brief hath been declared to be kshetra in its modified form. Absence of vanity, absence of ostentation, abstention from injury, forgiveness, uprightness, devotion to preceptor, purity, constancy, self-restraint, indifference to objects of sense, absence of egoism, perception of the misery and evil of birth, death, decrepitude, and disease, freedom from attachment, absence of sympathy for son, wife, home, and the rest, and constant equanimity of heart on attainment of good and evil, unswerving devotion to me without meditation on anything else, frequenting of lonely places, distaste for concourse of men, constancy in the knowledge of the relation of the individual self to the Supreme, perception of the object of the knowledge of truth, all this is called knowledge, all that which is contrary to this is ignorance. That which is the object of knowledge I will, now, declare to thee, knowing which one obtaineth immortality. It is the Supreme Brahma having no beginning, who is said to be neither existent nor non-existent, whose hands and feet are on all sides, whose eyes, heads, and faces are on all sides, who dwells pervading everything in the world, who is possessed of all the qualities of the senses, though devoid of the senses, without attachment, yet sustaining all things, without attributes, yet enjoying all attributes, without and within all creatures, immobile and mobile, not knowable because of his subtlety, remote yet near, undistributed in all beings, yet remaining as if distributed, who is the sustainer of all beings, the absorber and the creator of all, who is the light of all luminous bodies, who is said to be beyond all darkness, who is knowledge, the object of knowledge, the end of knowledge, and seated in the hearts of all. Thus kshetra and knowledge and the object of knowledge have been declared to thee in brief. My devotee, knowing all this, becomes one in spirit with me. Know that nature and spirit are both without beginning, and know also that all modifications and all qualities spring from nature. Nature is said to be the source of the capacity of enjoying pleasures and pains. For spirit, dwelling in nature, enjoyeth the qualities born of nature. The cause of its births in good or evil wombs is its connection with the qualities. The Supreme Purusha in this body is said to be surveyor, approver, supporter, enjoyer, the mighty Lord, and also the Supreme Soul. He who thus knows spirit and nature with the qualities, in whatever state he may be, is never born again. Some by meditation behold the self in the self by the self, others by devotion according to the Sankhya system, and others, again, by devotion through works. Others, yet not knowing this, worship, hearing of it from others. Even these, devoted to what is heard, cross over death. Whatever entity, immobile or mobile, cometh into existence, know that, O bull of Bharata's race, to be from the connection of kshetra and kshetrajna, matter and spirit. He seeth the Supreme Lord dwelling alike in all beings, the imperishable and the perishable. For seeing the Lord dwelling alike everywhere, one doth not destroy himself by himself, and then reacheth the highest goal. He seeth, truly, who seeth all actions to be wrought by nature alone in every way, and the self likewise to be not the doer. When one seeth the diversity of entities as existing in one, and the issue, everything, from that one, then is one said to attain to Brahma. This inexhaustible Supreme Self, O son of Kunti, being without beginning and without attributes, doth not act, nor is stained even when stationed in the body. As space, which is ubiquitous, is never in consequence of its subtlety tainted, so the soul, stationed in every body, is never tainted. As the single sun lights up the entire world, so the spirit, O Bharata, lights up the entire sphere of matters. They that, by the eye of knowledge, know the distinction between matter and spirit, and the deliverance from the nature of all entities, attain to the supreme. Footnotes 84:2 The learned, i.e., they that are themselves acquainted with Kshetra and what not. As explained by Krishna himself below, Kshetra is matter, and Kshetrajna is soul. 84:3 Dukadasha is explained by both Sankara and Sridhara as a Dwanda compound. 85:1 Vivikta is explained by the commentators as Siddha or Chittaprasadakara. There can be no doubt, however, that it is in opposition to Janasamsadi following. Hence I render it lonely. 85:2 The object of the knowledge of truth is the dispelling of ignorance and the acquisition of happiness. 85:3 Nor having eyes, etc., yet seeing, etc., without attributes, yet having or enjoying all that the attributes give. 85:4 All modifications, i.e., of material forms, all qualities, i.e., pleasure, pain, etc. The word rendered nature is prakriti, primal matter, and that rendered spirit is purusha, the active principle. Vikarna and gunan include all material forms and attributes of the soul. 85:5 Karya Karana Kartritva is explained by both Sankara and Sridhara to mean the capacity of working, residing in the body and the senses. K.T. Telung adopts this. Mr. Davies in his text has in the activity of the organs of action. In course of his philological notes, however, he gives the correct rendering. Is said to be is explained by Sridhara as referring to Kapila and others. 85:6 It is the embodied spirit only that can enjoy the qualities of nature. Then again, the kind of connection it has with those qualities settles its birth in good or evil wombs. 86:1 Mr. Davies misunderstands the grammatical connection of the words in the second line of this verse. K.T. Telung, following Sridhara, says, the word should be rendered approver. 86:2 What is heard, i.e., the Shrutis or the sacred doctrines. 86:3 Destroying self by self is to be deprived of true knowledge. 86:4 Sarvatra in the second line is explained by Sridhara as in every body, superior and inferior. Grammatically it may mean also, in every part of the body. Such a theory, however, of the seat of the soul would be contrary to all Hindu ideas. 86:5 Buddha Prakriti Moksha is explained by both Sankara and Sridhara as moksha or deliverance from the prakriti, nature, of Buddhas or entities. It is true knowledge that effects such deliverance. Mr. Davies renders it deliverance of beings from nature. This is evidently incorrect. Beings is not synonymous with self or soul. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 38. Bhagavad Gita Chapter 14. The Holy One said, I will again declare to thee that supernal science of sciences, that excellent science, knowing which all the munis have attained to the highest perfection from the fetters of this body. Resorting to this science, and attaining to my nature, they are not reborn even on the occasion of a new creation and are not disturbed at the universal dissolution. The mighty Brahma is a womb for me. Therein I place the living germ. Thence, O Bharata, the birth of all beings taketh place. Whatever bodily forms, O son of Kunti, are born in all wombs, of them Brahma is the mighty womb, and I the seed-imparting sire. Goodness, passion, darkness, these qualities, born of nature, bind down, O thou of mighty arms, the eternal embodied soul in the body. Amongst these, goodness, from its unsullied nature, being enlightening and free from misery, bindeth the soul, O sinless one, with the attainment of happiness and of knowledge. Know that passion, having desire for its essence, is born of thirst and attachment. That, O son of Kunti, bindeth the embodied soul by the attachment of work. Darkness, however, know, is born of ignorance, and bewilders all embodied soul. That bindeth, O Bharata, by error, indolence, and sleep. Goodness uniteth the soul with pleasure, passion, O Bharata, uniteth with work, but darkness, veiling knowledge, uniteth with error. Passion and darkness, being repressed, goodness remaineth, O Bharata. Passion and goodness, being repressed, darkness remaineth, and darkness and goodness, being repressed, passion remaineth. When in this body, and all its gates, the light of knowledge is produced, then should one know that goodness hath been developed there. Avarice, activity, performance of works, want of tranquility, desire, these, O bull of Bharata's race, are born when passion is developed. Gloom, inactivity, error, and delusion also, these, O son of Kuru's race, are born when darkness is developed. When the holder of a body goeth to dissolution while goodness is developed, then he attaineth to the spotless regions of those that know the Supreme. Going to dissolution when passion prevails, one is born among those that are attached to work. Likewise, dissolved during darkness, one is born in wombs that beget the ignorant. The fruit of good action is said to be good and untainted. The fruit, however, of passion is misery, and the fruit of darkness is ignorance. From goodness is produced knowledge, from passion, avarice, and from darkness are error and delusion, and also ignorance. They that dwell in goodness go on high, they that are addicted to passion dwell in the middle, while they that are of darkness, being addicted to the lowest quality, go down. When an observer recognizes none else to be an agent save the qualities, and knows that which is beyond the qualities, he attaineth to my nature. The embodied soul, by transcending these three qualities which constitute the source of all bodies, enjoyeth immortality, being freed from birth, death, decrepitude, and misery. Arjuna said, What are indications, O Lord, of one who hath transcended these three qualities? What is his conduct? How also doth one transcend these three qualities? The Holy One said, He who hath no aversion for light, activity, and even delusion, O son of Pandu, when they are present, nor desireth them when they are absent, who, seated as one unconcerned, is not shaken by those qualities, who sitteth and moveth not, thinking that it is the qualities, and not he, that are engaged in their respective functions, to whom pain and pleasure are alike, who is self-contained, and to whom a sod of earth, a stone, and gold are alike, to whom the agreeable and the disagreeable are the same, who hath discernment, to whom censure and praise are the same, to whom honor and dishonor are the same, who regardeth friend and foe alike, who hath renounced all exertion is said to have transcended the qualities. He also who worshipped me with exclusive devotion, he, transcending those qualities, becometh fit for admission into the nature of Brahma. For I am the stay of Brahma, of immortality, of indestructibility, of eternal piety, and of unbroken felicity. Footnotes 86:6 Edas is explained by Sridhara as from the fetters of this body. 87:1 Sridhara makes Mahat an adjective of Yoni, Sankara makes it an adjective of Brahma. Kt Tilung follows Sankara. 87:2 Happiness and knowledge are attributes of the mind, not of the soul. Hence, when attached to the soul, they are as fetters from which the soul should be freed. 88:1 Diha Samudbhava is explained by the commentators as having their Samudbhava or Parinama in Diha. It is an instance of the Vahavrihi compound. 88:2 Light, activity, and delusion are the three qualities as indicated by their effects. 88:3 Pratishta is explained by Sankara as something on which another, here Brahma, stays or rests. Sridhara explains it as Pratima. Tilung following Sridhara renders it embodiment, Mr. Davies, as seat. Amritaja and Avyaja are taken separately by the commentators. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 39. Bhagavad Gita Chapter 15. The Holy One said, they say that the Aswatha, having its roots above and branches below, is eternal, its leaves are the Chandas. He who knoweth it, knoweth the Vedas. Downwards and upwards are stretched its branches, which are enlarged by the qualities, its sprouts are the objects of senses. Downwards its roots, leading to action, are extended to this world of men, its form cannot here, below, be thus known, nor its end, nor its beginning, nor its support. Cutting, with the hard weapon of unconcern, this Aswatha of roots firmly fixed, then should one seek for that place repairing whither one returneth not again, thinking, I will seek the protection of that primeval sire from whom the ancient course of worldly life hath flowed, those that are free from pride and delusion, that have subdued the evil of attachment, that are steady in the contemplation of the relation of the Supreme to the individual self, from whom desire hath departed, freed from the pairs of opposites known by the names of pleasure and pain, and the like, repair, undiluted, to that eternal seat. The sun lighteth not that seat, nor the moon, nor fire. Whither going none returneth, that is my supreme seat. An eternal portion of me is that which, becoming an individual soul in the world of life, draweth to itself the 5 senses with the mind as the 6th, which all depend on nature. When the sovereign of this bodily frame assumeth or quitteth a body, it departeth taking away these, like the wind, taking away perfumes from their seats. Presiding over the ear, the eye, the organs of touch, taste, and smell, and also over the mind, he enjoyeth all objects of senses. They that are deluded do not see him when quitting or abiding in the body, when enjoying or joining to the qualities. They, however, see that have the eye of knowledge. Devotees exerting towards that end, behold him dwelling in themselves. They, however, that are senseless and whose minds are not restrained, behold him not, even while exerting themselves. That splendor dwelling in the sun which illumines the vast universe, that which is in the moon, and that which is in the fire, know that splendor to be mine. Entering into the earth, I uphold creatures by my force, and becoming the juicy moon, I nourish all herbs. Myself becoming the vital heat, Vaiswanara, residing in the bodies of creatures that breathe, and, uniting with the upward and the downward life breaths, I digest the 4 kinds of food. I am seated in the hearts of all. From me are memory and knowledge and the loss of both. I am the objects of knowledge to be known by the aid of all the Vedas. I am the author of the Vedantas, and I alone am the knower of the Vedas. There are these 2 entities in the world, viz., the mutable and the immutable. The mutable is all these creatures. The unchangeable one is called the immutable. But there is another, the Supreme Being, called Paramatman, who was the eternal Lord, pervading the 3 worlds, sustaineth them, and, since I transcend the mutable, and am higher than even the immutable, for this I am celebrated in the world, among men, and in the Veda as Purushottama, the highest being. He who, without being deluded, knoweth me as this highest being, he knowing all, O Bharata, worshipeth me in every way. Thus, O sinless one, hath this knowledge, forming the greatest of mysteries, been declared by me to thee. Knowing this, O Bharata, one will become gifted with intelligence, and will have done all he needs do. Footnotes 88:4 The swatha is the sacred Indian fig tree, here emblematical of the course of worldly life. Its roots are above, those roots are the Supreme Being. Its branches are below, these being the inferior deities. Its leaves are the sacred hymns of the Vedas, i.e., as leaves keep the tree alive and even conduce to its fruits, so the Vedas support this tree and lead to salvation. 88:5 Upwards and downwards, i.e., from the highest to the lowest of created things. Enlarged by the qualities, i.e., the qualities appearing as the body, the senses, etc. The sprouts are the objects of sense, being attached to the senses themselves as sprouts to branches. The roots extending downwards are the desires for diverse enjoyments. Thus Telung, following the commentators. 89:1 Joined to the qualities, i.e., perceiving objects of sense or experiencing pleasure and pain. 89:2 Atmani in the first line is in the body as explained by Sridhara and others, and the understanding as explained by Sankara. It seems, however, to be used in the general senses of themselves, without particular reference to either body or understanding. An Akritatman is one whose soul is not made or formed, generally, a person of unsubdued passions. 89:3 There can be no question that soma here means the moon and not the soma juice quaffed in sacrifices, or sap. It is the moon that supports, nourishes all herbs, and numerous passages may be quoted from Hindu sacred literature to show this. Mr. Davies, therefore, clearly errs in rendering soma as the savory juice. 89:4 The four kinds of food are that which is masticated, that which is sucked, that which is licked, and that which is drunk. 90:1 Apahanam is loss or removal. It is a well-known word, and its application here is very natural. I am memory and knowledge to those that use them for virtuous acts. I am the loss of these faculties to those that engage in unrighteous acts. Mr. Davies erroneously renders it as the power of reason. 90:2 Kutashta is rendered by K.T. Telung as the unconcerned one, by Mr. Davies as the Lord on high. I incline to the scholiasts who explain it as the uniform or the unchangeable one. 90:3 Sarvabhavina is explained by Sankara by Sarvatmachintaya, thinking me to be the soul of everything. Sridhara explains it as Sarvaprakarina. Why may it not mean with the whole soul or with excess of love? Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 40. Bhagavad Gita Chapter 16. The Holy One said, fearlessness, purity of heart, perseverance in the pursuit of knowledge and yoga meditation, gifts, self-restraint, sacrifice, study of the Vedas, ascetic penances, uprightness, abstention from injury, truth, freedom from anger, renunciation, tranquility, freedom from reporting others' faults, compassion for all creatures, absence of covetousness, gentleness, modesty, absence of restlessness, vigor, forgiveness, firmness, cleanliness, absence of quarrelsomeness, freedom from vanity. These become his, O Bharata, who is born to godlike possessions. Hypocrisy, pride, conceit, wrath, rudeness, and ignorance are, O son of Pritha, his who is born to demoniac possessions. Godlike possessions are deemed to be for deliverance, the demoniac for bondage. Grieve not, O son of Pandu, for thou art born to godlike possessions. There are two kinds of created beings in this world, viz., the godlike and the demoniac. The godlike have been described at length. Hear now, from me, O son of Pritha, about the demoniac. Persons of demoniac nature know not inclination or disinclination. Neither purity, nor good conduct, nor truth exist in them. They say that the universe is void of truth, of guiding principle, and of ruler, produced by the union of one another, male and female, from lust and nothing else. Depending on this view, these men of lost selves, little intelligence, and fierce deeds, these enemies of the world, are born for the destruction of the universe. Cherishing desires that are insatiable, and endued with hypocrisy, conceit, and folly, they adopt false notions through delusion and engage in unholy practices. Cherishing boundless thoughts limited by death alone, and regarding the enjoyment of their desires as the highest end, they are persuaded that that is all. Fettered by the 100 nooses of hope, addicted to lust and wrath, they covet to obtain this wealth today, this I will obtain later, this wealth I have, this wealth will be mine in addition, this foe hath been slain by me, I will slay even others, I am Lord, I am the enjoyer, I am successful, powerful, happy, I am rich and of noble birth, who else is there that is like me? I will sacrifice, I will make gifts, I will be merry, thus deluded by ignorance, tossed about by numerous thoughts, enveloped in the meshes of delusion, attached to the enjoyment of objects of desire, they sink into foul hell. Self-conceited, stubborn, filled with the pride and intoxication of wealth, they perform sacrifices that are nominally so, with hypocrisy and against the prescribed ordinance. Wedded to vanity, power, pride, lust, and wrath, these revilers hate me in their own bodies and those of others. These haters of me, cruel, the vilest among men, and unholy, I hurl continually down into demoniac wombs. Coming into demoniac wombs, deluded birth after birth, they, O son of Kunti, without attaining to me go down to the vilest state. Threefold is the way to hell, ruinous to the self, viz., lust, wrath, likewise avarice. Therefore, these three, one should renounce. Freed from these three gates of darkness, a man, O son of Kunti, works out his own welfare, and then repairs to his highest goal. He who, abandoning the ordinances of the Scriptures, acts only under the impulses of desire, never attains to perfection, nor happiness, nor the highest goal. Therefore, the Scriptures should be thy authority in determining what should be done and what should not be done. It behoveth thee to do work here, having ascertained what hath been declared by the ordinances of the Scriptures. Footnotes 90:4 I adopt Sankara's explanation of the last compound of the first line of this sloka. Sridhara explains it differently. 91:1 Prabriti I render inclination and nvriti as disinclination. The inclination is, as all the commentators explain, towards righteous actions, and the disinclination, consequently, is about all unrighteous actions. K.T. Telung renders these words as action and inaction. Mr. Davies, following the French version of Burnouf, takes them to mean the creation and its end. 91:2 Sankara seems to connect the genitive jagatas with Akita. Sridhara connects it, which is natural, with kshaya, which I accept. Present you by HinduMonastery.com.